Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. Moving into the house felt like the culmination of years of hard work. It was a picturesque, century-old home with a weathered brick facade and ivy-draped porch nestled on a quiet, tree-lined street. After landing a long-awaited promotion, I finally treated myself to a piece of history, a charming relic full of character and promise. The first few weeks passed in a blur of unpacking and settling in. The house had its quirks, a dripping faucet, a stubborn back door that needed an extra push, and creaky wooden floors that groaned with every step. I welcomed these imperfections as part of the charm of an old home, a place steeped in stories. But charm has a way of twisting into something darker. One morning, I walked into the kitchen and found a spreading puddle on the floor. Water seeped from beneath the sink, more than a minor leak. I called a plumber who spent an hour inspecting the pipes before shrugging. "Faulty seal," he explained, tightening a joint. "Happens in old houses. Just keep an eye on it." I thought the problem was solved. It wasn't. A week later, a thin crack appeared on the living room wall. It snaked from the ceiling toward the corner, jagged and menacing. At first it seemed insignificant, just another quirk of the house. But as days passed, the crack widened, stretching farther than seemed possible. Alarmed, I contacted Bob, a seasoned contractor with decades of experience. He inspected the walls with the detached confidence of someone who'd seen it all. "Old houses settle," he assured me with a dismissive wave. "Cracks like this are normal." I tried to believe him, but the house had other plans. One evening I came home to find the living room rearranged. The sofa had been pushed against the far wall, facing away from the fireplace. The coffee table lay overturned, and books were scattered across the floor as though hurled in a fit of rage. I froze in the doorway, my pulse pounding. Had I done this and forgotten? Stress and exhaustion seemed like plausible explanations, but the unease lingered long after I reset the room. Then the bedroom door began unlocking itself. Every morning I found it ajar, though I distinctly remembered locking it before bed. Smudged fingerprints appeared on the bathroom mirror, too large and vague to be mine. The faint scent of damp earth permeated the air, impossible to trace. The tipping point came when my elderly neighbor called while I was at work. "I saw someone walking around your yard," she said, her voice tight with concern. "A man in a black jacket." By the time I got home, he was gone. My porch light had been shattered, and a ceramic garden gnome lay face down, its features cracked beyond recognition. I reported the incident to the police, but with no real evidence, there was little they could do. The house seemed to be rejecting me, pushing back with a quiet, malevolent persistence. Desperate for answers, I dove into the house's history, combing through local archives and dusty property records. But the search yielded nothing. No dark past, no unsolved crimes. It was as though the house's story had been deliberately erased. Meanwhile, the disturbances escalated. Cracks spread across new walls. Water stains bloomed on the ceilings, despite there being no pipes in those areas. One night, I returned from work to find every cabinet door in the kitchen flung wide open, dishes shattered across the tile floor. I called Bob again, demanding a thorough inspection. His team of structural experts spent hours probing the foundation, beams, and walls before delivering their frustratingly familiar conclusion. "Just old house issues," they insist, Ted. "Nothing dangerous." But I knew better. Determined to uncover the truth, I tracked down the house's previous owner, an elderly woman named Margaret. At first, she was reluctant to talk, her eyes wary and shadowed. After persistent coaxing, her story spilled out like a long-buried secret. She and her late husband had endured the same chilling disturbances, Furniture shifting overnight, doors unlocking themselves, strange noises in the walls. They'd fled the house after a particularly terrifying night when every window shattered simultaneously, glass exploding inward as though from some unseen force. "We left as fast as we could," she confessed, her voice trembling. "That house, it doesn't want people living there. The house's dark history, whatever it was too much to face." I packed what I could and moved out, leaving behind the spreading cracks, the lingering damp, and the constant feeling of being watched. To this day, the house still stands, its ivy-covered walls hiding secrets no contractor's inspection could ever reveal. I've since found a new place, one with creaky stairs and a stubborn back door, but free of malicious intent. Yet I'll never forget that old house. Some places hold on to their past, refusing to let go. Their secrets remain etched into the walls, waiting for the next unwitting soul to unlock them. And some secrets are meant to stay buried. Story 2. The quiet chill of a November afternoon still lingers in my memory. The day I first met Ethan R., a celebrated author whose psychological thrillers were known for their unsettling realism. I had been struggling with writer's block for months, trapped in a cycle of half-finished drafts and discarded ideas. Desperate for guidance, I sent Ethan an impassioned email, never expecting a response. To my astonishment, he replied within hours, suggesting we meet to discuss my work. We agreed on a cozy downtown cafe, its warm interior offering a reprieve from the brisk autumn air. Ethan arrived precisely on time, his tailored coat lending him an air of effortless authority. His sharp features softened by an easy, practiced smile. He greeted me warmly, his piercing eyes seeming to assess every detail of my demeanor within seconds. Our conversation flowed easily. He spoke with intensity about character development and narrative structure, weaving literary insight with disarming charm. His feedback on my novel's premise was precise and transformative, offering clever plot twists and deeper psychological stakes. I left that meeting energized, feeling for the first time in months that my story had potential. Over the next few weeks, Ethan and I kept in regular contact, emails filled with detailed critiques, late-night phone calls discussing unresolved plot points, and even impromptu meetings at the same cafe. His suggestions sharpened my story's tension, pushing it into darker, more compelling territory. Under his guidance, the protagonist's struggles deepened, her inner conflicts becoming the core of the narrative. But as the story evolved, something troubling began to happen. One night, Ethan proposed a major plot twist. The protagonist should grapple with a traumatic family loss, a scenario eerily similar to a personal tragedy I had endured years ago. I hadn't told him about it, nor had I written anything remotely like it in my manuscript. I dismissed the coincidence, convincing myself that Ethan's talent for tapping into universal emotions explained it. But the uncanny suggestions continued. He urged me to include a subplot involving a fractured friendship marked by betrayal, a mirror image of my falling out with my closest friend from college. The emotional nuances he described matched my experience with disturbing precision, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Then came his most chilling idea, a stalker leaving anonymous letters filled with intimate knowledge of the protagonist's life. My chest tightened. Months before I'd met Ethan, I'd received similar letters, cryptic messages detailing my daily routines left unsigned. I had buried the memory, chalking it, to a twisted prank. Now, Ethan's suggestion forced me to confront what I'd tried so hard to forget. Despite my growing discomfort, I couldn't deny Ethan's brilliance. His influence propelled my novel to emotional depths I couldn't have reached alone. But the line between creative collaboration and something far darker had begun to blur. One sleepless night, after reviewing another of Ethan's unnervingly specific suggestions, I decided to confront him. I invited him to my apartment under the guise of discussing my manuscript in person. He agreed without hesitation. Ethan arrived precisely on time, his worn leather briefcase in hand, radiating that same air of control I had once mistaken for confidence. We sat across from each other at my dining table, papers and notes scattered between us. His polite curiosity faded as I launched into my accusations. "Your suggestions," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady, "they're not just creative ideas, they're personal." His expression didn't change. The trauma, the betrayal, even the letters. "How do you know these things about me?" His eyes darkened, the mask of affability slipping ever so slightly. "Writers draw from life," he said evenly. "Sometimes we tap into truths we don't realize we know." "That's not good enough," I pressed. "You knew details I never shared, not in my writing, not with anyone." My pulse thundered as silence stretched between us. His lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "Perhaps your story resonated more deeply than you thought," he offered, his voice soft but laced with unmistakable menace. It hit me then, the truth I had been too afraid to see. Ethan hadn't just influenced my novel. He had orchestrated it, weaving himself into my life with terrifying precision. He wasn't helping me write a story, he was writing me. Rising from my chair, I forced steel into my voice. "I think we're done here. Leave." For the first time, Ethan's calm facade cracked, though only for a heartbeat. Slowly, deliberately, he gathered his papers, his eyes never leaving mine. "You've become quite the storyteller," he murmured. "Just remember, endings are tricky." The door clicked shut behind him, but the suffocating tension remained. Adrenaline propelled me back to my desk, where I deleted every file he'd touched, every email he'd ever sent. The manuscript I'd once been proud of now felt like a trap, a maze he'd built to control me. Determined to reclaim my voice, I started fresh. The writing process became an exorcism, purging Ethan's insidious presence from every page. Each chapter was a defiant assertion of agency, a rejection of the darkness he had tried to impose. Months later, my novel was finally complete, a deeply personal thriller about control, manipulation, and survival. It wasn't the book I had set out to write, but it was mine. Ethan's influence never truly disappeared. His shadow lingered in the quiet creaks of my apartment, in the chill of a passing stranger's glance. But I had learned something vital. The most dangerous stories aren't the ones we read, they're the ones we're forced to live. And I had rewritten mine. Story 3. It was a crisp autumn evening when my neighbor Greg Thompson vanished without a trace, sending shockwaves through our quiet suburban neighborhood. Greg was an enigma, a man of few words, always clad in a tweed jacket with a perpetual frown. He'd lived next door for over a decade, yet our interactions never went beyond polite nods and awkward small talk. His sudden disappearance gnawed at me, leaving behind an uncomfortable vacuum of unease and curiosity. Greg's house was peculiar, meticulously maintained but lifeless. Lights rarely flickered on at night, and his driveway was often empty. The day he vanished, I noticed a strange stillness, as if the house itself had exhaled its final breath. The police investigation yielded nothing. No signs of forced entry, no struggle, just an unlocked front door and silence. It was as if Greg had simply evaporated. The authorities chalked it up as a possible case of voluntary disappearance, though something about that explanation felt wrong. I couldn't let it go. The mystery consumed me, and I found myself drawn to Greg's empty house like a moth to a flame. One evening, curiosity overtook caution, and I decided to investigate. The front door was still unlocked, a detail that sent a cold shiver down my spine. Greg had always been cautious. Stepping inside felt like trespassing into a forgotten memory. The air was heavy with stillness, each creak of the floorboards amplifying my growing sense of dread. Books lined the shelves with precise order, and the furniture was eerily free of dust, too perfect, too staged. The whole place felt like a museum exhibit meticulously arranged to conceal its secrets. In Greg's study, I found a journal hidden in a locked drawer. Its leather cover was worn, the pages filled with cryptic notes and fragmented thoughts. One entry caught my attention. I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late. A chill prickled my skin. Who was Greg talking about? What truth had he discovered? Tucked inside the journal was a faded photograph. Greg stood next to a man I didn't recognize, their expressions somber, their eyes intense, almost accusing. They seemed to stare directly at the camera, and somehow at me. Determined to unravel the mystery, I began tracking down people in Greg's old photographs. Most neighbors remembered little about him, describing him as a loner, quiet and reserved. But an elderly local historian offered something more chilling. Greg was part of an old community group, she whispered. Secretive, dangerous, best left alone. Her words echoed in my mind as I dug deeper. The group she mentioned had a sinister reputation, rumors of strange rituals, whispered secrets, and a past stained with disappearances. Returning to Greg's house with renewed purpose, I searched every corner until I discovered a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf. Inside was a cache of documents. Maps marked with red X's, blueprints of unfamiliar buildings, and one circled location that made my breath hitch, my address. My stomach churned. Why had Greg been studying me? That night, sleep evaded me. Shadows in my home stretched longer than they should, and faint creaks echoed through the silent house. My mind raced with questions, paranoia coiling tight around me. I installed security cameras throughout my home, desperate for answers. But each morning the footage was blank, empty rooms, still hallways. It was as if the intruder knew how to erase their presence. Then came the note. One cold, restless night, I found an envelope slipped under my bedroom door. The handwriting wasn't Greg's. "You're getting too close. Stop searching, or you'll be next." My hands trembled as I read the warning. Whoever had written it knew about my investigation and wanted me to stop. But I couldn't. I returned to Greg's journal, combing through its cryptic entries. A passage I had previously dismissed now felt like a warning. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. Days blurred into sleepless nights. My search became an obsession, each clue pulling me deeper into a web of secrets I couldn't untangle. The nightmares started soon after. I dreamed of being chased through darkened hallways by unseen pursuers, the walls closing in as whispered voices urged me to run. Reality twisted into something unrecognizable. My house, once a place of safety, felt like a labyrinth of shadows watched by unseen eyes. The final revelation came when I uncovered a forgotten basement door in Greg's house. Its rusted hinges groaned as I forced it open. The air was damp and cold, reeking of earth and decay. At the bottom of the stairs I found another room, small, dark, and lined with strange symbols carved into the stone walls. In the center lay a circle of candles long since burned out. Scattered across the floor were photographs, hundreds of them, faces of people I didn't recognize, until I found one of myself, taken from outside my window. I staggered back, my pulse pounding in my ears. Greg hadn't just been investigating them, he'd been watching me. Suddenly, everything clicked. Greg hadn't disappeared, he'd been taken. And now I was next. I fled that night, leaving behind the house, the journal, and the unanswered questions. But the shadows never stopped watching. Even now, miles away, in a new town with a different life, I still feel their presence, waiting. Story 4. Late one evening, as the last rays of sunlight faded behind the horizon, Sarah felt unusually restless in her quiet suburban home. The walls that had always provided comfort and safety now seemed to close in, thick with a tension she couldn't explain. Brushing off the feeling as a passing unease, she went about her nightly routine until a discovery shattered her sense of security. While tidying the kitchen, Sarah noticed something out of place. Perched inconspicuously on top of the microwave was a small black device, a tiny, sleek camera. Its lens stared back at her, cold and unblinking. She froze, her mind spinning with confusion and a creeping sense of fear. It wasn't there before, she thought. Her trembling hands reached out, quickly switching off the camera. Breathing heavily, she tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was left by a previous tenant, she reasoned, though deep down, she knew better. Seeking refuge in her bedroom, she hoped a good night's sleep would ease her nerves. As she entered her room, she saw it, a second camera fixed high in the corner of the ceiling, its dark lens blending almost seamlessly with the neutral paint. The realization hit her like a blow. Someone had deliberately placed cameras throughout her home. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she grasped the horrifying truth. She'd been watched. For how long? By whom? Why? The questions clawed at her mind, leaving her breathless. Desperate for answers, Sarah grabbed her phone and searched frantically for ways to detect hidden cameras. The thought of being spied on in her most private moments was unbearable. As the night deepened, she decided to face her fear head-on. Connecting her phone to the cameras, she accessed their stored footage. Her fingers hovered over the screen, dread coursing through her veins. Maybe it would be nothing, just empty recordings from long ago. But it wasn't. The first video showed her in the kitchen, preparing a late-night snack, blissfully unaware of the hidden lens capturing her every move. Another clip showed her curled up on the living room couch, engrossed in a book. Then came the footage from her bedroom. Sarah watched, horror-stricken, as the recordings exposed her most vulnerable moments, changing clothes, preparing for bed, moments meant for no one's eyes but her own. She felt sick, violated. Her sanctuary turned into a stage for someone else's twisted gaze. Fighting back tears, she dialed 911. Within minutes, an officer arrived. They examined the cameras, gathered the devices, and promised to launch a full investigation. Sarah struggled to explain her mounting fear, her voice trembling with every word. The officer's assurances offered little comfort. The damage was already done. Days stretched into weeks with no answers. Her once cozy home felt sinister and foreign. Every creak of the floorboards made her jump. Every unfamiliar sound sent her heart racing. The walls she had trusted to keep her safe now seemed to harbor unseen threats. Then, one evening, she found something new, something far worse. Among the usual stack of mail was a plain white envelope with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper bearing a chilling message. "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." Sarah's blood ran cold. The message confirmed her darkest fear. The person responsible was still watching, still out there, taunting her. Whoever it was knew her vulnerability and thrived on her terror. Her survival instincts kicked in. She installed more security cameras, reinforced the locks, and altered her daily routines to be less predictable. She even considered moving but felt trapped by financial constraints and the uncertainty of what lay beyond her current nightmare. Months dragged by with no updates from the police. The investigation hit a dead end. The identity of the voyeur remained a mystery, a phantom lurking beyond her reach. The cameras were gone, but their impact remained, embedded deep in her psyche. Her home was no longer a place of rest, but a battlefield of constant vigilance. She lived on edge, locked in a state of hyper-awareness. Even the smallest, most mundane tasks felt like acts of defiance against an unseen enemy. Slowly, Sarah tried to reclaim her life. She leaned on friends, sought therapy, and worked tirelessly to rebuild a sense of normalcy. Small victories, like laughing with a friend or enjoying a quiet cup of tea, offered glimmers of hope. But some scars run too deep. The memory of those cold, staring lenses haunted her. She could never fully escape the violation she had endured, or the knowledge that someone had reduced her life to a twisted form of entertainment. Though time dulled the immediate fear, the shadow of that night lingered, a permanent reminder of how easily privacy can be stolen, how safety can be shattered in an instant. The cameras were gone, but Sarah would always feel watched. Story 5. It was an ordinary Saturday morning when I accidentally knocked over my bathroom mirror. The sharp crash echoed through the small tiled room, and for a moment I stood frozen. staring at the glittering shards scattered across the floor. The mirror's shattered remains sparkled cruelly in the pale light, fractured reflections staring back at me from countless jagged edges. That mirror had hung on the wall for years, a familiar presence in my otherwise plain bathroom. Its sudden destruction left an unsettling emptiness behind, as though something far more significant than glass had broken. Cleaning up the mess was slow, tedious, and nerve-wracking. I carefully collected the larger shards, their razor-sharp edges gleaming like trapped moonlight. I swept the smaller fragments into a dustpan, making sure no slivers were left behind to pierce bare feet. When I was finally satisfied that the floor was safe, I disposed of the broken pieces and turned my thoughts toward replacing the mirror. I ordered a new one online, a sleek, modern design that would brighten the dim space. When it arrived a few days later, the delivery driver handed me the package with a tight, unreadable smile before hurrying back down the steps. His strange expression lingered in my mind, but I brushed it off as nothing more than impatience. Opening the box, I carefully unwrapped the new mirror from its protective padding. Nestled inside was a small, folded piece of paper. I assumed it was a receipt or a product guide, but when I unfolded it, I found a single line scrawled in neat, precise handwriting. "Hope this one doesn't crack." A chill prickled the back of my neck. The words seemed harmless, almost playful, but there was something in their simplicity that felt deliberate. Was it a strange warehouse joke? A bit of dark humor meant to be funny, but missing the mark? I dismissed the note as an odd coincidence and mounted the mirror on the wall. It looked perfect, its polished surface making the bathroom feel cleaner and brighter. For the first few days, everything seemed perfectly normal. But then, the unease began. At first, it was just a subtle discomfort, like being watched from the corner of my eye. I would catch my reflection unexpectedly and feel an inexplicable chill, as though the mirror held something more than my image. I told myself it was lingering tension from the old mirror's sudden break. I just needed time to adjust. But as the days passed, the feeling grew stronger. Each glance at the mirror sent an uneasy ripple through my chest, an instinctive warning I couldn't explain. I found myself avoiding looking into it directly, brushing my teeth while staring at the sink, or washing my hands with my eyes fixed firmly on the faucet. One evening, determined to shake the growing sense of dread, I inspected the bathroom thoroughly. I examined the tiles grr. Here the old mirror had shattered, running my fingers along the grout lines. Everything seemed normal, though in one corner near the baseboard I spotted a faint, dark smudge. Thinking it might be a leftover shard of glass, I bent down for a closer look, but it didn't catch the light the way glass should. It seemed deeper, almost like a stain beneath the tile. I scrubbed the area thoroughly, unwilling to leave anything to chance. Even as I cleaned, the note lingered in my mind. Its casual tone now felt calculated, as though it had been left just for me, not as a joke, but as a warning. That night, my sleep was haunted by vivid, unsettling dreams. I saw shifting shadows moving behind the mirror's surface, flickering like candle flames. Cold, hollow eyes stared out at me, unblinking and relentless. I woke with a start, tangled in my blankets, my pulse pounding in my ears. Desperate for answers, I reached out to friends and family. Most of them waved off my fears, blaming stress or exhaustion. "You've had a rough week," they said. "It's just your imagination." But the feeling wouldn't leave. Unable to ignore the growing dread, I contacted a local paranormal investigator. They arrived with an array of equipment: EMF meters, thermal scanners, and other tools designed to detect the unseen. For over an hour, they swept through the bathroom, scanning the mirror and surrounding walls with calm professionalism. But when they finished, their conclusion was firm: it's just a mirror. There were no strange readings, no unusual energy spikes. Sometimes, they explained gently, our minds fill in the blanks when we're already on edge. Their words made sense, but the discomfort lingered like a bruise beneath the skin, tender and unshakable. Determined not to let fear control me, I forced myself to confront the mirror head-on. I stood before it each morning and evening, meeting my own gaze despite the tight knot of unease coiled in my chest. Slowly, the intensity of my fear began to fade. The shadows I thought I'd seen never returned, and the chill I'd felt gradually eased. The note and the memory of the shattered mirror stayed tucked away in a drawer, unspoken but never forgotten. They became quiet reminders of how the mind can twist ordinary things into sources of fear. With time, the mirror reclaimed its place as just another piece of the house, a simple, reflective surface hanging on the wall. But every now and then, in the stillness of the night, I catch myself glancing at it just a moment too long. And in those quiet moments, when the house is silent and the world feels distant, I wonder, was it all in my mind? Or did something somewhere leave its mark on the other side of the glass? Story 6. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. I was scrolling through my social media feed on a quiet Sunday morning when a post caught my eye. It was long, detailed, and horrifyingly familiar. The accusations were directed at someone I knew all too well, me. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake or a cruel prank. But as I read further, my stomach clenched. The post described events from my life with chilling precision. Places I'd visited, private conversations, even deeply personal details only someone close to me could know. The anonymity of the post only heightened my dread. It felt as if someone had ripped open my life and laid it bare for the world to dissect. Desperately, I scrolled through the comments. Some were supportive, but many were vicious and condemning. The accusations were spreading like wildfire, shared by friends, colleagues, and acquaintances. This wasn't just an attack on my reputation. It was a calculated attempt to destroy my existence. I knew I had to act fast. My first instinct was to address the allegations head-on. With trembling fingers, I composed a detailed, heartfelt response. I denied the claims, addressed each accusation clearly, and expressed my willingness to cooperate with any investigation. I posted the statement on all my social media accounts and contacted the platform administrators, hoping to have the original post taken down, but the damage was already done. Despite my efforts, the accusations continued to spread. The more I defended myself, the more trapped I felt in a never-ending cycle of suspicion. The allegations were disturbingly detailed, too specific to dismiss as random lies. I couldn't shake the fear that whoever was behind this knew me intimately. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I contacted a lawyer who urged me to gather every piece of evidence that could clear my name. Together, we compiled documents, messages, and alibis. I gave statements to the police and opened myself up to scrutiny in ways I had never imagined. At the same time, I launched my own investigation. I combed through recent interactions, looking for anyone who might have held a grudge. My mind fixated on every awkward conversation, every unresolved argument. Someone had to be behind this, and I was determined to find out who. One person stood out. A former friend with whom I'd had a falling out a few months prior. We'd parted on bad terms, but nothing that seemed serious enough to spark this level of retaliation. Still, the timeline fit, and their recent distant behavior seemed suspicious. I decided to confront them directly. The conversation was tense and uncomfortable. I laid out my suspicions, detailing how the accusations mirrored personal knowledge they might have held. They reacted with shock and hurt, vehemently denying any involvement. Their distress seemed genuine, and they even offered to help me gather more evidence. Despite their apparent sincerity, something still felt off. Was their reaction real, or an expertly crafted performance? Weeks passed as the investigation dragged on, the uncertainty eating away at me. The authorities traced the anonymous post to a series of encrypted accounts, but found no clear link to anyone specific. Each dead end only deepened my sense of helplessness. Then a breakthrough. An anonymous tip led investigators to a hidden cache of digital records, chat logs, plans, and detailed timelines of the smear campaign. The precision was terrifying. It was like reading a script written by someone who knew me inside and out. The truth hit harder than I could have imagined. The mastermind was a disgruntled former employee, someone I had once trusted. Jealousy, resentment, and a twisted thirst for revenge had driven them to orchestrate the entire campaign, recruiting others and weaving a web of lies designed to tear my life apart. The revelation shattered me. This wasn't just a random act of malice. It was personal, calculated, and deeply cruel. The police made arrests, and the perpetrators faced legal consequences. My name was officially cleared, but the damage had already been done. Rebuilding my life was slow and painful. My reputation, though restored in the eyes of the law, remained tarnished in the court of public opinion. Relationships strained by doubt took time and effort to mend. Some were never the same. The ordeal taught me hard lessons about trust, resilience, and survival. It exposed the fragile boundaries between private and public life, and the devastating power of a lie skillfully told. I learned how easily someone's entire existence could be shattered by deception, and how long it could take to rebuild. Though the scars of that dark chapter still linger, I refuse to let them define me. The shadows of betrayal and manipulation may never fully fade, but I've emerged stronger, wiser, and determined to move forward on my terms. Story 7. Months passed, and life slowly returned to normal, or at least something resembling it. The eerie chime of the doorbell became a distant memory, one I tried to push into the recesses of my mind. Friends and family brushed off my story, attributing it to faulty wiring, sleep deprivation, or stress. For a while, I almost believed them, but deep down, I never felt entirely safe. I left the doorbell installed, though I disconnected its power. Something about removing it felt wrong, like acknowledging its presence gave it power. As long as it remained silent, I could pretend that chapter of my life was over. Then, one frigid winter night, months after the last unexplained ring, I woke abruptly from a restless sleep. The house was deathly quiet. No wind, no distant traffic, not even the hum of the heater. A stillness so profound it felt unnatural. And then, it happened. Ding dong. The chime echoed through the house, piercing the silence like a blade. My heart seized. I lay frozen in bed, unable to breathe. The doorbell wasn't connected. How could it possibly ring? Ding dong. It came again, louder this time, more insistent. With trembling hands, I grabbed my phone and opened the security app. The live feed blinked to life, the front porch illuminated by the cold glow of the motion-activated light. The porch was empty. I stared at the screen, waiting, every nerve on edge. Then, just as I started to lower the phone, movement. At the far edge of the frame, something shifted, a dark, shifting shape that seemed to flicker in and out of focus, like a glitch in reality. It hovered near the front step, still, yet vibrating with unnatural energy. I bolted upright, adrenaline surging through my veins. My feet hit the cold floor, and I stumbled toward the front window, peeking through the curtain with shaking fingers. The porch was empty, but the doorbell chimed again. This time it was different, not the familiar electronic tone, but something deeper, more resonant, like a metallic echo from a far-off place. Before I could react, the lights in the house flickered and died, plunging the room into oppressive darkness. My phone's screen cast a faint ghostly glow, the live feed still playing. The shadow was gone. Suddenly a sharp knock echoed from the front door, 3 loud, deliberate bangs. I staggered back, heart hammering. My phone buzzed violently in my hand, nearly slipping from my grasp. A new notification flashed across the screen. Motion detected, inside front hall. My stomach twisted into a knot as I slowly turned toward the darkened hallway leading to the front door. The air felt thick, charged with static, as though the house itself was holding its breath. A faint creak echoed from the wooden floor just beyond the threshold, soft, deliberate footsteps. Then I heard it, the sound of breathing. Slow, steady, and impossibly close. Paralyzed with terror, I could only watch as the shadows in the hallway seemed to deepen, coalescing into a towering, distorted figure just beyond the edge of the light. Its twisted form leaned forward, almost curious. And then, ding-dong. The sound shattered the stillness one final time. The lights flickered back on, harsh and blinding. The air felt lighter, the oppressive presence suddenly gone. I gasped for breath, collapsing against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. The hallway was empty. The doorbell remained dark and disconnected, as though it had never rung at all. But before I could process what had happened, my phone buzzed once more. A notification from the security system. New recording saved. Front door camera. My fingers hovered over the notification, dread coursing through me, but I couldn't stop myself from tapping it. The video played, grainy and distorted. For a moment, the porch was empty. Then slowly, the camera glitched, chilly, and the dark figure emerged from the shadows, standing just outside the front door. It didn't knock. It didn't ring the bell. Instead, it slowly turned to face the camera. Its expressionless face twisted into something resembling a cruel, knowing smile. The feed cut to static. I moved out the next day. I left everything behind, the house, the cameras, and the doorbell. But even now, in the dead of night, in the quiet of my new apartment, I still wake up, heart pounding, ears straining against the silence, listening. Ding-dong. Story 8. It began like any other evening. I stumbled into my bedroom after a long day, comforted by the familiar rhythm of home. Tossing my keys onto the kitchen counter, I wandered to my room, ready to unwind. As my gaze swept across the clutter impelled me to explore. The rusted steel doors were sealed shut, but a smaller side entrance hung ajar, swaying slightly in the cold breeze. I hesitated, my rational mind warning against venturing inside. Yet curiosity overpowered caution. With a deep breath, I stepped into the dark unknown. The musty air was thick with dust and decay. Shafts of pale light filtered through shattered windows, casting eerie patterns across the worn concrete floor. My flashlight's beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating rusted machinery and piles of forgotten crates. The place was a desolate monument to a long-abandoned past. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The further I ventured, the more I sensed that something felt wrong. Then I noticed it. An oddly organized section of the warehouse, far too neat compared to the surrounding chaos. Old shelves lined the walls, cluttered with objects carefully arranged, almost like a personal exhibit. As I stepped closer, a chill crept down my spine. Many of the items seemed familiar, impossibly familiar. The first thing that caught my eye was a worn leather notebook. My breath hitched. It was mine, lost months ago during a trip I could barely remember. My fingers trembled as I opened it, the faded ink still unmistakably in my handwriting. Every page was exactly as I had left it, preserved with unsettling care. Nearby, an old wooden box sat on a dusty table. Inside were personal items I thought were gone forever. A silver locket with a photo of my grandmother, a watch I'd lost years ago, even a set of keys I had replaced long ago. Each object was arranged meticulously, as if curated for display. A creeping sense of dread took hold as I moved deeper into the makeshift archive. I found an old pair of glasses I had broken and discarded, a photograph of my childhood home, even faded sketches from art classes I'd taken in college. These weren't just random lost items, they were pieces of my life. Then I saw them. Stacks of journals that shouldn't exist. Their covers were weathered, but the writing inside mirrored my own, recounting events from my past with disturbing accuracy. Some entries described personal memories I had long forgotten, while others chronicled moments only I could have known, private thoughts never shared with anyone. As I flipped through the journals, another realization hit me. The entries continued past the memories I could recall. They described events that hadn't happened, or at least hadn't happened yet. Notes were scattered across the floor, written in a different, jagged handwriting. They contained chillingly detailed observations about my daily routines, likes, and fears. Phrases like, "She always looks over her shoulder when she senses she's being watched," and "She hasn't found the camera yet," leapt from the pages. I felt exposed, violated. Someone had been studying me, documenting my every move, every thought, as though I were the subject of an obsessive experiment. Near the back of the room, I found a large, dusty binder labeled with my name. A faded photograph of me was taped to its cover, my eyes staring blankly back. Inside were meticulously detailed reports about my relationships, habits, and even personal struggles I'd never spoken aloud. The final pages were filled with fragmented thoughts written in the same jagged hand as the scattered notes. The writer seemed to grapple with guilt, obsession, and an unsettling sense of purpose. She must understand. The connection is deeper than she knows. I'm almost ready to reveal myself. Before I could process the full horror of what I'd found, a faint rustling echoed from the far end of the warehouse. My flashlight's beam darted toward the source, but there was only shifting darkness. Panic surged. I had to get out. Clutching the leather notebook, I bolted toward the entrance, my pulse hammering in my ears. Every shadow seemed alive, every creak a footstep behind me. I burst into the cold daylight, gasping for breath. The abandoned warehouse loomed behind me, silent and still as if daring me, "Oh, return." Its dark interior seemed to pulse with unseen energy, a repository of stolen memories and twisted intentions. Who had been watching me? Why had they gathered the fragments of my life so meticulously? The answers were buried somewhere within that shadowy maze of objects, but I couldn't bring myself to return, not yet. Even now, long after leaving that place, I feel its presence lingering in the edges of my mind. The abandoned warehouse was no longer just a forgotten structure on the outskirts of town. It was a dark mirror reflecting pieces of my past I never intended anyone to see. And someone was still watching. Story 10. It was one of those quiet, still nights when the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sounds were the steady hum of my car's engine and the occasional rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. I was driving home after visiting friends, the clock edging past midnight, the road ahead stretching empty under the dim glow of scattered streetlights. I enjoyed late-night drives. There was something peaceful about the solitude, the stillness of the world asleep while I navigated familiar country roads. The winding lanes leading to my house were comforting in their isolation, until they weren't. It began with a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought nothing of it. Just another car sharing the road, probably headed toward one of the rural homes scattered through the countryside. But as the miles rolled by, the headlights remained fixed behind me. Neither gaining nor falling behind, they mirrored my pace with an unsettling precision. I brushed off my unease, reasoning that the driver must be headed in the same direction. Still, I couldn't ignore the knot tightening in my stomach. I pressed the accelerator slightly, hoping to create some distance. The car matched my speed. I slowed down. The car slowed too. A cold realization crept over me. Whoever was behind the wheel was following me. The steady hum of the tires against the pavement now seemed deafening. I forced myself to stay calm, glancing at the mirror again. The headlights followed like twin, unblinking eyes in the darkness. I made a sharp turn onto a less traveled side road, one filled with winding bends and steep hills, difficult terrain for anyone unfamiliar with the area. I hoped the unpredictable route would shake them off, but when I checked the mirror again, the headlights were still there. Steady, relentless. My pulse quickened. I had heard stories, urban legends of late-night stalkers, tales whispered around campfires, but I had never imagined finding myself in one. This was real. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white as I tried to think clearly. I couldn't drive home. I couldn't lead them there. Taking a deep breath, I decided to test them. I took another sharp turn onto an even narrower dirt road, a path only locals would know, barely wide enough for two cars. I varied my speed, alternating between fast bursts and sudden slow crawls. But no matter what I did, the headlights followed, never falling too far behind. They know where I'm going. The trees loomed taller, their twisted branches reaching overhead like skeletal fingers. The isolation that had once comforted me now felt suffocating, the dark pressing in from all sides. Desperation set in as I spotted a small gravel pull-off, almost invisible in the shadows. With a sharp turn, I pulled into the lot, cutting my engine and switching off the headlights. Darkness swallowed me whole. My chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths as I sat in the silence, gripping the steering wheel with trembling hands. Moments passed. Then I saw them, the other car's headlights appearing at the top of the hill. They moved slowly, scanning the road like a predator searching for prey. I sank lower in my seat, heart pounding so loudly I feared it might give me away. The car crept closer, its beams cutting through the night, sweeping the edge of the gravel lot. I held my breath. Time stretched unbearably, every second drawn out into an eternate why. Finally, the car continued down the road, its taillights vanishing into the darkness. I stayed motionless, frozen by the intensity of what had just happened. Only when the silence returned, cold and suffocating, did I dare move. I started the engine, wincing at the noise, and cautiously pulled back onto the road. My eyes darted between the rearview mirror and the empty horizon ahead. Every shadow seemed deeper now. Every flicker of light made my stomach twist with fear. When I finally reached my driveway and hit the remote for the garage door, relief washed over me as the heavy metal door closed behind me, sealing me inside. But even in the safety of my home, the anxiety lingered like a stain that couldn't be washed away. I reported the incident to the local police the next morning. They listened attentively, but offered little comfort. Without a description of the vehicle or a license plate number, there was nothing they could do. Stay alert, they advised, a cold reminder of how vulnerable I had been. Days passed, but the memory refused to fade. Every late-night drive felt like a risk, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror a potential threat. I avoided empty roads, sticking to well-lit streets and busier routes, but even then, the feeling never completely left me. Those headlights became a symbol of something darker, a reminder that even the most familiar roads can become dangerous in an instant. The car was never found. The driver was never identified. But some nights, when I'm driving alone and the road stretches empty ahead, I catch myself glancing in the mirror, half expecting to see those same unblinking headlights, following once again. Story 11. The days following my return felt like living in a haze, trapped between reality and lingering paranoia. Every glance at a reflective surface, every slight hum from an electronic device, felt sinister. The cozy refuge of my home had turned into a fortress of uncertainty. The violation I experienced at the cottage had etched itself into my mind, refusing to fade. The police investigation progressed slowly. Weeks passed with few updates beyond procedural messages about continuing inquiries and pending evidence analysis. The rental platform issued a formal apology, removed the listing, and promised to enhance security protocols. Their words rang hollow, devoid of any real comfort. Despite these efforts, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was unfinished, that the hidden camera had been just one layer of a deeper, more insidious plot. My nights were restless, plagued by vivid dreams of darkened hallways and unseen eyes staring through invisible lenses. Determined to reclaim some control, I started digging deeper on my own. I scoured online forums, reading stories of others who'd experienced similar breaches of privacy. A grim pattern emerged. Hidden surveillance in rentals wasn't as rare as I'd thought. In some cases, the culprits were never caught, leaving victims haunted by unanswered questions. One detail stuck with me: a thread on an obscure forum discussing hidden surveillance cases linked to private properties in remote areas. Several users mentioned properties rented through smaller independent platforms, ones with minimal oversight. One username stood out: Watcher1973. They claimed intimate knowledge of surveillance setups, sharing chillingly specific advice on hiding cameras where they'll never think to look. My pulse quickened. I recognized the username from somewhere, though I couldn't immediately place it. Compelled by growing suspicion, I dug into the owner of the cottage. Public records revealed the property had changed hands several times over the past decade, each sale involving different shell companies. No names I recognized until I checked an old inspection report buried in the property's legal history. The last inspection was signed by someone named R. Mitchell. The name matched the cottage owner's signature on my rental agreement. I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. The pieces were connecting, but the full picture remained agonizingly incomplete. Fueled by desperation, I contacted a private investigator named Daniel Hayes. He specialized in digital crimes and privacy violations. After hearing my story, he agreed to help, intrigued by the strange circumstances. He assured me that even deleted footage could sometimes be recovered if the original recording device was still intact. Weeks later, Daniel called me, his voice tense. "I found something," he said. "The hard drive from the recording device, it wasn't wiped clean." My breath caught. "The videos were encrypted, but I cracked part of it," he continued. "The last recording was disturbing." He hesitated, as though searching for the right words. "It's from inside the cottage, recorded after you left." My stomach twisted. What did you see?" He exhaled sharply. "The footage shows someone standing in the living room, facing the front door. Just standing there, completely still, watching the door as if waiting." "Waiting for what?" I whispered. "I don't know," he admitted. "But after a while they turn and look directly into the camera like they knew it was there all along." A wave of nausea hit me. Daniel continued. "The file ended abruptly, but before it cut off, they said something. I could barely breathe." "What did they say?" He paused. "They whispered, 'See you soon.'" The line went silent, except for my shallow breathing. In that moment, I realized something chilling. The camera might not have been meant to watch me. It had been meant to lure me back. Daniel promised to share the evidence with the authorities, urging me to stay somewhere safe. I followed his advice, packing a bag and leaving town for a while. But even in the safety of a distant city, I couldn't escape the suffocating feeling that I was still being watched. Months passed with no resolution. The investigation stalled, and Daniel stopped answering my calls. When I tried contacting him directly, his office had been cleared out, no forwarding address, no trace. And then, late one sleepless night, my phone buzzed with a new email. The sender's address was scrambled, untraceable. The subject line read, "Do you remember the cottage?" Attached was a single image, a still frame from my old security camera feed, showing me standing frozen in my living room, staring directly into the lens. My mouth went dry. I hadn't set up a security camera in my home. I realized then that the cottage had never let me go. It never would. Story 12. Moving into a new apartment was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to leave behind the chaos of my old life and embrace something quieter, something simpler. The building was charming in a way only old places can be. Sturdy brick walls, tall windows that let in the morning light, and warm wooden floors that creaked just enough to feel lived in without being unsettling. My unit was on the second floor, tucked into a quiet corner of the building. The apartment next door was vacant when I moved in, adding to the sense of peaceful isolation I'd been craving. For the first few weeks, life was perfect. The stillness felt comforting. My days were filled with quiet productivity, and my evenings passed with books and cups of tea under soft lamplight. Then the noises began. At first, they were so faint that I could almost pretend I hadn't heard them. Footsteps, soft but deliberate, echoing faintly from the apartment next door. Occasionally there were murmurs, distant and indistinct, like someone speaking just out of earshot. I brushed it off as the building's settling or sound traveling strangely through the old walls. These things happen in old apartments, I told myself. Creaking pipes, shifting floorboards, nothing unusual. As the days stretched into weeks, the noises grew sharper, more defined. Late at night, as I lay in bed, I could hear the soft cadence of whispered voices drifting through the wall. Sometimes the footsteps would pace back and forth, slow and measured, as though someone were waiting. The worst came at midnight. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The pack-ing turned into something more deliberate, furniture scraping across the floor, as though heavy objects were being moved. There was an edge of urgency to the sounds, as though some unseen task had to be completed before dawn. I told myself it was my imagination, or maybe an overactive mind fueled by sleepless nights. But that reasoning crumbled each time the noises returned, louder and more persistent than before. One night, desperate for answers, I pressed my ear to the cold plaster wall separating my apartment from the vacant unit. I held my breath, straining to make sense of the muffled sounds. A whisper, close, too close, slithered through the wall. I pulled back, heart pounding, my skin prickling with goosebumps. The next morning I approached my landlord, a grizzled man with tired eyes and a permanent furrow in his brow. "The apartment next door," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is anyone living there?" He frowned, shaking his head. "That unit's been empty for months. No one's been in or out." His words only deepened my unease. I described the noises, the whispers, the footsteps, but he waved it off with practiced indifference. "Old buildings make strange sounds," he said. "Probably just pipes or something shifting with the weather." He promised to check it out, though his tone suggested he had no real intention of doing so. That night, the noises came back, more persistent, more desperate. I decided I needed proof, something I could show the landlord to make him take me seriously. I set up a voice recorder in my bedroom and let it run overnight, hoping to capture whatever was making the sounds. The next morning, I played back the recording. At first, there was only the usual white noise, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the soft rustling of the wind outside. But then footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth, whispers, indistinct at first, then rising, urgent, almost pleading. Though the words were impossible to make out, the tone was unmistakable, fear. Finally, the unmistakable scrape of heavy furniture being dragged across the floor echoed through the recording, sharp and jarring. My hands shook as I stopped the playback. Armed with the recording, I went back to the landlord, demanding he inspect the apartment immediately. His expression shifted from annoyance to unease as he listened to the eerie sounds captured on the device. Reluctantly, he agreed to send a maintenance worker to check the unit. I waited anxiously in the hallway as the worker unlocked the door and disappeared inside, flashlight in hand. An hour later, he returned, his face pale and drawn. "There's nothing in there," he said quietly. "The apartment's empty." I stared at him, refusing to believe what he was saying. "But the sounds, you must have heard something." He shook his head. "It's just empty." I wanted to argue, but the look in his eyes silenced me. He wasn't lying, but something about the way he avoided meeting my gaze told me he'd felt something. The noises didn't stop. Night after night, they persisted. The pacing, the whispers, the dragging furniture, it all continued, relentless and unyielding. Unable to endure the growing sense of dread, I started staying at friends' places whenever I could. But even during the day, even far away from the building, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Desperate for answers, I began researching the building's history. I discovered that decades ago, a fire had consumed part of the complex, including the wing where my apartment was located. Several tenants had perished, trapped in the flames. The descriptions of the affected units included the one next door. The realization hit like ice in my veins. The apartment next door had been empty for far longer than I thought. I left the building soon after, breaking my lease despite the cost. I packed my things in a daze, feeling as though I were fleeing something far worse than just strange noises. As I closed the door to my old apartment for the last time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't leaving. I was escaping. My new apartment was quiet, blissfully, impossibly quiet. No pacing footsteps, no whispers in the dark, just silence. But even now, in the stillness of my new home, sometimes in the deepest hours of the night, I wake up, ears straining against the dark. And for the briefest moment, I think I hear it. The faint creak of footsteps and a soft, desperate whisper. Story 13. It was an ordinary Saturday when I stumbled upon the abandoned clinic deep in the forest. I had ventured farther than usual, following a narrow, overgrown path I'd never noticed before. The woods were my escape, a place where the world faded into whispers of leaves and distant birdsong. But that day, the trees seemed to press closer, their shadows stretching like dark fingers. And then there it was, a crumbling, two-story building cloaked in peeling white paint and creeping ivy. Its shattered windows gaped like hollow eyes, staring into the dark forest. A faded sign above the entrance read Redwood Health Center, though the letters were cracked and barely legible. I should have turned back, but curiosity pushed me forward. The rusted front door groaned as I pushed it open, releasing a breath of stale, cold air. My flashlight pierced the murky interior, illuminating a reception area frozen in time. Dust-covered chairs sat in rigid rows, and faded medical posters peeled from the walls. The place reeked of mildew, rust, and something faintly metallic, like old blood. I took a cautious step inside. Papers littered the floor, scattered like fallen leaves. My light skimmed across abandoned filing cabinets, overturned chairs, and forgotten medical equipment. Everything about the place felt wrong, like it had been abandoned in a hurry, leaving memories trapped within its decaying walls. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye, a file folder lying near the old reception desk. It was stained and curled at the edges, but unmistakably intact. As I knelt to pick it up, my heart froze. My name was printed neatly across the top. My hands shook as I opened the folder. Inside were yellowed pages filled with medical records, procedures, psychological assessments, and detailed health histories. Some of the information was accurate, old injuries, allergies, but other details were impossible. There were surgeries I'd never had, appointments I didn't remember, and strange notes referencing behavioral monitoring and response conditioning. I flipped through the pages, breath hitching when I found a more recent entry. Subject exhibits increased awareness. Observation protocol must be intensified. The air seemed to thicken, pressing against my chest. This couldn't be real. It had to be a sick joke or a mistake. Determined to understand, I pushed deeper into the clinic. Hallways stretched into darkness, their walls lined with faded patient charts and rusted medical tools. My flashlight flickered, casting trembling shadows that danced along the cracked linoleum. I found more files, hundreds of them, piled haphazardly in rotting cabinets. Each one bore familiar names, friends, former classmates, even coworkers I hadn't spoken to in years. Every folder contained eerily detailed records, surgeries, personal habits, even private conversations. I wasn't just being watched, I'd been studied. The realization hit like ice in my veins. Whoever kept these records hadn't stopped when the clinic closed. They were still tracking people, still tracking me. Then I heard it, a faint scraping noise from deeper within the building. Slow, deliberate, like metal dragging against stone. I held my breath, ears straining against the suffocating silence. The sound grew louder, closer. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run, I followed the noise, my flashlight trembling in my hand. It led me down a narrow, decaying stairwell into the clinic's basement. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth thick and suffocating. At the bottom of the stairs, I found a heavy metal door, slightly ajar. The scraping stopped. With shaking fingers, I pushed the door open. The room beyond was a grotesque mockery of a laboratory. Rusted medical instruments lay scattered on stained tables. Faded anatomical charts covered the walls, their surfaces warped by time and moisture. And then I saw the photographs, hundreds of them, pinned across every wall, candid, grainy images taken from the shadows. Faces stared back, their expressions frozen in unknowing vulnerability. Strangers, and then familiar faces, old friends, family, me. Photos of me walking through the woods, sitting at my desk, sleeping in my bed. My chest tightened as my gaze fell on a single, large file lying open on the central table. My full name was scrawled across the cover in thick, dark ink. The latest entry was dated that very day. Subject has returned to the source. Proceed with next phase. A cold rush of terror surged through me. I wasn't just being observed, I was expected. Suddenly, the basement light flickered and went out. The scraping noise returned, louder and more insistent, echoing from the darkness. I ran. Stumbling through the maze of decaying corridors, I could hear it following, slow, steady, relentless. The walls seemed to shift, narrowing and twisting, trapping me within the clinic's rotting embrace. I burst through the front door and into the forest, gasping for air. The trees loomed overhead like silent sentinels, their branches clawing at the sky. I didn't stop running until I reached the safety of my home, slamming the door behind me and locking every bolt. But safety was an illusion. Days passed, but the feeling of being watched never faded. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind outside felt like the clinic reaching out, its cold, clinical gaze still fixed on me. One night I awoke to find an envelope slipped under my front door. Inside was a single photograph, me, standing in the woods, taken from behind. Scrawled beneath it were 4 words, "You were never alone." Story 14. It began with a note. I remember the day vividly. A crisp autumn afternoon, golden leaves tumbling along the sidewalk as I returned home from work. Exhausted but looking forward to a quiet evening, I noticed a small envelope slipped under my door. There was no return address, just my name, scrawled in elegant handwriting. Curious and somewhat flattered by the unexpected mail, I picked it up and stepped inside. The letter was from a reader of my blog. It was warm and thoughtful, praising my recent post on the complexities of modern relationships. Their words were eloquent, almost poetic, but there was something about the tone, a subtle edge, that left me uneasy. I brushed it off, attributing my feelings to an overactive imagination, and went about my evening. After all, I had a modest following, and it wasn't uncommon for readers to reach out. A week later, another note arrived. This one was more personal. The writer mentioned details of my daily routine, how they had noticed I liked to walk to the coffee shop on Wednesdays, that I always ordered a cappuccino, and that my favorite spot was by the window. "I hope we bump into each other someday," the letter concluded. I felt a flicker of unease. How did they know these details? I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps they had seen me at the cafe, recognized me from my blog, and decided to write. But the idea of being watched unsettled me. Over the next few weeks, the letters came more frequently. With each note, the writer's observations grew more detailed and invasive. They described my apartment's layout with unnerving precision, mentioning the photos on my walls, the books on my shelves, and even the struggling plant by my window. At first, I wondered if it could be a prank, but the accuracy of their descriptions, details only someone inside my home could know, sent chills down my spine. The tipping point came when the letters referenced my friends and family. One note mentioned a recent conversation I'd had with my best friend Maria about her upcoming move. Another recounted a phone call with my mom where we discussed plans for my birthday. How could this person know such intimate details? My anxiety grew with each letter. Finna, lie, I confided in Julia, a close friend who worked in law enforcement. She was concerned and advised me to keep all the letters, documenting everything carefully. We'll track any patterns, she said. The next letter I received was chilling. You should be careful where you go and who you talk to, it warned. Julia urged me to take precautions. I stopped walking to my usual coffee shop, varied my routes home, and stopped sharing personal details on social media. But no matter what I did, the letters kept coming. Then came the map. It arrived in an unmarked envelope like the others. Unfolding it, I saw my apartment marked, along with other locations I frequented, my grocery store, my gym. At the bottom of the map, scrawled in red ink, was the message, "I'm closer than you think." My hands trembled as I stared at the page. I called Julia immediately, and she urged me to file a police report. The police took the matter seriously, increasing patrols in my area and advising me to remain vigilant. But without concrete evidence, there was little more they could do. The letters became less frequent after that, but their content grew darker. They included cryptic messages, taunts that suggested the writer knew my deepest fears. I felt suffocated, trapped in my own life. One evening, as I sat in my living room, I noticed a shadow lingering outside my window. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The figure disappeared before the police arrived. They searched the area but found no trace of anyone suspicious. The next day I received the final letter. It was a photograph of me, taken from a distance. I was sitting at my desk, working on my blog. Beneath the photo was a single haunting line, "I'm always watching. Don't forget that." That letter was the breaking point. Unable to handle the constant fear and invasion of privacy, I packed my belongings and moved to a new neighborhood. The process was exhausting, but I felt a measure of relief as I settled into my new apartment. The letters stopped after the move. The silence was comforting, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The experience had left me on edge, a shadow of paranoia that followed me even in moments of peace. Though I eventually resumed my blog, I approached it with caution. The ordeal had changed me, made me more guarded, more aware of the fine line between public engagement and personal safety. The letters were a haunting chapter in my life, a reminder of how easily our vulnerabilities can be exploited by those who choose to remain unseen. But they also taught me the importance of protecting my privacy and the strength found in reaching out for help when the shadows feel too close. Story 15. Even now, months later, I still catch myself glancing over my shoulder, haunted by the suffocating memory of Alex's calculated stare. Moving to a new city and changing my number felt like tearing away from a life contaminated by his obsession, but the unease never fully disappeared. Safety had become an illusion, a concept shattered by the discovery of that locked drawer. I threw myself into rebuilding, new apartment, new job, new routines, but trust was harder to reclaim. Faces in crowded streets seemed sharper, eyes lingering too long, movements measured just enough to stir suspicion. Late at night, when silence settled over my new home, I often imagined hearing the faint creak of footsteps outside my door, or the quiet click of a camera shutter just beyond the edge of darkness. The police had taken my statement after Alex disappeared, but without evidence of direct harm, there was little they could do. The photographs, journals, and logs were gone, vanished like he'd never been there at all. Even his name turned up nothing after I pushed for deeper investigation. It was as if Alex had erased himself from existence, leaving only the memory of his relentless fixation etched into my mind. Weeks passed, and the fear dulled into a constant quiet vigilance, until the night the letters started. The first one arrived in a plain white envelope, tucked carefully under my front door. There was no return address, no signature, just a single sheet of paper with a message scrawled in familiar, uneven handwriting. "You moved, but you can't hide. I see you." My knees buckled as I read the words. It couldn't be him. He was supposed to be gone, erased, forgotten. But the jagged letters were unmistakable, his handwriting etched into my memory as clearly as his hollow, obsessive stare. I called the police again, but they could do little beyond filing another report. No direct threat, they said. Could be a prank or someone from your past. But I knew better. The twisted intimacy of the message was something only Alex could craft. More letters followed, sporadic, unpredictable, each one more invasive, more personal than the last. "I liked the blue dress you wore last Friday. It suits you. You shouldn't leave your windows open at night. It's dangerous. Did you miss me? I never left." I installed security cameras and reinforced every lock, but the footage captured nothing. Only still, empty nights broken by my sleepless pacing. The letters arrived like clockwork, each one designed to remind me that distance and locks meant nothing to him. Desperation consumed me. I stopped going out after dark, quit my job, and kept my phone constantly by my side. But paranoia has a way of twisting reality. Every darkened alley, every unknown number flashing on my phone, every creak of settling floorboards felt like a threat. One night, I awoke to the unmistakable sound of paper sliding under my front door. Heart pounding, I grabbed the nearest heavy object, a steel flashlight, and crept toward the door. My hands shook as I snatched the envelope from the floor. This time, there was no message inside, only a single photograph. It was me, standing in my living room, staring out the window, unaware. The angle was unmistakably taken from inside my apartment. Terror paralyzed me as I realized he had been inside. He had never stopped watching. Before I could react, a soft knock echoed through the apartment, slow, deliberate. I held my breath, every nerve screaming to run, but my feet refused to move. The knock came again, harder this time, sending a cold wave of dread crashing over me. Gathering every ounce of courage, I lunged for my phone and dialed 911, my voice barely steady as I described the situation. The operator assured me help was on the way. The knocking stopped. Heavy silence hung in the air as I backed into the corner of the room, flashlight raised, adrenaline pounding in my veins. Minutes stretched into an eternity until red and blue lights finally pierced the darkness outside. The police swept the apartment and found no sign of forced entry. No footprints. No fingerprints. Nothing to suggest anyone had been there at all. But I knew better. He had been there. The officers promised to increase patrols, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. No tangible proof. No visible threat. Only the lingering scent of old cologne in the air, a scent I hadn't worn in months but recognized instantly. His cologne. I never went back to that apartment. I packed what little I could carry and disappeared again, erasing every trace of my identity. But even in the safety of a new life, in a new city, I know the truth. You can move, you can hide, but obsession doesn't vanish. It waits patient and relentless. And one day, when the world feels quiet and safe again, the knock will come. Story 16. The memories still cling to me like a second skin, etched in sharp, jagged fragments that refuse to fade. Every breath of cold wind, every flicker of shadows on quiet streets pulls me back to that night, to Max, to the choices neither of us could escape. I've replayed it in my mind 1,000 times, dissecting every second, every word, every action. Could I have saved him? Could I have done anything differently? The answer is always the same. No. He was already marked, trapped in a deadly game he could never leave. His fate was sealed long before I ever found that first cryptic note. Months have passed since I fled, disappearing into a city where anonymity is both a shield and a curse. I keep my head down, avoid attachments, and move apartments every few weeks, just in case. Paranoia has become my constant companion, whispering in the back of my mind, urging me to check locks twice, to avoid familiar routes, to never let my guard down. But even with all my precautions, I know they haven't forgotten me. It started again 2 weeks ago. A package arrived at my door, unmarked, wrapped in plain brown paper. I stared at it for what felt like hours, my stomach twisted with dread. After the longest breath of my life, I cut the twine with trembling hands and peeled back the wrapping. Inside was Max's old watch. The same battered, military-style wristwatch he always wore, its cracked face forever frozen at 2:17 a.m., the exact moment he told me to run. Blood still stained the frayed leather strap. Alongside the watch was a note, written in the same harsh, uneven scrawl from before. Debts don't disappear. I staggered back, heart pounding, cold sweat dripping down my spine. How did they find me? I'd been so careful, erasing every trace of my old life. Yet here it was, a ghost from the past, dragging me back into a nightmare I'd barely escaped. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and frantic planning. I considered running again, changing my name, leaving the country, but something held me back. Maybe it was exhaustion, or maybe it was something darker, a twisted need for answers. That need grew unbearable after the second package arrived. It was a photograph, grainy, black and white, taken from a distance. It showed me walking home from work, my face half obscured by a scarf. Scrawled across the back were 3 chilling words: "We see you." I smashed my phone, ditched my apartment, and went underground. But no matter where I went, they were always a step ahead. Anonymous texts flashed across burner phones I hadn't even used yet. Random strangers lingered too long in crowded subway stations. My reflection felt like a lie, as though I no longer recognized the person I'd become. One night I awoke to a sharp clink against my window. Heart pounding, I crept toward the sound, half expecting to see another threatening note taped to the glass. But the street below was empty, dark and still. Then I saw it, glinting faintly on the windowsill, a single bullet. Desperation drove me back to the only place left to turn, Max's world. I dug into old contacts, people he'd mentioned in passing but warned me never to trust. Criminals, informants, mercenaries, the kind of people who traded lives like currency. One name came up repeatedly: Kieran Drake. Max had only mentioned him once, calling him the broker of last chances. A power player who operated in the shadows, always pulling strings from behind the scenes. If anyone knew what was happening or why, I figured it had to be him. Finding Kieran was its own deadly game, but eventually I tracked him to a high-end private club hidden beneath a derelict warehouse. The place reeked of danger, its dimly lit rooms crawling with dangerous men and whispered deals. He found me first. "You've been busy," Kieran said, stepping out of the shadows with the smooth confidence of someone who'd already won. He was tall, sharp-eyed, and impeccably dressed, danger wrapped in silk. "Max always said you were stubborn." I fought the urge to back away. "I need answers." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "You're still breathing. Consider that an answer." "Why am I being hunted?" I demanded, voice shaking despite my resolve. "Why did they kill Max?" Kieran's expression darkened. Max made a choice. He tried to play both sides, to end something that was never meant to be stopped. His debts didn't die with him. I clenched my fists. "Then let me pay them." His smile returned, colder than before. "Careful what you offer." Before I could respond, the room erupted into chaos. Gunshots shattered the oppressive stillness, sending patrons scattering like rats from a sinking ship. Kieran didn't flinch. He only tilted his head, almost amused. "There, cat! Air!" he whispered. We barely escaped through a hidden passageway beneath the club, gunfire echoing behind us. Kieran led me through the labyrinthine streets, his calm demeanor never faltering, even as shadows closed in around us. "They won't stop," he said grimly as we reached a safe house deep in the city's forgotten underbelly. "You've been marked since the night Max died." "What do they want?" I hissed, breathless. Kieran's gaze hardened. "It was never about what they want. It's about what Max took. Something powerful enough to rewrite destinies. and dangerous enough to destroy anyone who gets in its way. Before I could process his words, my phone buzzed, an anonymous message flashing across the cracked screen of my latest burner. "You were always part of the deal." I stared at the message, realization dawning like a knife sliding between my ribs. Max hadn't just been running from them. He'd been running because of me. Story 17. The weeks after our escape from the abandoned facility were a blur of constant movement and sleepless nights. Dr. Hayes and I lived off-grid, sustained only by the stolen data drives and a shared determination to unravel the horrors we had uncovered. The encrypted files held a labyrinth of genetic code, research logs, and surveillance data, terrifying proof that Hargrave's work hadn't ended with his arrest. I couldn't ignore the changes anymore. My senses sharpened to a razor's edge, picking up distant sounds and faint scents carried on the wind. My strength, already beyond human limits, now surged unpredictably. Sometimes memories surfaced, memories that weren't mine but felt as real as my own. Dr. Hayes theorized that my DNA had become a living system, adapting and evolving in response to external threats. "You're not just a test subject," she said gravely one night, her face lit only by the cold glow of her laptop. "You're their blueprint." The encrypted files contained project logs labeled Continuum Protocol Ascension Phase, Hargrave's ultimate vision. His goal hadn't been immortality or power, it had been the creation of something entirely new. The logs detailed a chilling directive: subject retrieval, initiate activation event. Activation event. Whatever they'd done to me, it wasn't finished. Hargrave's successors weren't trying to hunt me down, they were trying to trigger something buried deep within my altered DNA. One night, a breakthrough came. Dr. Hayes cracked part of the encryption, unlocking a live surveillance feed buried in the files. What we saw sent a jolt of terror through both of us. The feed showed a sterile, high-tech lab bustling with activity. Scientists moved with cold efficiency, monitoring rows of containment pods, each holding someone or something. The display listed Viable Subjects Phase 2, along with an ominous countdown. Before we could process the horrifying implications, the live feed froze. The screen flickered, replaced by a single, stark message: "We see you." We barely had time to grab our gear before the sound of approaching helicopters shattered the stillness of the night. Floodlights carved through the forest like searchlights from another world. Agents clad in tactical gear spread out, weapons drawn, advancing with ruthless precision. Dr. Hayes shoved a portable drive into my hand. "Run," she hissed. "You can survive this. You have to." I shook my head, refusing to leave her behind. But before I could argue, the trees around us exploded into a storm of gunfire. Instinct kicked in. I moved faster than thought, weaving through the chaos with inhuman agility. My mind fractured into hyper-focused clarity, every heartbeat and footstep registering with crystal precision. The air burned with the scent of gunpowder and fear. But it wasn't enough. The agents overwhelmed us. I fought with everything I had, every enhanced instinct and strength surge, but they were prepared. Their weapons weren't meant to kill, they were meant to capture. I caught a glimpse of Dr. Hayes being dragged into the darkness before something sharp pierced my neck. A dart loaded with a paralyzing agent strong enough to bring me to my knees. The world dissolved into spinning lights and muffled voices. I woke in a cold, sterile room, strapped to a steel table, harsh white lights glaring overhead. My wrists and ankles burned where reinforced restraints held me in place. Around me, monitors displayed streams of biometric data. My heart rate, neural activity, and genetic readings spiked beyond anything human. The door slid open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. My blood turned to ice. It was Hargrave, older, thinner, but very much alive. His eyes gleamed with clinical fascination as he approached, his voice soft and almost admiring. "You exceeded every expectation," he murmured. "They told me you were lost, but I knew better." He traced the edge of the cold metal table. You're my greatest creation and my greatest failure. Rage surged through me, but the restraints held firm. You see, he continued, you were never meant to escape. You were meant to lead. His expression darkened. But now, we'll finish what we started. I didn't wait to hear the rest. With every ounce of strength left, I focused on the evolving power within me, the part of me they'd designed to adapt. I felt the reinforced metal restraint strain, groaning under pressure. Hargrave's eyes widened just as the steel snapped, sending shattered restraints clattering to the floor. Before he could react, I was on him. Years of suppressed rage and desperation exploded in a single devastating strike. He crumpled, gasping for air, stunned by my sudden resistance. But I knew better than to think it was over. Alarms blared through the facility, and I heard the pounding of boots echoing down the hall. I snatched the portable drive from Hargrave's coat pocket, his personal archive, the key to everything, and fled. The labyrinthine corridors twisted and turned, but my senses guided me with unerring precision. I felt the pull of fresh air, the unmistakable scent of freedom cutting through the sterile staleness of the lab. Just as I reached the exit, a deafening explosion rocked the facility, sending me sprawling to the ground. Flames erupted from deeper within. Someone was destroying the evidence. I barely managed to escape through a side entrance, breathless and bleeding, but alive. The cold night air stung my lungs, but it was a welcome relief. I disappeared into the forest, the stolen drive clutched tightly in my hand. The facility burned behind me, its secrets reduced to ash, or so they thought. I wasn't done running, but this time, I wasn't running away. I was coming for them. Story 18. It was one of those quiet evenings when the world seemed to slow down. The sky was painted with soft orange and purple hues as the sun set behind the trees. After a long day at work, I was eager to return home, where Whiskers, my affectionate gray cat, would be waiting. Her cheerful greetings had become a comforting ritual, the way she meowed insistently for attention and wove between my legs as I stepped inside. But that evening, something was different. As I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, I was met with an unsettling silence. Normally, Whiskers would rush to meet me, her purrs filling the air. Instead, the house felt still. Too still. "Whiskers," I called, my voice echoing faintly through the empty rooms. No soft paw steps, no familiar meow. Anxiety prickled at the edges of my mind. I began searching, checking her favorite spots, her cozy bed by the window, the blanket-covered armchair she loved, even the dark corners where she sometimes hid during thunderstorms. But each place was empty. Desperation set in as I combed through every room. I opened closets, checked under the bed, and even looked behind the furniture, though I knew she couldn't be there. My heart pounded harder with each passing minute. Stepping outside, I rattled her treat bag, the familiar sound that always sent her sprinting toward me. The yard stretched quiet and empty. The wind whispered softly through the trees, offering no answers. By the time night fell, I was frantic. I printed missing cat flyers, choosing a picture where her green eyes shone brightly against her soft gray fur. With trembling hands, I taped them to lampposts, fences, and community boards, silently pleading for someone to see her, to find her. The following days blurred into a fog of worry and helplessness. Neighbors offered sympathetic smiles and vague promises to keep an eye out. A few called with potential sightings, but each search led to nothing. Every time my phone rang, hope surged in my chest, only to be crushed by another false lead. A week passed, stretching into an agonizing eternity. The house felt hollow without her. Every quiet corner a reminder of her absence. I could hardly look at her untouched food bowl or the empty spot on the couch where she used to curl up beside me. Then one evening, just as the first stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, I heard it. A faint, familiar meow coming from the front porch. My heart leaped as I rushed to the door, barely able to breathe. I threw it open, and there she was, Whiskers, sitting on the porch step, her gray fur matted and dirty, her small frame trembling. Relief surged through me, and I dropped to my knees, ready to gather her into my arms, but I stopped cold. Whiskers wasn't the same. Her once bright eyes were dull and clouded with fear. Her sleek coat was filthy and ragged, her delicate paws scraped and raw. When I whispered her name, she flinched, shrinking back as though expecting to be struck. With infinite care, I reached out, letting her sniff my hand before gently lifting her into my arms. She trembled against me, her frail body a stark contrast to the lively cat I remembered. Inside, I laid her on a soft blanket near the heater, offering water and her favorite treats. She barely touched them, too exhausted and scared to eat. As I examined her more closely, I noticed small cuts on her paws and thin scratches along her sides, signs of a harsh journey, or something worse. Then, as I removed her collar to clean it, something fell from the inner lining, a small, folded piece of paper. My breath caught as I carefully unfolded it, my hands shaking. In sharp, precise handwriting, the note read, "She was ours for a while." The words pierced through me like ice. Someone had taken her, kept her, and, for reasons I couldn't fathom, decided to return her in this broken state. The implications swirled like a dark storm in my mind. Who had taken her? Why? What had they done? The questions clawed at me, relentless and terrifying. The next morning I went straight to the police. They examined the note and listened carefully, but with no witnesses, no camera footage, and no leads, their investigation quickly stalled. "Keep an eye out," they advised, but the words felt hollow. At the vet, I learned the full extent of Whisker's injuries: bruises, deep cuts, and painfully raw paw pads. The vet couldn't determine exactly what had happened, but reassured me that, with care, she would heal. "She's resilient," they said gently, "but emotionally, she might need time." The following weeks were a slow, fragile recovery. Whiskers flinched at sudden movements and avoided dark corners, but gradually her spark returned. One day she cautiously climbed onto the windowsill, basking in the warm sunlight as she had before. Another day she swatted playfully at her favorite toy, tentative but determined. Though her physical wounds healed, the note haunted me. Its meaning, its source, its cold finality, all of it lingered in the back of my mind. I asked around the neighborhood, but no one had seen anything. The trail went cold. Determined to keep her safe, I installed new locks, security cameras, and motion-activated lights. Even with every precaution, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as though unseen eyes still lingered. But Whiskers, ever resilient, seemed content to leave the past behind. Her purrs returned, soft at first, then louder, steady and reassuring. She curled up beside me at night, her small, warm body pressed close, grounding both of us in the present. Though the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved, her return became a symbol of survival and hope. Whatever darkness had taken her, she had fought her way back. She was safe, she was home, and that was enough. Some mysteries are never fully solved, but sometimes just having the ones you love close again is the only answer that matters. Story 19. The eerie sensation of mistrust toward my own memories has never entirely left me. Even after years of therapy and countless attempts to reclaim my sense of reality, I still struggle with an unsettling question. How much of my life is truly mine? I tried to rebuild after the nightmare ended, or rather after I was released from it. The authorities closed their investigation with a familiar bureaucratic excuse: lack of evidence. The shadowy organization that toyed with my mind seemed to dissolve into the ether, leaving behind only fractured lives and whispered rumors. Determined not to let them win, I rebuilt my life carefully, surrounding myself with trusted friends, keeping detailed journals, and recording every significant moment. I thought I'd regained control, until the day the memories started shifting again. It began subtly, just like before, a familiar scent triggering a memory of a place I'd never been. A conversation with a coworker about a meeting I was certain never happened. At first, I dismissed it as stress or lingering trauma, but the shifts became more precise, more calculated. One evening, while sorting through my carefully maintained journal, I noticed something wrong. An entry from 3 weeks prior was written in my handwriting, but I had no recollection of writing it. It described a quiet dinner with an old friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in years. There were details about the restaurant, the conversation, even the meal we'd shared, things I couldn't have invented on my own. Panicked, I called the friend. He answered after a long pause, his voice tinged with confusion. "We haven't seen each other in ages," he said. "Why are you asking about dinner?" I hung up, cold sweat prickling my skin. Someone or something was rewriting my life again. Determined to fight back, I dove into research, revisiting every scrap of evidence I'd kept from the original investigation. Most of it was useless now. Digital files corrupted or mysteriously deleted, names that led to dead ends. But one name resurfaced, etched into the deepest corners of my memory. Dr. Evelyn Hartwell, a former cognitive scientist rumored to be one of the project's masterminds. Digging deeper, I found whispers of her resurfacing in private research circles under a different alias. After weeks of relentless searching, I tracked her down, hidden in a secluded coastal town, living under a new identity. It took every ounce of persuasion and desperation I had, but eventually she agreed to meet. I expected a villain, someone cold and calculating. Instead, I found a shattered woman consumed by guilt. Her once imposing presence had withered into something frail and haunted. She knew why I'd come. "You were never supposed to remember," she whispered, her voice trembling. "They were supposed to stop after the first trial." "What did you do to me?" I demanded, barely holding back years of rage and fear. She closed her eyes as if bracing for something inevitable. "You were special, resistant. They couldn't control you the way they did with the others. You adapted. They feared what you might become." The room spun as her words sunk in. "Why are my memories changing again? Why now?" Dr. Hartwell's eyes darkened. "They aren't changing. They're resetting. The process was never fully deactivated. It was meant to continue until your mind fully fractured." The ground seemed to shift beneath me. All this time I thought I'd escaped. I thought the experiment had ended, but it was still happening, quietly, methodically. I pressed her for answers, how to stop it, how to reclaim what was left of my life, but her guilt had already consumed her. "I thought I could fix it, but it's too late," she whispered. "They've already started again." Before I could demand more, the power in the small room flickered. A low hum echoed through the walls, familiar and sinister. "They found me," she breathed, eyes wide with terror. I barely had time to react before the windows shattered and the room plunged into darkness. I don't remember much about what happened next. Flashes of chaos, shadowy figures, the cold grip of hands pulling me into the night. When I woke up, I was alone, disoriented, abandoned in an unfamiliar city, with no sign of Dr. Hartwell or the answers I so desperately needed. But something was different this time. My memories felt sharper, clearer. The shifting recollections that had plagued me for so long seemed to stabilize. For the first time I could feel them, separate from me, like tangled threads in a web I hadn't realized I was trapped in. That's when I understood. The experiment wasn't just about erasing memories, it was about reshaping reality itself, manipulating the very fabric of what I perceived as truth. But by resisting, by surviving, I'd become something they couldn't control. They'd made a fatal mistake. They taught me how to see the threads. And now I'm pulling them apart, one by one. I don't know how long I have before they come for me again. But this time, I'm ready. Story 20. The discovery came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. I had been sorting through old family documents and personal files, trying to get my life back in order after weeks of strange, unsettling events. The house was eerily silent, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if the house itself shared my unease. While sifting through a stack of old papers, I stumbled upon an envelope marked with a law firm's logo I didn't recognize. Its edges were worn, but the weight of its contents felt significant. Curiosity overtook caution, and I carefully opened it. Inside was a formal letter outlining a series of legal disputes linked to transactions made in my name. Business deals, property purchases, even a lease for a luxury apartment. I froze. None of these were mine. The letter detailed substantial financial activity I'd never authorized. Accounts I didn't own. Properties I'd never seen. Whoever had orchestrated this knew my personal information well enough to build an entire life parallel to my own. My breath quickened as I read on, noting addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers associated with this fraud. Frantic, I called the law firm, hoping to clarify some misunderstanding. Their receptionist's polite but firm tone made it clear that they couldn't offer any help beyond recommending I contact the police or hire a fraud investigator. With no other option, I grabbed the letter and rushed to the local police station. The officer on duty listened attentively but seemed skeptical at first. After filing a detailed report, he promised to escalate the matter to a fraud specialist. It was some reassurance, but as I left the station, I couldn't shake the chilling feeling that whoever was doing this might be closer than I realized. Determined to regain control, I hired a private investigator named Linda, known for her relentless pursuit of complex cases. She arrived at my home the next morning, her sharp eyes scanning the letter and personal documents with practiced precision. "We'll get to the bottom of this," she assured me. While Linda worked her contacts, I took steps to protect myself. I called my bank, reported the identity theft, and froze my credit. The process was frustrating and slow, each call a reminder of how deeply my life had been compromised. Days passed. Linda tracked several of the listed addresses, but most turned out to be dead ends, vacant properties or offices long closed. Then she found something promising, a luxury apartment in an upscale part of the city I'd never visited. We drove there together, tension thick in the air. The building was sleek and modern, with a polished lobby and a guarded front desk. The doorman seemed wary but agreed to help after Linda showed her credentials. He confirmed that me unmatching the imposter's description, had lived there but had moved out a few weeks earlier. However, he reluctantly provided a forwarding address from the building's records. Our search led us to a well-maintained townhouse in an affluent neighborhood. As we approached the front door, my mind raced with possibilities. Who was this person? Why had they chosen my identity? Linda knocked firmly. After a long pause, a young woman in her early 30s answered. Her puzzled expression quickly shifted to apprehension as Linda explained the situation and showed her credentials. "I don't know what you're talking about," the woman stammered, her voice trembling. "I've been living here for months, but I never used anyone else's identity." Linda pressed harder, her tone sharp but professional. Slowly, the truth unraveled. The woman was another victim. She'd unknowingly rented the townhouse through a fake real estate agent, one connected to my identity theft case. With her cooperation, we pieced together more of the imposter's web of deception. They had stolen multiple identities, funding a life of luxury while leaving a trail of fraud and ruined lives. The scam went deeper than I ever could have imagined, a network of deceit stretching far beyond my personal nightmare. Eventually, law enforcement tracked down the imposter through the false accounts and forged documents. They were arrested, and the full extent of their crimes was laid bare. The authorities shut down their fraudulent operations, and my stolen identity was deactivated. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. The ordeal had left lasting scars. My sense of safety, trust, and even personal identity had been deeply violated. Rebuilding wasn't easy. I had to secure every financial and personal record, reset every password, and stay vigilant in ways I never thought necessary before. Even as life gradually returned to something resembling normal, the fear lingered. That unsettling awareness that someone, somewhere, had lived a life frighteningly close to mine. Though justice had been served, the experience had altered me forever. Trust felt like a fragile, dangerous thing, and I could never again ignore the shadows lurking just beyond the edges of my carefully reconstructed world. Story 21. Standing before me was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet disturbingly familiar. As they stepped into the dim light, my breath hitched. The face staring back at me was my own. It was like looking into a twisted mirror. Same features, same eyes, but their expression was cold, calculating, and devoid of humanity. They tilted their head, studying me with unsettling curiosity, as though I were the anomaly in this nightmare. "You finally understand," they said, their voice an eerie echo of mine. I was wondering how long it would take. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay still. What are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The doppelganger smiled, a chilling, knowing grin. "I'm what you tried to forget." Before I could respond, they gestured to the wall of photographs behind them. "You've been running from the truth, pretending this wasn't inevitable, but you always knew it would end here." I backed away, frantically scanning the room for an exit, but there was only the cold, silent house enveloping us like a trap. "Why did you take them?" I shouted, desperation cracking my voice. "What did they ever do to you?" "They weren't meant to stay," they whispered, stepping closer. "They were placeholders, connections you built to feel normal, to hide from what you really are." Their voice softened into something almost sympathetic. "But you can't escape yourself." I felt like the ground was collapsing beneath me. Memories I couldn't explain surfaced, flashes of dark rooms, whispered conversations, and a deep, growing dread I had buried long ago. "No, this isn't real," I stammered, clutching my head as fragmented memories forced their way in. "You're lying!" The doppelganger's expression twisted into something cruel. "You think reality cares what you believe?" They spread their arms toward the wall of faces. "You made them vanish one by one because they got too close. You wanted to forget, but the truth remembers." A surge of denial flooded through me, but in that moment, the memories came crashing down in unbearable clarity. Each disappearance, each fractured friendship, each person fading into the dark, all because of me. My legs buckled and I fell to my knees. "No, I didn't. I couldn't." "You already did," they whispered, crouching down to meet my gaze. "I'm just here to finish what you started." Before I could react, the room plunged into darkness. The last thing I saw was my twisted reflection, grinning with satisfaction. And then, nothing. Story 22. It was a normal Tuesday when the letter arrived, its plain white envelope blending in with the usual stack of mail. There was no stamp, just the name of a medical clinic I didn't recognize. Its official appearance, complete with a professional-looking seal, immediately made my heart race with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. My fingers trembled as I tore it open. Inside was a cover letter addressed to me, thanking me for my recent visit. But I had never been to this clinic, never even heard of it. Confused, I flipped to the next page, where detailed medical records awaited. The report listed several serious conditions: diabetes, high blood pressure, and a heart irregularity, none of which I had ever been diagnosed with. Each entry came with recommended treatments and prescriptions. My stomach twisted as I realized how dangerous it would have been if I had blindly followed these fake instructions. I reread the letter, searching for any clue or contact information, but there was nothing useful. The clinic's name and logo looked legitimate, but the more I examined it, the more it felt off, like a facade designed to mislead me. Determined to figure out what was going on, I immediately called my primary care physician. After checking my records, the nurse assured me that my health information was accurate and that there was no record of any recent communication with the clinic in question. "Are you sure it's not a scam?" she asked cautiously. After hanging up, I searched the internet for the clinic's name. No website, no reviews, no trace of its existence. It was as though the clinic had been created solely for that letter. Desperate for answers, I drove to the address listed in the letter. The location turned out to be a run-down building in a desolate part of town. Its windows were boarded up, and a faded "for lease" sign hung crookedly on the front door. I tried the door. It was locked. A passerby noticed me lingering and asked if I was looking for something. When I mentioned the clinic, he frowned and said, "There's been nothing here for years. You might have been scammed." The pit in my stomach deepened. Whoever sent that letter had gone to great lengths to make it appear legitimate. But why target me? I returned home, my mind spiraling through possibilities. Had someone stolen my identity? Was this a cruel prank? As I sifted through recent memories, one name surfaced: Rachel. Rachel was part of a community group I'd joined recently. She'd always seemed friendly, but her questions about my life had felt pointed. At the time, I'd brushed it off as harmless curiosity. Now, her probing seemed more sinister. I decided to test the waters. Under the guise of casual conversation, I called Rachel and brought up the strange letter. She sounded surprised, but oddly neutral, her voice devoid of genuine concern. "That's weird," she said after a pause. "You should report it." Something about her detached tone didn't sit right. Her response was too measured, too rehearsed. I hung up, my suspicion hardening into certainty. Rachel was involved, or at least knew more than she let on. Determined to get answers, I hired a private investigator named Paul, a seasoned expert in fraud cases. He promised to dig into the clinic and its connections while I tightened security at home: new locks, cameras, and motion sensors. A week later, Paul called with troubling news. The address from the letter had been linked to multiple fraud cases involving falsified medical documents. Whoever was behind it had targeted several individuals, creating fabricated medical histories designed to confuse, manipulate, or perhaps something worse. Paul dug deeper and found something even more unsettling. Rachel's name appeared in connection with some of the cases, though nothing concrete tied her directly to the fraud. It was enough to justify a confrontation. When I met Rachel face to face, I played it carefully. I mentioned the letter again, watching her reaction closely. Her face twisted into an expression of practiced confusion, followed by mock concern. "I hope you don't think I'm involved," she said, her voice trembling just enough to seem believable, but not to me. Her performance felt calculated. She denied everything, claiming she had no idea what I was talking about. But her eyes betrayed her, a flicker of recognition she couldn't quite hide. The deeper Paul and I dug, the clearer the twisted scheme became. This wasn't just identity theft. It was personal. Someone had targeted me specifically, using falsified medical records to undermine my sense of security and reality. Then, Paul made a breakthrough. He traced an encrypted email associated with the clinic to a private server connected to Rachel's former employer, a tech firm specializing in data management. It was the missing piece of the puzzle. With enough evidence in hand, the authorities got involved. Their investigation revealed that Rachel had been orchestrating the entire scheme. Motivated by a twisted obsession and driven by jealousy over something from my past, she'd meticulously crafted a campaign of psychological sabotage. She was arrested, her web of deceit unraveling in front of me. Yet even as she was led away in handcuffs, her eyes held a chilling calmness, a silent promise that this wasn't over. The ordeal left deep scars. Though the immediate threat was gone, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The fake clinic, the false records, the manipulation, it had all been part of a calculated plan to control and destabilize me. I fortified my home further and worked with cybersecurity experts to ensure my personal information stayed protected. Life slowly returned to normal, but I remained vigilant, haunted by the knowledge that someone could manipulate reality with such chilling precision. Even now, I can't fully escape the paranoia. The letter may have been the beginning, but the fear it sparked feels like it will never truly end. Story 23. Even now, long after the arrest, I still find myself glancing over my shoulder, haunted by the calculated intimacy of those notes. The man responsible is locked away, but the sense of being watched never truly left me. His obsession had burrowed into my life like a persistent shadow, and even though the physical threat was gone, the psychological scars remained. I moved to a new city, changed my name, and rebuilt my life piece by piece. The apartment I chose was small but secure. Reinforced locks, a state-of-the-art security system, and blackout curtains on every window. No detail was too small when it came to reclaiming a sense of control. But paranoia isn't something you can lock out. Every unfamiliar face on the street felt like a potential threat. Every glance that lingered a second too long set my pulse racing. The constant hyper-awareness exhausted me, but I couldn't let my guard down, not after what I'd been through. Therapy helped, though progress was slow. My therapist called it hypervigilance, a lingering survival mechanism. But even she couldn't explain the feeling that gripped me late at night, the sensation that I was still being observed, studied. It was irrational, I told myself. He was behind bars, his twisted games over. Until the first envelope arrived. It was plain white, no return address, just like before. My hands shook as I tore it open, heart pounding with memories I'd fought so hard to suppress. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typed in that famil precise font. Did you think it was really over? I stumbled back, gasping for air. It couldn't be him. He was in prison. The police had assured me that he couldn't contact me from behind bars. But there it was, a message unmistakably crafted for me. A cruel prank, or something worse. I called the police, but they were cautious, unsure if this was a legitimate threat or the work of someone copying the original stalker's method. They promised to investigate, but couldn't offer more than extra patrols near my apartment. Days passed without incident, but the suffocating tension never eased. Every creak of the floor, every car idling outside felt like a harbinger of something worse. The second envelope arrived a week later. You moved, but you can't run from memory. My breath hitched. The message was shorter, more direct, and infinitely more terrifying. It wasn't just a message, it was a claim. A reminder that no amount of distance could truly separate me from what had happened. I hired a private investigator named Rachel to dig deeper. She was sharp, relentless, and driven by a personal understanding of how invasive these crimes could be. Together, we retraced every connection, every name associated with the original investigation, but no obvious suspects emerged. Then one night, I awoke to the soft tap, tap, tap of something hitting my apartment window. My blood ran cold as I slowly approached, flashlight in hand. Taped to the outside of the glass was another note, still watching, always. Panic surged through me as I scanned the darkened street below. No movement. No sign of anyone, just the relentless stillness of the night pressing in from all sides. Rachel intensified her investigation, digging into old police files, cross-referencing anyone remotely connected to my stalker. Finally, a break came. A former associate of the security contractor, someone never charged but quietly suspected of aiding him. We tracked his last known address to a dilapidated house on the outskirts of town. Rachel insisted we let the police handle it, but I couldn't wait. I needed to see the face behind the new messages, needed answers. The house was dark, abandoned, or so it seemed. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of mold and rot. Dust-covered furniture sat frozen in time, but the back room, that was different. There, beneath flickering fluorescent lights, were stacks of surveillance equipment. Screens filled with grainy live video feeds, and on one screen, I saw my apartment. Before I could react, a voice spoke from the shadows. You should have stayed scared. I spun around, flashlight trembling, but the room was empty. The front door banged open in the wind, swinging aimlessly. He was gone, vanished into the dark, leaving only the hollow echo of his presence behind. The police swarmed the property hours later, but found nothing of substance. Whoever had been watching me had cleared out, erasing nearly every trace of their existence, just like before. Even now, I wonder if it was truly him or someone inspired by his twisted obsession. The police said they'd do all they could, but I already knew how these things ended. You can change your name, your address, even your entire life, but memory is the hardest thing to escape. You can't hide from someone determined to watch and wait. And sometimes, when the world falls silent late at night, I still hear the faint rustle of paper sliding under my door, and wonder if this time the note will be real. Story 25. Time has passed, but the memory of that blinking red light still lingers, etched into my mind like a scar that refuses to fade. I live cautiously now, constantly aware of the fragility of privacy and the ease with which it can be stolen. Every aspect of my life is measured, guarded, each action calculated to minimize visibility, exposure, risk. I've become an expert in personal security, encrypted devices, privacy screens, motion sensors, tools meant to create a protective barrier between me and the unknown presence that shattered my world. But even with all these precautions, safety feels like an illusion. The police investigation stalled long ago. No suspects, no leads, just another unresolved case buried beneath bureaucratic indifference. Sometimes these things happen, the detective had said, his voice hollow, as if the violation I'd endured was just another routine incident. They moved on, but I couldn't. Therapy helped, though the path to reclaiming my peace was a slow and uneven one. My therapist called it hypervigilance, a lingering trauma response born from living under constant surveillance. But how do you unlearn fear when you know it was once justified? Every sound outside my apartment still draws my attention. The soft hum of passing cars, the murmur of distant conversations, all innocent until proven otherwise. I change my routes daily, never sticking to a routine long enough for patterns to form. I've learned that habits can be weaponized, turned into a roadmap for someone determined to invade your life. I tried to move on, even considered relocating to a new city, but I knew that running wouldn't change anything. Paranoia isn't tied to a place, it follows you, embeds itself deep within your mind. One quiet evening, months after the ordeal, I received a package, small, neatly wrapped, with no return address. My heart pounded as I stared at it, dread tightening like a vice around my chest. Against every instinct screaming at me to throw it away, I forced myself to open it. Inside was a single item, a familiar black device, identical to the one found in my car, but this time its red light was off. There was no note, no explanation, just that cold, silent presence, daring me to understand its purpose. The police took the device, but just like before, there were no identifiable markings, no traceable origin. Could be a cruel prank, they suggested, though even they didn't seem convinced. I knew better. It wasn't a prank, it was a message. After that, I disconnected entirely. No more social media, no online deliveries, no public routines. I scrubbed my digital presence, reducing myself to a shadow in the modern world. Friends thought I'd gone overboard, but they didn't understand. They couldn't. To them, privacy was a given, a natural part of life. To me, it was a fragile construct, something you fought tooth and nail to keep, and something you could lose in an instant. Even now, long after the devices vanished and the police closed the case, I can't shake the feeling that the red light never really stopped blinking. It's out there, unseen but present, a constant reminder that safety is a myth in a world where anyone can be listening. I live in its shadow, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering when the silence will break. And if, this time, I won't notice in time. Story 26. When I woke, the harsh white light was gone, replaced by dim, flickering fluorescence. The cold, metallic walls of the room loomed around me, enclosing me in an unfamiliar, sterile space. My head throbbed, memories tangled and distorted, as though they'd been scrambled like a corrupted file. Panic surged through me as I struggled to piece together what had happened. The voice, the monitors, the distorted version of myself. It all felt like a surreal nightmare, but the aching cold of the steel floor beneath me reminded me it was no dream. The room was empty. No monitors, no chair, no hooded figure. Just 4 blank walls and a single steel door with no handle. My fingers grazed my wrist instinctively, and I felt something foreign beneath my skin. A faint raised scar, like a surgical incision hastily stitched shut. Suddenly, a soft chime echoed through the room, followed by the unmistakable click of an unseen intercom. "You're awake," the distorted voice said calmly. "Good." I staggered to my feet, fists clenched. "Who are you? What do you want?" A long pause followed, punctuated only by the soft hum of machinery. "You still don't understand," the voice continued. "You're not here by accident. You came here because you needed answers." The walls trembled slightly, as if responding to the voice's command. A seam appeared in the steel door, and with a metallic groan, it slid open to reveal another dark corridor stretching endlessly ahead. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to stay put, but staying meant surrendering to the unknown, becoming another forgotten subject in this twisted experiment. With no other choice, I stepped through the doorway. The corridor was narrow and suffocating, its cold walls etched with strange, very cryptic symbols that pulsed faintly with an unnatural light. As I moved deeper, distorted whispers echoed from unseen speakers. My own voice, fractured and broken, recounting long-forgotten memories. I reached another room, identical to the first, but this time the walls were lined with data terminals, flashing endless streams of information, fragments of memories both real and fabricated. My life laid bare, rewritten, reshaped. "You were never meant to know," the voice said again, now coming from all directions. "But you forced our hand." A familiar object rested on a central console, the same voice recorder from before, its red light blinking steadily. I picked it up, my fingers trembling, and pressed play. Static crackled, followed by another voice, my own, but younger, more desperate. "This is Subject Zero," the recording said. "If you're hearing this, it means they failed to wipe you." My breath hitched. The voice continued, growing more urgent. "They've done this before, many times. We were created for one purpose, but I escaped. They can't let you remember who you are, because you're the key." The recording ended abruptly, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Before I could react, the monitors surrounding me flared to life, displaying surveillance footage of me, searching the abandoned complex, finding the photographs, confronting the hooded figure. But in every frame, there was something wrong. Someone else was always there, watching from the shadows. A cold realization gripped me. This wasn't about finding the truth, it was about controlling it. Every step I had taken, every discovery I thought I'd made, had been orchestrated, engineered to lead me deeper into their labyrinth. The intercom crackled back to life, the distorted voice now cold and mechanical. "You were never searching for answers," it said. "You were the answer." A deafening alarm blared as the walls trembled again, the room's lights dimming until only the monitors remained, flickering erratically. The images shifted, morphing into something far more terrifying. Faces, countless faces, all twisted into expressions of fear and despair. Faces that felt familiar. The last monitor showed a live feed of the room where I stood, except this time, I wasn't alone. Behind me, in the shadows, something moved. The voice spoke one final time, colder than before. "It's time to complete the cycle. Subject Zero." I spun around, but the light vanished, swallowing me whole. Story 27. The discovery of Henry Lawson's diary left a profound impact on my life. His words lingered in my mind long after I closed its worn leather cover, weaving themselves into my thoughts like the threads of time he so hauntingly described. His final entry, recounting moments from my life that he could never have known, defied logic, but it felt undeniably real. I couldn't let it rest. The sense of connection, of unfinished purpose, consumed me. Determined to uncover the truth, I spent weeks delving into local archives, poring over old newspapers and property records, hoping to find some link between Henry's life and my own. The Historical Society's records confirmed his home still stood on the outskirts of town, abandoned but preserved as a heritage site. I knew I had to go there. The house was a lonely relic of the past, its weathered facade standing against the march of time. Faded shutters clung stubbornly to cracked window frames, and creeping ivy twisted around the wooden beams like protective arms. With cautious reverence, I approached the front porch, half expecting to be turned away, but the door creaked open under the lightest touch, as though it had been waiting for me. Inside, the air smelled of aged wood and dust, mingled with the faintest trace of something floral, like pressed wildflowers hidden long ago. The interior felt frozen in time, filled with forgotten relics, a rocking chair worn smooth by use, a cracked porcelain clock stopped at a forgotten hour, and shelves lined with faded books whose spines sagged under the weight of lost years. I wandered through the house in a trance, guided by some unseen pull. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of light through the dust-filled air felt familiar, like stepping into a memory I couldn't place. Then, in the corner of what must have been Henry's study, I found something that stopped me cold. A small writing desk. Its surface was scarred with years of use, its drawers slightly warped from time. Tentatively, I opened the top drawer, my breath hitching as my fingers brushed against old, yellowed parchment. Letters, dozens of them, carefully folded and bound with faded blue ribbon. My name was written on the topmost envelope in that same familiar, flowing script. Hands trembling, I opened the first letter. "To you who will someday find this," it began. The words poured from the page like an intimate confession written across the years. Henry spoke of dreams that haunted him, visions of places he'd never seen, faces he'd never known. He described walking along unfamiliar streets filled with strange vehicles and lights, feeling drawn to a presence he couldn't explain. His longing to connect with the mysterious figure from his dreams, with me, was painfully clear. "I feared I was losing my mind," he confessed in one letter. "But each time I dreamed of you, it felt less like madness and more like destiny." Letter after letter told the same story, of a man touched by visions of a distant future, struggling to understand his inexplicable bond to someone who couldn't possibly exist in his time. His words were tender, full of hope, despite the impossibility of it all. The final letter broke me. "I don't know if these words will ever reach you," Henry wrote. "But if they do, know this. You were never just a dream. You were the brightest thread woven through my life's tapestry, binding my story to yours. Perhaps across the expanse of time, that connection still holds." Tears blurred my vision as I held the fragile paper against my chest, overwhelmed by the depth of his belief, his hope. Somehow, against all reason, Henry had reached across time, not just through the diary but through these letters, leaving behind a message meant for me alone. I stayed in that quiet, timeless house until sunset, lost in memories that weren't mine but felt as familiar as my own. Before I left, I gently returned the letters to the desk, except for one, the last. It belonged with the diary, a final chapter waiting to be remembered. Life returned to its familiar rhythm after that day, but I was forever changed. I stopped searching for logical explanations, accepting that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some connections transcend reason, existing in the space between what we know and what we feel. The diary and Henry's last letter remain on my bedside table, a quiet reminder of a bond that defied time itself. Whenever I feel lost or disconnected, I return to his words, finding comfort in the knowledge that across the years, across the impossible distance, he somehow found me, and I found him. Time, I've learned, isn't a barrier, it's a thread, stretching endlessly, weaving lives together in ways we may never fully understand. And somewhere in that vast, unknowable tapestry, Henry and I will always be connected, his words echoing through the past, finding their way home. Story 28. The creeping paranoia that had taken hold of my life was relentless. Every message, every chilling demand, had unraveled the world I thought I knew. They had stolen my sense of security, twisted my reality, but they hadn't broken me. The aftermath of the arrest left an empty stillness I couldn't quite trust. The friend, no, the monster, who had manipulated me, was gone, locked away, but their shadow lingered. My home still felt like an open book, its walls stained with the memory of surveillance and betrayal. I moved to a new city, changing my name and wiping my digital presence as much as possible. I built a simpler life, quiet, private, disconnected. No social media, no online transactions, nothing traceable. I kept my phone off more often than on, using burner devices when I absolutely had to connect. For a while it worked. The weight of constant fear lightened, replaced by a fragile peace. Until last week. It started with a letter, simple, unmarked, slipped under my apartment door. No return address, just my name written in bold, familiar handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper, blank, except for 3 words scrawled in red ink. I'm still watching. My blood ran cold. The walls seemed to close in around me as I scanned my tiny apartment, searching for any sign of intrusion. Every drawer, every cabinet, every creak of the floorboard felt like a threat. But there was nothing. Just the letter, sitting there like a ticking bomb. I tried convincing myself it was a cruel prank, that someone had found out about my past, maybe from old news reports. But deep down, I knew better. The handwriting was unmistakable, precisely the same as the notes from before. They were back. I installed new locks, upgraded my home security, and bought more surveillance cameras than I cared to admit. But the real terror wasn't what could be seen. It was what lurked in the unseen spaces, the gaps where control slipped away. A few days later, the power went out. The apartment plunged into darkness, and my stomach twisted with dread. Fumbling for my flashlight, I stumbled through the shadows toward the circuit breaker in the hall. Before I could reach it, my phone buzzed, a notification. The sender was an unknown number. "Did you miss me?" I dropped the phone, my breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps. The oppressive darkness seemed alive, pressing in from all sides. Somehow they'd found me, again. But this time, something was different. They didn't want money. They didn't want secrets. They wanted me. Fighting down terror, I grabbed my phone and typed a frantic message to the police. But before I could hit send, another notification appeared. "You can't hide." The power flickered back on. The apartment's dim lights buzzed to life, casting distorted shadows across the room. I wasn't safe here. I would never be safe again. But I was done running. Gathering my things, I left the apartment, heart pounding, and disappeared into the night. This time I wouldn't just be a target. I would be ready. They thought they still controlled the game, but now I was playing too. The next morning, I went to the one place where I still had a connection, a small internet cafe far from my apartment. Using a secured laptop, I contacted an old acquaintance, Ethan Gray, a former cybersecurity expert I'd helped years ago. If anyone could help me vanish for good, or fight back, it was him. Hours passed before I received a response. His reply was simple but clear. "Meet me. You're not as invisible as you think." When I arrived at the meeting point, a dimly lit storage facility on the edge of town, Ethan was already waiting. His worn face carried the weight of years spent living off the grid, always looking over his shoulder. "You're in deep," he said without preamble, scanning the area as though expecting danger at any moment. "Whoever's after you, they're using tools even I've only seen in theory." I explained everything about the messages, the letters, the break-in-like precision, and the return after all these years. Ethan's expression darkened with recognition. "This isn't just stalking," he muttered. "It's conditioning." Before I could ask what he meant, he powered up a rugged laptop and began typing furiously. Within minutes, he traced the most recent message back to a server bouncing signals through dozens of locations. But there was something strange. The signal wasn't static. "It's moving," Ethan whispered. "Whoever they are, they're nearby, watching in real time." Suddenly, the lights in the storage unit flickered. Ethan cursed under his breath. His phone buzzed, just once. The message read, "You're too late." We ran. Fleeing through the maze-like corridors of the storage facility, we could hear distant, measured footsteps, deliberate, relentless. Ethan motioned me toward a side exit while he stayed behind, urging me to run. "Find the safe house," he yelled. "Don't stop. Trust no one." I bolted, adrenaline propelling me forward as the cold night air hit my face. My pulse pounded in my ears, every sound amplified in the dark. I reached the edge of the facility and spotted an old battered car idling nearby, Ethan's backup escape plan. With shaking hands, I started the engine and sped away, not daring to look back. Hours later, I reached the remote safe house Ethan had told me about, a cabin deep in the woods, surrounded by nothing but towering trees and deafening silence. Exhausted, I locked every door and window, set up the emergency cameras Ethan had packed, and collapsed into a chair by the single flickering light. My phone buzzed. With trembling fingers, I unlocked the screen. "You're learning." They thought they still controlled the game, but now I was playing too. Story 29. I spun around, heart pounding, flashlight clutched tightly in my trembling hand. The house was eerily still, cloaked in suffocating darkness. Every creak of the old wooden floors felt amplified, every distant rustle like a whispered threat. Desperate, I pressed my back against the nearest wall, straining to hear any sign of movement. The dim beam of my flashlight flickered uncertainly as I swept it across the living room, illuminating familiar but now menacing shapes. The couch, the coffee table, the empty armchair I'd sat in earlier. I forced myself to think clearly. My phone still had some battery. I dialed 911, hands shaking so badly it took 2 attempts to press the right numbers. 911, what's your emergency? A calm voice answered. Someone is in my house, I whispered, breath hitching. They've been watching me, sending messages, and now they're inside. Stay on the line, the operator instructed. Officers are being dispatched. Can you lock yourself in a room? Before I could respond, a soft thud echoed from the back of the house. My blood ran cold. Whoever was inside was moving closer. I think they're coming, I hissed into the phone, tears burning my eyes. Find a safe place and stay quiet, the operator urged. Help is on the way. I crept toward the hallway leading to my bedroom, staying low to the ground. The darkness seemed thicker there, pressing in on me like a living thing. The house groaned again, a floorboard creaking softly, methodically, as though someone was carefully testing each step. My breath hitched as I reached my bedroom door. Slipping inside, I closed it as silently as possible and locked it, pushing a heavy dresser against it for good measure. The flashlight's beam wavered, casting shifting shadows that played tricks on my already fraying mind. The phone buzzed again. A new message. I see you. My hand flew to my mouth, muffling a panicked sob. The number was the same, blocked one that had been tormenting me all along. Suddenly, the sound of something scratching against the outside of the bedroom door cut through the silence. Slow, deliberate, like nails dragging across wood. I backed toward the corner of the room, flashlight trembling in my grasp. The door shuddered as something pressed against it, testing its strength. Then came a soft, familiar voice from the other side, cold and mocking. You can't hide forever. A surge of adrenaline jolted through me. My eyes darted to the window. It was a long drop to the ground below, but staying meant certain doom. Bracing myself, I yanked the window open and climbed onto the ledge, the cold night air biting my skin. Behind me, the bedroom door splintered with a deafening crack. I didn't wait to see who or what was coming through. I jumped. The fall knocked the wind from my lungs as I hit the wet grass with a painful thud. Gasping for air, I forced myself to my feet, pain stabbing through my leg, and staggered toward the darkened street. Red and blue lights suddenly cut through the stormy night, accompanied by the distant wail of approaching sirens. Relief surged through me as I limped toward the flashing lights, collapsing just as two officers rushed toward me. "They're inside!" I choked out, pointing toward the house. They were watching me!" The officers drew their weapons and entered the house while another stayed with me, trying to calm my ragged breathing. Minutes dragged by like hours before the first officer reappeared, his expression grim. "We checked the entire house," he said quietly. "There's no one there." My mind reeled. No, they were inside. They sent me messages. They broke the door." But the officer shook his head. "The door's intact. No signs of forced entry." My phone buzzed in my hand. One last message. "See you soon." Story 30. The ache in my wrists faded into the background as adrenaline surged through my veins. The long, decaying corridor stretched ahead, shrouded in eerie half-light. Every instinct screamed for me to run, but I knew better. This wasn't over. Whoever had put me here wasn't finished. I clutched the worn leather journal, my only guide, and stepped forward cautiously. My bare feet met cold, uneven stone, and the air reeked of damp rot and rusted metal. Faintly, the sound of dripping water echoed through the hall, irregular but persistent, a cruel metronome counting down unseen seconds. The walls on either side were lined with broken fixtures, rusted pipes snaking across the surface like veins in decaying flesh. My eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any clue, any escape. Then I saw it, a faintly glowing mark etched into the wall ahead. It matched one of the symbols from the journal's map. A fresh wave of hope surged through me as I hurried toward it. Beneath the symbol was a rust-covered metal box, bolted tightly to the wall. I tugged at the latch, but it didn't budge. Another puzzle. Flipping through the journal, I found a page scrawled with erratic handwriting. To unlock what's sealed, answer truthfully. You possess it until you speak it. What is it? I whispered the answer, barely breathing. Silence. With a loud mechanical click, the latch released. The metal box creaked open, revealing a flashlight, a rusted knife, and another note. Use the blade wisely. Trust the light, but beware the dark. Gripping the flashlight tightly, I clicked it on. A feeble beam pierced the surrounding gloom, barely illuminating the narrow corridor ahead. The knife felt cold and unfamiliar in my trembling hand, its jagged edge worn but still sharp enough to cut. I moved forward, each step measured and deliberate. The corridor seemed endless, twisting and narrowing as though trying to squeeze the air from my lungs. I forced myself to keep going, the oppressive silence broken only by the occasional skittering of something unseen in the shadows. Then, ahead, the flashlight beam caught a door, ancient, with deep gouges scarring its weathered wood. Rusted chains hung loosely from broken hinges, as though something, or someone, had forced its way through. A low metallic groan echoed from beyond the doorway. Summoning every ounce of courage, I pushed the door open. It led into a cavernous room shrouded in darkness. The weak light from my flashlight barely grazed the edges, revealing worn stone walls and scattered debris. In the center stood a solitary pedestal, its surface littered with old, cracked objects. Approaching cautiously, I saw the items more clearly. A shattered hourglass, a broken compass, and a cracked mirror. Another riddle flashed through my mind, whispered in memory. It devours all but leaves nothing behind. It cannot be outrun, bargained with, or stopped. What is it? Time, I whispered. As the word left my lips, the shattered hourglass emitted a sharp, metallic clink. The sand inside shifted impossibly, flowing upward in reverse. A soft hum filled the room, vibrating through the floor. Suddenly, the heavy door behind me slammed shut with a deafening crash. Panic seized me as I spun around, flashlight beam darting wildly. Heavy breathing echoed in the dark. Close, too close. My heart pounded in my chest like a war drum as I backed away toward the pedestal, clutching the knife with trembling fingers. A deep, rasping voice whispered from the shadows, "You're running out of time." The flashlight flickered, once, twice, before plunging the room into absolute darkness. I was no longer alone. Story 31. The next morning, a quiet calm settled over me, though the strange events still lingered like distant thunder. Determined to find closure, I returned to the library, manuscript in hand, ready to share everything with Mrs. Carter. But when I arrived, the librarian on duty stared at me blankly when I asked for her. "There's no Mrs. Carter working here," she said with a puzzled frown. "I've been the head librarian for the past 10 years. My breath hitched. Desperate for answers, I described Mrs. Carter, the elderly woman with sharp eyes and a kind, knowing smile. The librarian's expression softened into something resembling concern. "You must be mistaken," she said gently. "But there was a Mrs. Carter, a long time ago. She was the head librarian here until she passed away, nearly 20 years ago." The room seemed to tilt around me. Was it possible? Had I imagined her? But I remembered every detail, the way she guided me through the archives, her insistence that we visit the abandoned estate together. It had felt so real. Unable to accept that she was a mere figment of my imagination, I searched the library's dusty records. Deep in the archives, I found an old photograph labeled "Library Staff, 1979. My heart pounded as my eyes landed on a familiar face, Mrs. Carter, standing proudly at the center. Clutched in her hand, barely visible in the faded photograph, was the same leather-bound journal I'd found in the abandoned mansion. I staggered back, my mind reeling. Was she guiding me all along, ensuring the manuscript reached me at the right moment? Was she protecting me from something darker? Before leaving the library, I returned to the exact shelf where I'd first found the mysterious book. My fingers grazed the empty space, half expecting to find it again, but the shelf was bare, as if it had never been there at all. As I turned to leave, something glinted on the worn wooden floor beneath the shelves. A single folded note in familiar, elegant handwriting. With trembling hands, I picked it up and unfolded the parchment. "The past may guide, but the future is yours to shape. Trust what you've learned, and remember, you were never truly alone." The signature at the bottom was unmistakable, E. Carter. I left the library with the note clutched tightly in my hand, feeling both haunted and strangely reassured. Whatever strange force had pulled me into its tangled web had let me go, or perhaps set me free. As I stepped into the autumn sunlight, the world seemed different, brighter, clearer, charged with possibility. The past had relinquished its hold, and for the first time, the future felt like something I could finally claim as my own. Story 32. The break-in shattered more than locks and windows. It dismantled the fragile sense of security I'd taken for granted my entire life. It was a violation far deeper than property damage or financial loss. It was personal, invasive, and relentless. The days following the break-in were a blur of police reports, insurance claims, and phone calls to banks and credit agencies. I learned quickly that recovering from identity theft is more than just a series of bureaucratic tasks. It's a labyrinthine struggle that consumes every waking moment. The police took my statement, but offered little hope. "These cases are tough to crack," the officer admitted with practiced sympathy. "Most of the time, these criminals operate from miles away, leaving behind only digital footprints." I tried to piece together how it happened, but the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. The break-in was too precise, too targeted. They hadn't taken jewelry, electronics, or cash, only documents. Financial statements, old tax returns, and even my passport were gone. Whoever did this hadn't just robbed me. They'd harvested my life. The true horror set in when the first fraudulent transaction appeared on my bank account, an enormous purchase at a luxury retailer I'd never even heard of. Before I could process it, more alerts followed. A maxed out credit card I'd never applied for, a loan approval notice for a car I'd never bought. Someone out there was living as me. I spent countless hours on hold with customer service lines, trapped in automated menus designed to drain patience. Each representative asked the same questions, forcing me to recount the nightmare over and over, as if repetition might undo the damage. My voice grew raw from explaining, no, I didn't make those purchases. No, I didn't open that account. Yes, I've already filed a police report. The hardest part was proving what should have been obvious, that I was me. As the weeks dragged on, I started receiving ominous letters, collections notices for debts I hadn't incurred, legal threats demanding payment for delinquent accounts. They piled up in an accusing stack on my kitchen table, a tangible reminder that I was losing control of my life. My friends and family were supportive, but their sympathy only underscored how alone I felt. They could comfort me, but they couldn't undo the damage or fight the endless battles on my behalf. Every step toward reclaiming my identity felt like climbing an infinite staircase, each victory overshadowed by the next setback. One night, after a particularly grueling phone call with a creditor unwilling to believe I hadn't purchased a $12,000 motorcycle, I broke down. The weight of it all crushed me. The constant vigilance, the invasive scrutiny of my life, the endless explanations met with skepticism or indifference. But in that moment of despair, something hardened inside me. I couldn't let them win. They had stolen my identity, but they hadn't stolen my will to fight. I became relentless. I documented everything, dates, times, names, every phone call and letter. I requested fraud alerts from every credit bureau, locked down my credit files, and froze every account I could think of. I hired a cybersecurity expert to scan my devices, paranoid that the thieves might still be watching. The process was grueling, but slowly things started to change. One by one, fraudulent charges were reversed, accounts were shut down, and my credit began to heal. It took months, long, exhausting months, but I clawed back what they had taken from me. Yet even after the immediate crisis passed, the experience left me changed. I couldn't unlearn the harsh reality that privacy is fragile, that personal security is more illusion than fact. I couldn't forget the helplessness of being reduced to a collection of data points, manipulated by strangers for profit. I moved to a new apartment, this time installing security cameras, reinforced locks, and a state-of-the-art alarm system. I set up alerts for every bank transaction, no matter how small, and monitored my credit obsessively. But even now, long after the case was closed and the police reports were filed away, I still feel the ghost of that break-in. Every creak of the floorboards, every unexpected letter in the mail sends my heart racing. My home, once a sanctuary, will never feel quite as safe. They may have taken my identity, but they also stole something far more valuable, the simple belief that my life was mine alone, and that they can never return. Story 33. The partnership had seemed promising at first. When I joined forces with Ryan Cole, a charismatic and well-connected entrepreneur, it felt like the perfect opportunity to expand my business. Ryan's reputation was impressive, his network extensive, and his ideas innovative. His enthusiasm was contagious, and I was optimistic about the possibilities ahead. However, it didn't take long before I started noticing unsettling changes in Ryan's behavior. Initially, he was energetic and forward-thinking, but as time passed, his ambition intensified into something far more concerning. He pushed for risky ventures, investments and deals that lacked due diligence and seemed too ambitious to be grounded in reality. One day, Ryan proposed an especially alarming venture, a massive investment in a tech startup with no track record. On paper, the startup seemed promising, but its instability made me uneasy. I questioned the logic behind such a large commitment, but Ryan brushed off my concerns with a confident smile. Sometimes you have to take big risks to reap big rewards, he said smoothly. Despite my reservations, I agreed to move forward, but cautiously. Something about the deal felt off, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. As time went on, Ryan became increasingly secretive about his personal investments and financial dealings. He would sidestep my questions with charm and deflect concerns with grand promises. The uneasy feeling in my gut only grew. Driven by suspicion, I began digging into Ryan's background. An internet search yielded surprisingly little information. No notable career milestones or major achievements, just vague references to failed ventures and closed businesses. The lack of a clear professional history raised serious red flags. Determined to uncover the truth, I hired a private investigator and provided them with every piece of information I had on Ryan, his past businesses, connections, and financial dealings. The findings were both alarming and revealing. Ryan's past was littered with failed ventures, legal disputes, and a disturbing pattern of manipulative schemes. In several instances, he had convinced business partners to invest in fraudulent projects, only to siphon funds into hidden accounts. One incident stood out in particular. Ryan had orchestrated a venture where he persuaded investors to put millions into a company that didn't actually exist. It was nothing more than a shell corporation, a carefully crafted facade designed to drain funds and vanish without a trace. His partners were left devastated, with no recourse. Armed with this knowledge, I knew I couldn't continue working with him. I arranged a meeting at a neutral location, a quiet restaurant where we often discussed business. As we sat down, a sense of foreboding settled over me. "Ryan, I've been looking into your past ventures," I began cautiously. "There are some serious discrepancies I can't ignore." His confident demeanor faltered for the first time. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his tone sharp. "My past doesn't matter. We should be focusing on our future." I pressed on, showing him the documents the investigator had uncovered. His face went pale as he scanned the incriminating evidence. His composure shattered, replaced by anger and desperation. "You don't understand," he said, his voice rising. "This is all part of a bigger plan. You're just not seeing the full picture." His words were a tangled web of contradictions, a desperate attempt to regain control. It was clear that he was trying to manipulate me, spinning fantasies about untapped opportunities and secret deals. But his facade had finally cracked, and I could see the con for what it was. "I'm done," I said firmly. "I'm withdrawing from all our ventures. My legal team will handle the rest." Ryan's pleading turned frantic, but I stood my ground. Continuing the partnership would only endanger me further. I couldn't afford to let his schemes drag me down any deeper. In the aftermath, I worked tirelessly with my lawyers to mitigate the damage. We untangled financial ties, secured my remaining assets, and reported Ryan's activities to the authorities. The process was long and grueling, but it was the only way to ensure my business and personal reputation would survive. Ryan disappeared soon after, likely moving on to his next target. Though I was relieved to be free of him, the experience left a lasting scar. His deception had been calculated and dangerous, a harsh lesson in the perils of blind trust in business. But from that ordeal, I emerged wiser and more vigilant. I rebuilt my business with renewed caution, determined never to let charisma and promises blind me to potential risks again. In a world where trust is often currency, I learned the true cost of misplaced faith and how to ensure I would never pay that price again. Story 34. The messages started quietly, slipping into the corners of my life like an unwelcome breeze. At first, they felt like harmless internet static, anonymous comments from a blank profile, impersonal and easy to dismiss. "How's your day? Nice post." Typical, forgettable. I ignored them, assuming it was some automated bot or random stranger bored and looking for attention. But then the messages became specific. The first one that truly unsettled me arrived late one evening. "I hope dinner with Alex went well. You seem to have a good time." My breath hitched. Alex and I had gone out the night before, just the two of us, sharing a quiet meal at a small restaurant off the beaten path. I hadn't posted about it. I hadn't told anyone else. My mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe someone had seen us at the restaurant and recognized me. Maybe it was a weird coincidence. I clung to those thin threads of reason, desperate for a logical answer. Just to be safe, I changed all my passwords, email, social media, even banking apps. It felt tedious but necessary. That should have been enough. It wasn't. A few days later, another message appeared. I saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You were reading that new book you love. My fingers went cold. I had been at the coffee shop, quietly reading, tucked into my favorite corner seat. I hadn't posted about it. I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Someone had seen me. The messages came from a blank account. No profile picture, no name, nothing identifiable. Just an empty void of anonymity. I reported the account, hoping it would be shut down. But the messages kept coming. They dug deeper, referencing personal moments no stranger could know, private conversations with friends, details of my daily routine, things I hadn't shared online or anywhere. One message still makes my chest tighten when I think about it. I'm glad you and Lisa resolved that argument. You seemed much happier after your talk. The conversation Lisa and I had was private, spoken softly in the comfort of my own living room. No one else was there. By then, panic had taken root. I questioned everyone close to me, asking if they'd shared details of my life. They hadn't. They were just as disturbed as I was. I hired a cybersecurity expert, hoping for answers. They scanned my devices, checked for spyware, examined every digital footprint I had. Nothing. My phone, my computer, my accounts, all clean. No breaches, no malware, no signs of hacking, which meant they weren't using technology. They were closer. Desperate, I changed everything about my life. I stopped going to familiar places. I avoided social media entirely. I never checked in anywhere, kept my phone's location services off, and even got a new number. But then, another message. I noticed you haven't been going to the gym lately, taking a break. I felt sick. I had stopped going to the gym silently, without telling anyone. Not online, not even in passing conversation. They couldn't have guessed. They were watching. I lived in a state of constant fear, jumping at shadows, keeping my blinds shut tight. Every face on the street seemed suspicious. Every glance lingered too long. Then, the messages turned darker. One night, just as I was settling into bed, my phone buzzed. A new message. I know where you live. I'll be watching. My stomach twisted into a knot. My hands trembled as I read the words again, heart pounding in my chest. I called the police immediately, voice shaking as I explained everything. I showed them every screenshot, every message, every tiny shred of evidence I'd collected. They promised to investigate, but warned me that tracking anonymous online accounts was notoriously difficult. Weeks pass. Ed. The police stayed in touch but had no leads. Then, the messages stopped. The account disappeared, vanished without a trace. The silence should have felt like relief. It didn't. It felt like the pause before something worse. I never found out who was behind the messages or why they had targeted me. The police eventually closed the case, filing it among countless other unresolved cyberstalking reports. But even now, long after the messages stopped, I can't shake the feeling that it isn't over. I still check my locks twice before bed. I still glance over my shoulder on quiet streets. I still keep my phone close, haunted by the memory of those cold, invasive words, because some shadows never really leave. Story 35. When I opened my eyes, reality itself felt warped, distorted, fragmented, like a corrupted video feed struggling to stabilize. Harsh fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in rhythmic pulses that synced with the pounding in my skull. My wrists burned against cold metal restraints bolted to the edges of a steel operating table. I strained against the bindings, but they held fast. Every movement sent sharp, electric pain shooting through my body. My breath came in shallow, Panicked gasps as memories of the escape attempt rushed back in jagged flashes. Hallways, alarms, Dr. Carter's cold, calculating eyes. Suddenly, a crackling voice echoed through unseen speakers, distant but unmistakable. Subject 327 has regained consciousness, the voice reported with clinical detachment. Proceed with Phase 3. My stomach twisted. Phase 3. The walls shimmered with distorted projections, grainy surveillance footage of me running through the corridors, climbing through the air vent, fighting for my life. My every frantic decision had been monitored, logged, and evaluated like data in some twisted experiment. With a hiss of pneumatic locks, a side door slid open. Dr. Carter stepped inside, clipboard in hand, her expression carefully controlled but faintly triumphant. Behind her, two figures in sterile white uniforms wheeled in a tall cylindrical machine humming with latent power. "Welcome back," she said smoothly, her voice devoid of warmth. "You've been resilient." I clenched my teeth. What is this place?" She tilted her head, as if considering how much to reveal. "You've always been a part of this, though I doubt you remember. We've been monitoring you for quite some time." Her words hit like ice water. "You stole my life. We enhanced it," she corrected. "Everything you've experienced, every encounter, every escape was carefully designed to assess your limits." Her eyes gleamed with something almost reverent. "You exceeded expectations." I yanked against the restraints again, desperation giving me strength. "You can't do this." She raised an eyebrow, almost amused. "Do you really think this is your first time here?" Before I could respond, the cylindrical machine powered up with a deep resonant hum. Its smooth metallic surface pulsed faintly with streaks of blue light, casting eerie reflections across the room. Symbols, cryptic and otherworldly, flickered across its interface like living equations. "We've perfected memory recalibration," she continued, adjusting settings on the device. "Every reset refines the process. You won't remember this, just like before." Panic clawed at my chest. This wasn't just an experiment, it was control. They'd done this before, wiped my mind, reset everything. A figure in a lab coat approached with a sleek metallic headset lined with needle-like probes, its cold, mechanical arms extended toward me with silent precision. "No, wait!" I struggled, muscles burning, but the restraints didn't give. The device loomed closer, its blinking lights reflecting in Dr. Carter's impassive eyes. She leaned in, her voice low and cold. "This is progress. And you are our greatest creation." The headset locked into place with a mechanical click, sending a searing jolt through my skull. Blinding light exploded behind my eyes as the machine roared to life, its pulses sigh, in-sync with my heartbeat in a violent, unyielding rhythm. Reality fractured, memories unraveled, faces, places, names, splintering into fragmented images. Every familiar moment blurred into static, dissolving like ink in water. I fought to hold on to something, anything, but my thoughts were stripped away, reduced to flickers of forgotten existence. Through the haze, I caught one last glimpse of Dr. Carter's face. Calm, resolute, victorious. "Reset complete," the mechanical voice intoned coldly. Darkness swallowed everything. I woke with a start, gasping for air. The world swam into focus, soft light filtering through a small, sparsely furnished room, a bed, a chair, a neatly folded set of clothes resting on a plain metal table. Disoriented, I stumbled to my feet, heart pounding. No windows, just a single steel door, its surface smooth and featureless, mocking any hope of escape. The door hissed open. Two figures entered, faceless, impersonal, dressed in crisp white uniforms. "Good morning, Subject 327, one intoned mechanically. "It's time for your orientation." I opened my mouth to protest, to ask, but no words came. My memories were fractured, shredded into incoherent fragments. Who was I? Why was I here? As they led me down the endless, sterile corridor, faint echoes of distorted voices whispered at the edges of my fractured mind, and the haunting, familiar phrase surfaced from the depths of oblivion. "You're exactly where we need you to be." Story 36. The office had become my second home, a place where time stretched endlessly under the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. I took pride in my work, often staying late to finish important projects or tie up loose ends. The quiet stillness after hours when most coworkers had long gone offered a strange kind of peace. Peace has a way of twisting into something darker when you're alone. Most evenings, the only other person in the building was Gary, the janitor. He was in his mid-50s, with graying hair and a tired, weathered face. He kept to himself, moving through the office with quiet efficiency, his cart of cleaning supplies trailing behind him like a loyal companion. At first, I appreciated his professionalism. The office was always spotless, and he was polite in our brief conversations. But over time, Gary's behavior shifted in ways I couldn't ignore. It started with small comments, offhand remarks that seemed harmless on the surface, but felt too familiar. "Big project tonight?" he'd say while emptying the trash near my desk. "You've been burning the midnight oil a lot lately." His words felt just a little too knowing, like he'd been keeping track of how late I stayed. Still, I brushed it off as small talk. Then the questions became more specific. "Working late again? Don't you ever go home?" he asked one night, his tone light but his gaze lingering a moment too long. I forced a polite smile, ignoring the unease prickling at the back of my neck. Maybe he was just being friendly. Maybe I was overreacting. But then came the night I couldn't explain away. I was working late, putting the finishing touches on a critical presentation. The office was nearly silent, the only sounds the hum of the air conditioning and the rhythmic clicking of my keyboard. It was well past midnight when I decided to grab a coffee from the break room down the hall. As I walked down the dimly lit corridor, I glanced back toward my office and froze. Through the glass window, I saw Gary standing by my door. His back was to me, and he was fiddling with the lock, trying to open it. He wasn't cleaning. He wasn't tidying up. He was trying to get in. My breath hitched, and I took a step back, pressing myself into the shadows of the hallway. My heart pounded so hard I thought he might hear it through the walls. My shaking fingers fumbled for my phone, and I called building security in a hushed, urgent voice. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, every creak of the floor amplifying the suffocating silence. When security finally arrived, Gary was gone. The door to my office was closed, the lock appearing head. Security reviewed the camera footage and confronted Gary, who insisted it was all a misunderstanding. "I thought the door was unlocked," he claimed. "I was just making sure everything was secure." His explanation felt wrong, a feeble excuse delivered with practiced ease. The next morning, I reported the incident to Human Resources. They took it seriously, launching a formal investigation. Within a week, Gary was fired, and new security protocols were put in place. Extra surveillance, restricted after-hours access, and tighter monitoring of employee areas. But even after he was gone, the damage had been done. The sense of security I'd once felt in the office had been shattered. The space that had been a refuge for late-night productivity now felt tainted, its shadows longer, its corners darker. I tried to move on. The company was supportive, offering counseling sessions and ensuring I felt safe. But the memories lingered. Each time I stayed late, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, listening for the faint squeak of a cleaning cart or the distant click of a lock turning. I began double-checking the locks on my office door, sometimes triple-checking, until my fingers felt numb. I avoided leaving personal items out on my desk. Even the security cameras, installed to protect me, became haunting reminders of that night, their unblinking lenses capturing secrets in the dark. I started having dreams, nightmares really, where I was trapped in the office after hours, the hallways stretching endlessly, the lights flickering as unseen footsteps echoed behind me. Eventually, I learned to manage my anxiety, focusing on the practical steps I could take to reclaim a sense of control. but no amount of locks, cameras, or procedures could erase the memory of seeing Gary at my door. That moment when he crossed an invisible line between professional courtesy and something far more sinister. The weeks turned into months. I adjusted, slowly rebuilding my confidence. The routines of daily life returned, though shadows of the past still clung stubbornly to the edges of my mind. But the memory never truly left. Even now, long after leaving that job, I sometimes find myself glancing at closed office doors, half expecting to see a familiar figure standing just out of sight. It's a reminder of how quickly safety can be stripped away, how fragile our sense of security truly is. You never expect your space to be violated until it is, and once that line is crossed, you never forget. Story 37. It was a crisp autumn evening when I first noticed the unsettling changes in my life. The leaves crunched underfoot as I walked down the familiar path leading to my home, the sky painted with deep oranges and purples. My Labrador Max trotted happily beside me, his tail wagging in rhythm with my steps. The air was cool and comforting, wrapping the day in a serene stillness, a perfect ending to an ordinary day. Little did I know it was the calm before the storm. The next morning I woke to silence. Max's bed was empty, his usual morning bark absent. At first, I thought he was simply exploring the house, but as I called his name, the oppressive stillness of the house pressed in around me. Panic surged through my chest. I searched every room, my voice growing hoarse as I called for him. An hour passed in a haze of desperation and unanswered questions. Just as I was about to call animal control, I saw him, standing at the end of the street, his form barely visible through the swirling autumn leaves. Relief crashed over me as I ran toward him, my heart pounding. He stood still, staring at me with an expression I couldn't quite place, almost wary, as if unsure whether to trust me. It wasn't until I knelt to pet him that I noticed something was wrong. Max wasn't wearing his familiar red collar. Instead, a thick, old-fashioned leather band encircled his neck. Its surface was etched with strange, intricate carvings, and a brass nameplate gleamed in the morning light. My stomach twisted. Tied securely to the collar was a small, rolled piece of paper bound with J.H. twine. My hands trembled as I untied the note and unrolled it. The uneven, rushed handwriting seemed almost frantic. I have seen what you choose to ignore. Your home is not as safe as you believe. Be wary of the secret buried beneath your comfortable life. My breath hitched as I reread the message, each word digging deeper into my mind. What secret? What danger? Who was R? Max pressed against me, whining softly, his usual playfulness replaced by a tense alertness. I gently removed the collar, examining its worn leather surface. The brass nameplate was blank, as if to emphasize its ominous purpose. Shaken but determined, I carried Max home, locking the door behind us. My once cozy house now felt like a stranger, its familiar walls concealing something I couldn't see. I couldn't ignore the note. The message felt deliberate, personal, as though someone or something had been watching me for far longer than I realized. That evening, I retraced Max's steps, following the path where I'd found him. The quiet streets were eerily deserted, and the golden autumn leaves swirling in the breeze seemed to whisper secrets I couldn't understand. The search led me to the park at the edge of the neighborhood, a place Max and I often visited. Near the old wooden bench by the faded playground, a man sat, his shoulders hunched beneath a worn coat. His weathered face was lined with shadows, and his eyes darted nervously toward me. I hesitated but approached, keeping Max close. "Excuse me," I called, my voice trembling. "Have you seen anything unusual around here? My dog went missing last night and came back with this." I held up the collar. The man's eyes widened, his expression flickering between recognition and fear. He fidgeted with his hands, avoiding my gaze. "I don't know about any collar," he muttered, "but you should be careful. Sometimes things aren't what they seem." Before I could press him further, he rose abruptly and shuffled away, disappearing into the deepening twilight. Fear prickled my skin as I watched him vanish down the deserted street. Back home, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. Every creak of the old house sounded like approaching footsteps, every shifting shadow like unseen eyes. Determined to find answers, I searched the house from top to bottom, checking behind furniture, in closets, and under the floorboards. But everything appeared normal. The only thing out of place was the collar, still sitting on the kitchen counter like a silent accusation. I traced the carved symbols with my fingertips, wondering what they meant, and why someone had gone to such lengths to send me a warning. The following days were a haze of anxious waiting. I watched Max closely, searching for signs of distress or lingering fear, but he seemed to have returned to his usual cheerful self. Still, I couldn't ignore the note's words, "Be wary of the secret buried beneath your comfortable life." One sleepless night, driven by a desperate need for clarity, I pulled out the collar again. This time I examined it under the bright beam of a flashlight, hoping for a clue I had missed before. As the light traced the carved symbols, something glinted faintly, almost hidden beneath the brass nameplate. With a screwdriver, I pried the plate loose. Behind it was a second, smaller piece of paper folded so tightly it was almost invisible. My hands shook as I unfolded it. "It knows you found the collar. You're running out of time." A sharp knock echoed through the house. I froze, heart pounding. Another knock, louder this time, insistent. I grabbed Max and backed away from the front door, barely able to breathe. My fingers brushed against my phone, trembling as I dialed 911. But before I could press call, the knocking stopped. Silence settled over the house, heavier than before. The front porch was empty when the police arrived. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints in the fallen leaves. They filed a report but couldn't explain what had happened or why. Days have passed, but I can't shake the feeling that the warning wasn't just about Max or the collar. It was about me. The house feels like a trap now, its familiar walls holding secrets I'm too afraid to uncover. Every creak, every shadow feels charged with hidden intent. And though the collar is gone, its warning remains etched in my mind. Be wary of the secret buried beneath your comfortable life, because some secrets aren't meant to be found, and some warnings come too late. Story 38. The night the noises finally stopped, I lay in bed, wide awake, anticipating their return. The apartment was enveloped in an almost oppressive silence, one that felt unnatural after months of relentless disturbances. It wasn't relief I felt, it was unease. Silence could be just as menacing as sound. Days passed without incident, no scratching, no dragging, no whispered voices. I tried to enjoy the newfound quiet, but the stillness felt charged, like the calm before a storm. My routine slowly resumed. I slept better, laughed more, and even invited friends over, determined to reclaim the space as my own. Then, on a cold, rainy evening, I found something that shattered any sense of closure I'd built. While rearranging furniture in the living room, I noticed the edge of a small, loose floorboard near the wall. My breath hitched as I knelt and pried it up, half expecting nothing but old wiring or forgotten debris. Instead, I uncovered something far worse, a small, weathered box wrapped in faded cloth. Hands trembling, I opened the box. Inside were personal items, an old leather-bound journal, a tarnished silver necklace, and a photograph so faded it was barely recognizable. The faces in the photo were faint, but one thing was clear. The child in the picture was the same one whose laughter I'd heard in the dead of night. I forced myself to focus on the journal, its brittle pages crackling as I turned them. The entries were fragmented and disjointed, written in a trembling hand. They come when the house is quiet. They watch from the dark corners. I tried to leave, but they followed. The final entry was the most chilling. I can't hide anymore. They know I'm still here. Cold dread settled over me as I realized the truth. The noises hadn't stopped because I had reclaimed control or faced my fears. They had stopped because they wanted me to think it was over. Before I could process what I'd found, a soft, familiar sound echoed from the hallway behind me, a faint scratching, just like before. And this time, it was much closer. Shaking with adrenaline, I spun around, clutching the box like a shield. The dim light from the flickering lamp barely pierced the shadows stretching down the narrow hall. Every creak of the old wooden floor seemed magnified, each shift in the darkness charged with sinister intent. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table, its cold surface grounding me momentarily. Desperation took over as I dialed the police, my voice trembling as I explained the situation. They promised to send someone, though their measured tone suggested they thought I was overreacting. I didn't have time to wait. Summoning what little courage I had, I crept toward the hallway. My steps were cautious, soundless, as if even the floor beneath me knew the danger that lay ahead. The scratching had stopped, replaced by an oppressive, watchful silence. Reaching the entrance to the hall, I hesitated. The shadows felt thicker, darker, as if they were waiting for me to step inside. The air was damp, tinged with the scent of mildew and something faintly metallic. Blood, maybe, or rust. My mind raced through every horror story I'd ever heard, each possibility more terrifying than the last. Heart pounding, I stepped forward. The old wooden door at the end of the hall, usually bolted shut, was slightly ajar, its hinges groaning softly in the still air. A dim, unnatural light spilled out from the crack, casting eerie shapes onto the worn floorboards. I wanted to turn back, to flee the house and never return, but something compelled me forward. A terrible, irresistible pull, as if the house itself demanded I confront what lay beyond that. Or, with every step, the air grew colder, heavier, pressing against my chest like unseen hands. My breath hitched as I reached the door, my fingers brushing the worn, splintered wood. Bracing myself, I pushed it open. The room beyond was not part of my home, or at least, not as I'd ever known it. Its walls were lined with strange, ritualistic symbols, etched deep into the decaying plaster. Faint, flickering candles sat in uneven rows along the edges, their trembling flames casting distorted shadows that writhed like living things. At the center of the room stood a small wooden table, its surface stained dark with age, or something far more sinister. Resting atop it was an old mirror, its surface cracked and clouded with grime. Something about its shattered reflection made my stomach twist. The air crackled with unseen energy, vibrating with malice. A cold breeze stirred behind me, and the door slammed shut with a deafening crash, plunging the room into near darkness. I lunged for the door, yanking at the rusted handle, but it wouldn't budge, locked tight from the outside. Panic surged as I banged against the door, shouting for help, though I knew no one would hear. The oppressive stillness seemed to swallow my cries, trapping them within the room's suffocating confines. Then from the far corner of the room, I heard it again, the familiar, maddening scratching. It was slow, deliberate, like claws raking across the wooden floor. My eyes strained against the flickering shadows, desperately searching for the source. Suddenly, the mirror's surface shimmered, its fractured reflection twisting into a grotesque mockery of reality. A figure emerged from the distorted glass, a gaunt, twisted shape with hollow eyes that gleamed with malevolent hunger. Frozen in terror, I stumbled backward, heart pounding like a war drum. The thing crawled toward me with unnatural fluidity, its limbs bending in ways no humans ever could. Desperation fueled my next move. I grabbed one of the rusted candle holders from the table and hurled it at the mirror with all my strength. The shattering glass exploded in a deafening crash, sending shards flying across the room. For a moment, everything went still. Then the room itself seemed to shudder, the walls groaning like a living thing in pain. A low, guttural wail rose from the shattered mirror's remains, a sound of rage, of something denied its prey. The door behind me burst open, spilling light into the cursed space. Without a second thought, I bolted through the opening, never looking back. I didn't stop running until I was outside, gasping for breath beneath the cold night sky. The house loomed behind me, silent once more, its dark windows staring like empty, soulless eyes. I never returned. Whatever lived within those walls had claimed its space long ago, and I knew better than to challenge it again. Some places aren't haunted by memories. They are the memory, feeding on the living until they too become part of the endless, hungering dark. Story 39. The calls may have stopped, but the fear they left behind never truly faded. Every notification, every unexpected ring still sends a jolt of anxiety through me, like the distant echo of a predator's breath on the back of my neck. After the police closed the investigation and the private investigator moved on, I tried to rebuild my life, to reclaim a sense of normalcy, but some wounds cut too deep for time to fully heal. Months passed in a haze of cautious routine. I changed my number, upgraded my home security system, and even moved to a new apartment in a different part of the city. For a while, it worked. The heavy blanket of paranoia began to lift, replaced by something resembling peace. Then, one rainy evening, the past came crashing back. I was working late, the dim glow of my computer screen the only light in the room. The rain outside tapped rhythmically against the windows, blending with the soft hum of the heater. Just as I was beginning to relax, a notification popped up on my phone. New voicemail, unknown number. My breath hitched, hands trembling. I hesitated before pressing play. A familiar, coldly polite voice emerged from the static-laden recording. "You moved, but you didn't say goodbye. That hurt me." The phone slipped from my grasp, clattering onto the desk. My mind reeled, desperately searching for an explanation. I had changed everything, my number, my location, even my daily routines. How could they have found me again? I checked the phone logs, but the number was untraceable, just like before. No caller ID, no traceable data. A dead end. The sense of violation was suffocating. I rushed to check the locks, double bolting the front door and drawing every curtain in the apartment. Even so, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that I had been lulled into a false sense of security. The next few days were a nightmare of sleepless nights and constant anxiety. I contacted the police again, but without a tangible threat, there was little they could do. "Keep your phone off and stay vigilant," they advised, a hollow reassurance against an enemy I couldn't see. Then the packages started arriving. At first they seemed innocent, small, unmarked boxes left on my doorstep. Inside, however, were personal items I thought I had lost long ago. A necklace from my childhood, a worn-out journal I hadn't seen in years, even a keychain from a vacation I barely remembered. Each object felt like a piece of my past being dragged into the present, distorted and out of place. The final package was different, larger, heavier. My hands trembled as I tore through the brown paper wrapping. Inside was a framed photograph of me. The picture was recent, taken just days earlier while I was walking home from work. I was alone, lost in thought, unaware that someone had been watching and capturing the moment forever. Scrawled across the back of the photograph were 3 words in that same familiar handwriting: "You can't hide." Something inside me snapped. Fear gave way to a fierce, burning determination. I was done being hunted, done feeling helpless. They wanted me to feel powerless, but not this time. I installed hidden cameras throughout my apartment, encrypting every device I owned and setting up motion detectors around every entry point. I armed myself with every piece of technology I could find. If they were watching, I would watch back. But even as I fortified my home, paranoia seeped deeper into my bones. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of movement outside my window felt like a whispered threat. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by endless nights of tense, breathless waiting. Then, one night, I caught something on the security footage. The grainy video showed a shadowy figure standing just beyond the edge of my apartment's backyard, obscured by the darkness. They stood motionless, facing the camera as if they knew I was watching. The feed crackled, static overtaking the screen for a brief moment before the figure disappeared, leaving nothing but the cold, empty stillness of the night. I rewound the footage over and over, desperate for a clear image, but the figure remained blurred, distorted, just out of reach, like a fading nightmare. The final blow came in the form of a handwritten note slipped under my front door the next morning. It read, "You've done well, but this isn't over." The words burned into my mind, leaving no room for doubt. They were still out there, watching, waiting. No matter how much I tried to hide, they always seemed to be one step ahead, closer than I ever imagined. I packed my belongings that same day, abandoning the apartment, the city, and the fragile sense of security I had tried so desperately to rebuild. There was no point in staying. They had found me once, they would find me again. And so I ran. I disappeared into the anonymity of a new place, changing my identity, erasing every trace of my past. But even now, far from the life I once knew, I can't shake the feeling that this is only temporary, that no matter where I go, the calls, the packages, the notes will start again. Somewhere out there, someone is still watching, waiting, listening, and sooner or later, the phone will ring again. Story 40. The relentless knocking was supposed to be behind me. I had left the house, driven miles away, and built a new life in a town where no one knew my story. But even here, far from the place where it all began, the memory of that sound clung to me like a persistent shadow. Weeks stretched into months, and the tension that had lived in my chest slowly began to fade. The quiet of my new home felt tolerable. Sleep returned in cautious increments. I stopped jumping at every unexpected sound and finally allowed myself to believe that the nightmare was over, until the knocking came back. It started faintly, distant enough that I could almost convince myself it was just my imagination. A branch tapping against a window, a neighbor hammering something late at night, the harmless creaks of an old house settling. But deep down, I knew better. One night, just past midnight, I heard it again. 3 deliberate knocks. They echoed through the stillness, unmistakably clear, like a cruel echo from the past. Knock, knock, knock. I sat bolt upright in bed, my pulse pounding in my ears. The sound seemed to reverberate through the walls, wrapping around me like icy fingers. Clutching the edge of the blanket, I waited for the next set of knocks, but they never came. The silence stretched thin, taut with anticipation. Shaking, I forced myself out of bed and crept toward the front door, heart hammering. The porch light glowed softly, casting a reassuring halo on the empty street outside. There was no one there. No footprints in the freshly fallen leaves, no sign of movement. But when I turned to head back inside, I noticed something out of place. A single, weathered envelope rested on the porch, partially obscured by fallen leaves. Its edges were damp from the night air. My name was scrawled across the front in thick, uneven ink. My hands trembled as I tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper, blank except for 3 words written in that same jagged hand. Did you forget? The world seemed to tilt beneath me. My breath hitched as I stumbled backward, the note fluttering to the ground like a dying leaf. Panic surged through me. Someone had found me, followed me here. I scrambled inside, deadbolting the door and checking every lock, every window. My fingers fumbled as I pulled out my phone and dialed the police. An officer arrived 20 minutes later, his calm demeanor doing little to ease my fraying nerves. He searched the property thoroughly but found no signs of forced entry or tampering, just the envelope, now sealed in an evidence bag. Probably just a prank, he suggested, though his eyes lingered on my pale face, registering my barely contained terror. Call us if it happens again. Happens again. The phrase echoed in my mind long after he left. Sleep was impossible that night. I sat rigid on the couch, flashlight in hand, every creak of the house sending fresh waves of dread through me. The walls felt closer now, pressing in with suffocating intent. The knocking didn't come again that night, but something far worse did. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed with a new text from an unknown number. "You can't run." I dropped the phone, nausea twisting my stomach. My hands shook as I deleted the message, though its meaning seared itself into my mind. They were right. I couldn't run. They had found me once. They would find me again. Desperate for answers, I began digging into the history of my old house, the place where the knocking had first started. Late nights turned into obsessive research, fueled by equal parts terror and determination. Old town records eventually revealed something chilling. The house's previous owner, a solitary man named Thomas Grayson, had vanished under mysterious circumstances. Neighbors reported hearing strange knocks in the dead of night before he disappeared. His body was never found. Digging deeper, I uncovered a string of similar reports stretching back decades. Different houses, different towns, but always the same pattern, unexplained knocking, growing louder, more persistent, until the occupant vanished without a trace. The knocking wasn't random. It was a summons. One final report chilled me to the core. It was dated only 6 months before I had moved into the house. Last seen answering the door after hearing 3 knocks. My stomach twisted as the awful truth settled over me like a suffocating fog. I hadn't escaped. I was still part of whatever this was. And it wasn't finished with me yet. That night, I sat in the dark, paralyzed by dread, waiting for the inevitable. The house held its breath alongside me, silent and still. And then, at exactly 3 a.m., it came. Knock. Knock. Slow. Deliberate. Certain. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Tears stung my eyes as I stared at the front door, its outline barely visible in the dim glow of the porch light. My phone buzzed with a new message. It's time. The knocking came again, louder this time, rattling the door on its hinges. Knock. 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 With shaking fingers, I reached for the phone to call the police, only to find the line dead. I was trapped. The knocking didn't stop. It never would, because some doors aren't meant to be opened. Story 41. It was a chilly November evening when I first noticed something strange in my home. I had returned from work exhausted, ready for a quiet night. The familiar comfort of my living room, with its worn leather couch and softly glowing reading lamp, should have eased the tension of the day, but something felt off. At first it was subtle. A framed photo on the mantel slightly askew, a forgotten blanket folded differently than I remembered. Minor things easily dismissed. But as the days passed, these small changes accumulated. Books I hadn't touched were out of place, drawers left open, the faint scent of unfamiliar cologne lingering in the air. I convinced myself it was paranoia, stress playing tricks on my mind. Life carried on until the night I found the note. It was resting on my kitchen table, a single sheet of white paper with 4 typed words, "I know your secret." My breath hitched. There was no signature, no context, just those ominous words staring back at me. Panic surged through my veins. Was this some cruel prank? A misunderstanding? I locked every door and window, double-checking the security system I'd installed months earlier, but rarely used. The house felt colder, its familiar walls suddenly hostile. Days passed without another incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Paranoia seeped into every corner of my life. I avoided social media, kept my blinds closed, and limited contact with friends. Sleep became an elusive luxury, broken by every creak and groan of the old house. Then came the second note. It appeared on my nightstand while I slept. Stop hiding. The realization struck like ice water. Whoever was doing this had been inside my house. My sanctuary was no longer safe. Terrified, I called the police, explaining everything in a frantic rush. They searched the house but found no signs of forced entry. Probably a prank, one officer offered dismissively. Change your locks, upgrade your security. Their words rang hollow. This wasn't a prank. This was calculated. Desperate for answers, I installed hidden cameras throughout the house. Small, discreet devices linked to my phone. If someone came back, I would know. Days stretched into a week, then two. Just when I started to believe the nightmare had ended, the cameras captured something that turned my blood to ice. The footage showed me sleeping, bathed in the soft glow of my bedside lamp. But I wasn't alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, face obscured by a dark hood. They moved with eerie confidence, standing motionless at the foot of my bed, watching me sleep. After what felt like an eternity, they placed something on the nightstand before vanishing into the darkness. I couldn't breathe. Hands trembling, I replayed the footage over and over, searching for clues, for anything that might reveal who this person was. But they'd left no thing behind, except the third note. It's too late. That night, I packed a bag and fled to a friend's house, leaving the cursed house behind. The police intensified their investigation, treating the incident as a potential stalking case. Weeks passed without further contact from the intruder, but the damage was done. My sense of safety was shattered, replaced by constant vigilance. Months later, I received a final package in the mail. No return address, just my name printed neatly on the label. Inside was a leather-bound journal filled with detailed entries, accounts of my daily routines, private conversations, even thoughts I'd confided only to myself. The last page bore a single message. I was never after your secrets. I wanted you to know mine. The case remains unsolved. And even now, long after I've moved away and changed every traceable aspect of my life, I still feel those eyes watching from the shadows, silent, patient, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. Story 42. The weeks after that eerie night were a blur of sleepless nights and constant anxiety. Even though I hadn't seen Mr. Thompson since the last unsettling encounter, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching, still lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. The police followed up once but found nothing suspicious. Probably just a misunderstanding, one of the officers suggested with a practiced, dismissive tone. Old man like that, maybe he's confused or lonely. They promised increased patrols, but I could tell they didn't consider it serious. Despite their reassurances, I couldn't relax. I added more locks to my doors, installed security cameras, and even set up motion-activated lights around the property. But no matter how secure my house became, the fear stayed. It was a gnawing presence, impossible to exorcise. One stormy night, just as I was starting to believe the worst was behind me, my phone buzzed with a notification from the security app. Motion detected. Backyard camera. My stomach twisted. Hands trembling, I opened the live feed. The rain blurred the footage, but I could just make out a dark figure standing at the edge of the yard, half hidden behind a tree. Lightning flashed, illuminating the unmistakable silhouette of a man, Mr. Thompson. His face was partially obscured by the rain and shadows, but the way he stood, perfectly still, eyes fixed toward the camera, was unmistakable. He knew I was watching. Heart pounding, I grabbed my phone and called the police. My voice shook as I described what I was seeing, urging them to send someone immediately. "Stay inside," the dispatcher instructed. "Officers are on the way." I locked every door and window, retreating to the darkest corner of the living room, my phone still clutched tightly in my hand. On the screen, the live feed flickered, but Mr. Thompson hadn't moved. He remained at the edge of the yard, unmoving, soaked by the relentless rain. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then, suddenly, he was gone. No movement, no retreat, just gone, as though the shadows themselves had swallowed him whole. The police arrived moments later, conducting a thorough search of the property, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no evidence of trespassing, nothing but the drenched, wind-swept yard. Even the camera footage had been corrupted, filled with static and distorted images. The officers exchanged uneasy glances. Might have been a trick of the storm, one suggested, though even he didn't sound convinced. We'll keep an eye out. They left after ensuring the house was secure, but their words offered little comfort. I knew what I had seen. The next day, I decided I couldn't live like this anymore. I took time off work and stayed with a close friend in the city, hoping distance would finally break the hold of the paranoia that had consumed my life. Weeks passed without incident. Slowly, cautiously, I started to believe it was over, that whatever had driven Mr. Thompson to those obsessive behaviors had faded. Maybe he'd moved away or been forced into assisted care. Maybe he was gone for good. But the past isn't so easily buried. One night, long after I'd settled into a new apartment, a package arrived at my door. No return address, no markings, just a plain cardboard box sealed with heavy tape. My stomach tightened as I carefully brought it inside. With shaking hands, I opened the box. Inside was an old, weathered photo album. Every page was filled with photographs, grainy black and white images that looked decades old. The first few pages showed a young couple smiling in front of a modest house, standing proudly in a yard that looked eerily familiar. Then the photos changed. The familiar house appeared again, but abandoned this time, its windows dark and lifeless. The next set of pictures were taken from outside through half-drawn curtains and cracked blinds. I realized with growing horror that the house in the photos was my old house. And then I turned to the final page. Tucked inside the back cover was a single recent photograph. Me, standing in my new apartment's kitchen, completely unaware. My breath hitched as I stumbled back, the photo slipping from my fingers. The last thing I noticed, scrawled in faint, spidery handwriting beneath the picture, were 3 words, "Found you again." Story 43. It all began with a single phone call. It was a quiet Tuesday night, the kind of stillness where even the soft hum of the refrigerator seemed amplified. I was curled up on the couch, letting the calm of the evening settle over me, when my phone rang. The sharp tone shattered the silence, making me jump. I glanced at the screen, an unfamiliar number. It was past midnight, far too late for a casual call. For a moment I debated letting it go to voicemail. Probably a wrong number or one of those endless robocalls. But something about the timing, about the stillness of the night, compelled me to answer. "Hello?" Silence. A faint crackle of static buzzed on the other end. I waited, straining to hear anything, breathing, movement, but there was nothing, just that empty, hissing static. "Hello?" I repeated, my voice firmer now. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, a faint unease creeping into my chest. It had to be a glitch, I told myself, a crossed line or a technical error. Shaking my head, I set the phone down and went back to my quiet evening, though the stillness felt heavier now. The next night, at precisely midnight, the phone rang again. Same number, same unknown caller. My pulse quickened as I picked up the phone. "Hello?" The static returned, deeper this time, like a distant radio station barely tuned in. No voice, no explanation, just nothing. I hung up, trying to brush off the creeping dread tightening around my chest. Maybe it was a prank, some bored stranger messing with random numbers. I told myself it was nothing, but the calls didn't stop. Night after night, always at midnight, the phone would ring. Each time I answered, each time there was only silence, until one night everything changed. The phone rang at the usual time. With shaky hands I picked it up. "Hello?" For a moment there was only static, faint, persistent, and then, "I know where you are." The whispered words hit me like a jolt of electricity. My breath caught in my throat. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The line went dead. I stood frozen, phone still clutched in my hand, the darkness around me feeling suddenly suffocating. My heart pounded as my mind raced with possibilities. Was it a prank, a sick joke? But the voice, it felt too deliberate, too intimate. The next morning I called my phone provider, desperate for answers. I gave them the number, explaining everything. But after several minutes of searching, they told me something that made my stomach twist. "There's no record of those calls," the representative said. "That number doesn't exist." The words left me cold. How could that be possible? The calls had been real. I knew they had. The next night, I stayed awake, phone clutched tightly in my hand, dread coiling tighter with each passing minute. Midnight came, and right on cess. The phone rang. I answered, my voice barely above a whisper. "Hello?" The familiar static buzzed softly before the voice returned. "I know where you are." This time, though, there was something different. Beneath the whispered words, I heard faint background noise, murmured voices like a conversation just out of reach, or the rustling of papers. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What do you want?" The line clicked, leaving me alone in the heavy silence. Panic seeped into every corner of my life after that. Sleep became impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside my window felt like a threat. I installed extra locks on my doors and windows, set up motion-detecting lights, and even bought security cameras. But no matter how secure I made the house, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Desperate for help, I went to the police. I explained everything: the calls, the voice, the number that didn't exist. They took my statement seriously, promising to investigate. They advised me to document any future calls and reassured me that I was safe. But I didn't feel safe. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, the calls stopped. One night, the phone didn't ring. Midnight came and went in perfect, suffocating silence. The next night was the same, and the one after that. At first, I felt relieved. Maybe whoever it was had finally given up. Maybe the nightmare was over. But the relief didn't last. The silence felt wrong, more oppressive than the calls themselves. I couldn't help but wonder, had they stopped because they were done playing their game, or because they didn't need the phone anymore? The paranoia only deepened. I started noticing small things, objects slightly out of place, windows unlocked when I was sure I had locked them, faint footprints in the dirt outside my back door. I never saw anyone. Never caught anyone on the security cameras, but I felt it. The weight of unseen eyes, the prickling sensation of being watched. Though the calls never returned, the fear never left. Even now, late at night when the world is quiet, I still flinch when my phone buzzes unexpectedly. I still check the locks twice, sometimes 3 times before going to bed. And sometimes when sleep eludes me, I lie awake and remember the voice, soft and cold, crackling through the static. "I know where you are." The words linger etched into my memory, a dark reminder that some fears don't end when the phone stops ringing. They just wait. Story 44. Greg's departure from my life was as abrupt as his entrance had been. After our final tense conversation, he vanished without explanation, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that his influence still hovered like an unresolved chord echoing in the back of my mind. His absence felt strange, not a relief, but a vacuum filled with unanswered questions. Determined to reclaim my sense of stability, I focused on rebuilding my routine. I strengthened existing friendships and nurtured genuine connections built on trust and shared experiences. I returned to hobbies I had neglected, threw myself into work, and sought out moments of joy in the everyday. Yet even as I moved forward, memories of Greg's carefully crafted stories and manipulative charm haunted me. His ability to weave compelling narratives out of half-truths left me questioning how much of what I had known about him was real, and how much had been an elaborate facade designed to manipulate and control. One day, months later, I received an unexpected email from an old acquaintance in a different city. They mentioned encountering someone who sounded eerily like Greg. Same magnetic personality, same elaborate tales, but now operating under a different name. My stomach twisted as I realized Greg hadn't vanished. He'd simply moved on to another stage, another audience to enchant and control. He was still out there, spinning his web, leaving behind a trail of fractured lives. This realization spurred me into action. I reached out to people Greg and I had both known, sharing my experiences and learning theirs. The stories painted a chilling picture of a man who lived through a revolving door of identities, always adjusting his persona to fit the needs of those around him. He was a master manipulator who thrived on control through perception, spinning new versions of himself wherever he went. Every person he encountered seemed to have met a different Greg, tailored to their vulnerabilities, desires, and fears. Through these conversations, I discovered that Greg's deceit went deeper than I had ever suspected. He had borrowed elements from people's pasts, inserting himself into their lives with uncanny precision. He remembered every detail, every vulnerability shared in confidence, using them as currency in his game of manipulation. Each new identity he created was more convincing than the last. A patchwork of stolen stories and fabricated experiences designed to disarm and captivate. Though unsettling, this knowledge brought me a strange sense of closure. Greg's power had always been rooted in secrecy and deception. By connecting with others, we dismantled the web he had spun, transforming shared confusion into mutual understanding. His manipulation thrived in isolation. Once exposed, it lost much of its potency. But confronting the truth about Greg wasn't easy. At times, I felt anger at myself for having fallen under his spell. How had I not seen the signs? How had I let him infiltrate my life so deeply? But as I pieced together the fragments of the stories others shared, I realized that Greg's manipulation was a skill honed through years of practice. He had perfected the art of blending sincerity with lies, crafting personas so convincing that even the most guarded individuals found themselves pulled into his orbit. I stopped blaming myself and started recognizing the strength it took to break free. In uncovering Greg's pattern, I reclaimed a sense of agency that his manipulation had stolen from me. His lies had been calculated, but my response, my refusal to stay silent, was a form of resistance he could never control. Over time, I stopped looking over my shoulder, stopped expecting his shadow to reappear. I learned to trust my instincts, to recognize when charm masked something darker. Greg's manipulations had left scars, but they also strengthened my resolve to value authenticity and remain grounded in my own truth. I developed a heightened awareness of red flags, those subtle inconsistencies, those moments when someone's words didn't quite align with their actions. Though Greg might still be out there, reinventing himself in another unsuspecting community, his hold on my life was finally broken. The story he tried to control became mine to tell, and in reclaiming it, I found a new kind of freedom. His power came from controlling the narrative, but by speaking my truth, I reclaimed what he had tried to take. Looking back, I recognize that people like Greg thrive in shadows, manipulating from the edges where attention rarely falls. But even the most carefully constructed lies can't withstand the light of shared truth. By connecting with others, by refusing to be silenced or shamed, I stripped away the illusion he had built. I can't say that the experience didn't change me. It did, but not in the way Greg might have intended. I'm more cautious now, less likely to take people at face value, but I'm also stronger, wiser, and more determined to protect the life I've rebuilt. Trust, once broken, takes time to restore, but it can be rebuilt on a foundation of honesty and shared experience. The memories of Greg will always be there, a dark chapter in my past, but they no longer define me. I've turned the page, moving forward with a clearer sense of who I am and what I value. I refuse to let his manipulations be the end of my story. The person he tried to control no longer exists. I've become someone far stronger, someone he could never deceive again. Greg taught me an unintentional lesson, that resilience isn't just about surviving, it's about reclaiming your narrative, finding strength in vulnerability, and forging connections built on truth. While he may still be out there, leaving behind a trail of fractured stories, he will never again write mine. That power is mine alone. Story 45. It started innocently enough. One morning my phone buzzed with a notification. Expecting a routine alert, I glanced at the screen. Instead, there was a text from an unknown number. Watch your step today. I dismissed it as a prank, some random spammer trying to be clever. Still, the words stuck with me as I went about my day. By lunchtime, I had slipped on a wet sidewalk, spilled coffee on my shirt, and gotten caught in an unexpected downpour without an umbrella. None of these incidents were particularly disastrous on their own, but together they felt orchestrated, like the universe was playing a cruel joke. The next morning, my phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. Someone will take something you value today. I rolled my eyes but couldn't shake the uneasy feeling settling in my chest. When I arrived at work, my stomach dropped. My favorite pen, a gift from my late grandmother, was missing from my desk. I searched frantically, even crawling under coworkers' desks, but it was gone. By the end of the week, the messages were undeniable. Every day brought a new cryptic text, followed by an eerily accurate misfortune. You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice. The predictions were vague, but disturbingly precise. These weren't lucky guesses. They were tailored to my life. I tried blocking the number, but the text kept coming from slightly altered versions of the same string. No matter what I did, they found their way to me. One night, sitting alone at my kitchen table, I stared at my phone, waiting. Anxiety gnawed at me, an invisible hand tightening around my chest. The air in the room felt heavy, suffocating. At exactly midnight, my phone buzzed again. It's time for a real test. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shifting shadow seemed alive. By morning I was a wreck, dragging myself through the day in a fog of exhaustion and dread. Then came the next message. A close friend will betray your trust. My stomach twisted. Amy, we'd been inseparable since college. Late-night study sessions, shared secrets, unconditional support through every life challenge. The idea of betrayal from her felt impossible. But later that day, Amy called. Her voice was shaky, hesitant. At the cafe where we met, she couldn't meet my eyes. Her hands trembled as she slid an envelope across the table. I'm so sorry, she whispered. I never wanted you to find out like this. My heart pounded as I opened the envelope. Inside were photographs, Amy with my former boss, Richard. The images told a story I didn't want to believe. Secret meetings, late-night discussions in dimly lit offices, whispered conversations in hidden corners. He asked me to spy on you, Amy confessed, her eyes glistening with tears. He thought you were hiding something, and I didn't know how to say no. I left the cafe without a word, the envelope clutched tightly in my trembling hands. But that was only the beginning. The messages kept coming, darker and more personal. They escalated from petty misfortunes to looming threats that haunted my every waking moment. The final message arrived on a gray Friday morning. Everything you've built will crumble today. By then, I was barely holding it together. The relentless texts, Amy's betrayal, and the constant sense of impending doom had hollowed me out. Still, I tried to brace myself, hoping to endure whatever came next. But it didn't matter. One by one, the pieces of my life shattered. A major project I'd spent months perfecting fell apart within hours. A key client pulled their contract. By the end of the day, I was handed a termination notice. I sat at my empty desk, staring at the final message on my phone. Your misery is complete. That night, something inside me snapped. I had lost my job, my trust in others, and my sense of safety. It was time to fight back. Desperate for answers, I traced the number to a prepaid phone, a dead end offering no clues. The authorities dismissed my concerns as the work of a skilled prankster or a twisted coincidence. They didn't understand. The texts weren't just predictions. They were instructions, manipulating my life like pieces on a chessboard. Then, as suddenly as they started, the messages stopped. But the damage was done. Amy tried to reach out, begging for forgiveness, but I couldn't face her. The betrayal was still too raw. Weeks turned into months as I tried to rebuild my life. Yet the memory of the messages lingered, like a shadow in the corner of my mind. The cryptic warnings, the precise predictions, they had unraveled my reality, leaving me to question everything. Who had sent them? How had they known so much? I never found the answers. What I did find was a chilling truth. Even in the most ordinary moments, the unknown can reach out and tear apart the fabric of our lives. The messages became a haunting reminder of how fragile trust can be, and how deeply the unseen forces of the world can shape us. Even now, every buzz of my phone sends a chill down my spine. Story 46. It began like any other day, a crisp autumn morning with the scent of fallen leaves lingering in the air. I set out for a hike, eager to escape the suffocating grind of daily life. The forest was my refuge, its winding trails offering peace and solitude. But on that particular day, the woods had something far darker in store. I followed a familiar trail until an overgrown path caught my eye, one I didn't remember seeing before. Curiosity tugged at me, and without much thought, I veered off the main path, pushing through dense brush until I stumbled into a secluded clearing. At its center lay a weathered stone slab, half hidden beneath a tangle of roots and moss. It was oddly placed, like it had been abandoned long ago. Intrigued, I knelt and brushed away the dirt covering its surface. My fingers froze as they traced the faded inscription. Here lies my full name. Born, died, today's date. My breath caught in my throat. The forest grew still, the rustling leaves silenced as though holding their breath. The cold certainty of those words weighed down on me. My name, my birth date, today's date. I stumbled back, heart pounding. A cruel joke, I thought, or maybe a bizarre coincidence. But the air around me felt heavy, oppressive, charged with something far more sinister than a simple prank. I snapped a few photos of the grave with trembling hands before bolting back down the trail, adrenaline propelling me forward. As the familiar path finally emerged ahead, I dared a glance over my shoulder. The clearing was gone. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of my old house, every whisper of wind against the windows set me on edge. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, haunted by the image of the stone and its chilling inscription. The next morning, I decided to investigate. A call to the local historical society yielded nothing. There were no records of a grave or memorial in that part of the forest. The woman on the phone seemed unfazed, her polite indifference deepening my unease. Desperate for answers, I turned to a local private investigator named Jim, a no-nonsense type with years of experience dealing with odd cases. He listened quietly as I described the stone. Though skeptical, he agreed to help. Days passed without leads. Jim dug through old property records, missing persons cases, and local legends, but nothing connected to the mysterious grave. Frustration festered, gnawing at me with every passing hour. Then one evening, as I reviewed the photos I'd taken of the stone, I noticed something strange. In the first photo, the inscription was sharp and clear, but in the following shots, it appeared fainter. The words were fading, like the memory of the stone itself was slipping away. I showed the photos to Jim. His face darkened. "We need to go back," he said. The next morning, we hiked into the forest together, retracing my steps. Every rustling leaf, every distant bird call felt amplified, warped by the suffocating tension that blanketed the woods. When we reached the clearing, my stomach twisted. The stone was gone. In its place lay only a patch of flattened grass, as though something heavy had been dragged away. "What the hell is going on?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Jim surveyed the area, his expression grim. It's like it was never here. Panic clawed at my chest. Was I losing my mind? Had I imagined the whole thing? That night, I received a text from an unknown number. The message read, "The stone was never meant to be found. You've disturbed something ancient. Watch your back." My blood turned to ice. The cryptic warning pushed me over the edge. I contacted Jim again, and he suggested setting up cameras around my home to document any unusual activity. I agreed, though the idea of being monitored felt like an invasion of what little privacy I had left. Days passed, and the cameras captured nothing. No movement, no signs of intruders. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep its secrets. Then, late one night, I was reviewing footage when something extraordinary happened. The grainy video showed a shadowy figure approaching my house. They were carrying something that looked disturbingly similar to the stone from the grave. Before I could make out any details, the footage cut to static. That was the breaking point. I felt like a puppet in a game I didn't understand, manipulated by unseen hands. Fear had consumed my life, and I realized I couldn't stay here any longer. I decided to leave town, hoping that distance might bring relief. As I packed my bags, I couldn't help but glance back at my home one last time. The place that had once been my sanctuary now felt tainted, a stage for a sinister play. Driving away, the road ahead seemed to stretch on forever, shrouded in uncertainty. I didn't know what awaited me, but I was determined to escape the shadow that had loomed over me since that fateful day in the forest. Even as I left, the inscription on the stone remained etched in my mind, a chilling reminder of how fragile our sense of reality can be when confronted with the unknown. Story 47. The ordeal reshaped my entire existence. Every aspect of my life, once comfortably lived online, was now something I guarded with ferocious intensity. Passwords were encrypted, devices secured, and social media accounts either deleted or stripped of any identifying details. But no firewall could erase the deep sense of violation I carried with me. Weeks passed. The police investigation confirmed that the hacker had acted alone, but the damage went far beyond technical breaches. Every email I received, every unexpected notification, still triggered a surge of anxiety. Though the authorities assured me the threat was over, my mind refused to believe it. Then one quiet evening, my phone buzzed. A message from Alex, the cybersecurity expert who had helped take down the hacker. His tone was calm but serious. "We need to talk. Urgent." I immediately called him, dread tightening my chest. His voice was steady but tense. "During routine monitoring, I found something," he explained. "It's unusual. You might want to see for yourself." He directed me to a private, encrypted server he'd set up for sharing sensitive data. Hesitant but trusting Alex's expertise, I logged in. A single file sat waiting, labeled "Continue" in bold capital letters. With trembling fingers, I opened the file. What I saw made my stomach twist. It was a video, grainy, night vision footage from inside my home. The timestamp was from last night. The camera view swept slowly across my living room before pausing on my bedroom door, as though someone had been standing just outside, watching, waiting. I stumbled back from the screen, cold panic gripping my chest. How was this possible? The hacker had been arrested. This couldn't be happening again. But Alex's next words shattered any hope I had of escaping this nightmare. "The text signature isn't from the original hacker," he said, carefree. "Oli, it's more advanced, someone new." The room seemed to spin. Another hacker? A copycat? Or something worse? Desperate for answers, I asked Alex to trace the source of the file. His response chilled me to the core. "It was uploaded directly from your home network." I slammed my laptop shut, heart pounding. Was someone still inside? I grabbed the nearest object I could find, a heavy flashlight, and cautiously checked every room. Every door was locked, every window secured. But deep down I already knew. The breach wasn't physical, it was digital, intimate, and unstoppable. Determined to regain control, I worked with Alex through the night. We combed through every device connected to my network. Phones, laptops, smart home systems, searching for signs of compromise. Nothing seemed out of place. Until I checked my smart TV. Buried in its settings was an unfamiliar administrator account that shouldn't have existed. Its access logs stretched back weeks, long after the original hacker's arrest. Someone had been watching me, through my own home. Alex disabled the account immediately, but the damage was already done. Whoever was behind this had been inside my digital life in ways I couldn't comprehend. Then came the final message, sent directly to my newly secured inbox. You thought it was over. It never ends. My breath hitched. The realization hit me like ice. This wasn't just another hacker. This was personal, calculated, relentless, and far beyond anything I'd experienced before. The police were brought back in, but their investigation yielded nothing. Whoever was behind this was smarter, faster, and more prepared than anyone we'd faced before. They left no digital fingerprints, no traceable connections, only the lingering reminder that they were always one step ahead. I moved again, abandoning everything familiar. New devices, new accounts, even a new identity in the eyes of the digital world. Alex helped me build the most secure system possible, but no amount of encryption could erase the creeping sense of vulnerability. Months later, after countless sleepless nights, the messages finally stopped. No emails, no strange videos, no digital shadows lurking behind the screen. But the silence only made the fear sharper. To this day, I live with cameras watching every corner of my home, not for safety, but to remind me that I can watch too. Every notification sends a spike of adrenaline through my chest. Every unfamiliar sound in the dead of night makes me wonder, did I miss something? Did they find me again? Because in a world ruled by invisible networks and endless digital connections, escape is just an illusion. They could be watching right now, and maybe they never stopped. Story 48. The discovery of the photograph and the blood-stained shirt should have been the end of the mystery. But it was only the beginning. Even after leaving the house, the memories of that strange autumn afternoon lingered like shadows at the edge of my thoughts, refusing to fade. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled onto something far larger than I could comprehend. Weeks after abandoning the old Victorian home, I found myself returning to the local historical society, driven by a need for answers. Mrs. Whitaker greeted me warmly, but with a flicker of concern in her eyes. "I had a feeling I'd see you again," she said softly. I shared everything, the photograph, the hidden basement room, the eerie message written on the back of the group photo. Her expression darkened as I spoke, and when I finished, she sighed deeply. "There's a story about that house," she admitted reluctantly. "One we don't tell often, because most people don't believe it." According to local lore, the house had belonged to the Calloway family in the early 1900s. They were well respected in the community, but kept mostly to themselves. Rumors swirled of strange gatherings, secretive guests arriving at odd hours, and unusual symbols carved into the wooden beams of the house. One autumn night in 1923, the entire Calloway family vanished without a trace. Orrs reported hearing a terrible commotion, but when authorities arrived, the house was empty. No signs of a struggle, no personal belongings disturbed, just an unsettling stillness that seemed to hum with latent energy. The case was closed as an unexplained disappearance. Over the decades, new families moved in, but none stayed for long. Strange happenings drove them away, unexplained noises, cold drafts, objects moving on their own. The house became a local legend, whispered about but never fully understood. Mrs. Whitaker leaned closer. "The woman in your photograph, could she have been one of the Calloways?" I nodded slowly, the resemblance undeniable. "But why did she look exactly like me?" Desperate for more, I scoured every record I could find on the Calloways. Old journals, newspaper clippings, and personal letters painted a chilling picture. The Calloways were obsessed with immortality, performing dark rituals meant to bind souls to places, trapping them between life and death. The basement room, hidden for so long, seemed to have been their ritual chamber. Then I found something that stopped my heart. A faded family portrait of the Calloways from 1922. There, standing beside the stern-faced patriarch, was the woman from the photograph. Her name was Evelyn Calloway, and beneath her name, someone had scrawled in ink now barely legible, "Lost but not forgotten, she will return." The following nights were restless. No matter how far I had moved from that cursed house, I felt its grip tightening around me. My dreams were haunted by visions of Evelyn's face, sometimes smiling, sometimes twisted in silent despair. One night, I woke to the sensation of being watched. My bedroom was dark, save for the faint glow of the street lamp outside. As I sat up, my gaze fell on something resting on my dresser, a small, weathered wooden box identical to the one I'd unearthed in the backyard. I couldn't breathe. With trembling fingers, I opened the box. Inside was a single cracked mirror, just like the one I'd found in the basement. Its surface shimmered faintly, distorting my reflection until it wasn't mine at all. It was hers. Evelyn's face stared back at me, her lips moving soundlessly, as though trapped behind the glass. Her eyes were wild with desperation, or perhaps warning. Suddenly, the mirror shattered in my hands, leaving only a scattering of jagged shards and a faint whisper in the stillness. "You were never meant to find me." The next morning, I returned to the old house, determined to end whatever curse had tied my fate to Evelyn's. The property was abandoned, its windows boarded up, a for sale sign swaying in the cold autumn wind. Summoning every ounce of courage, I forced my way inside. Dust and decay hung in the air, thick and stifling. The familiar creak of the old wooden floors sent chills through me as I made my way to the basement door. The hidden room was just as I'd left it, though now cloaked in darkness deeper than before. The photographs remained scattered across the floor, their faded faces twisted in silent agony. And in the center of the room, where the ritual altar had once stood, lay something new. A single, yellowed piece of parchment covered in symbols I couldn't understand. Before I could react, the room's air thickened, pressing down like unseen hands. A sudden gust of wind extinguished my flashlight, plunging the room into absolute darkness. A voice, faint, familiar, echoed from the shadows. "Now you must close it." Terrified but resolute, I grasped the parchment and whispered the only words that came to mind. "Let the past remain buried." A blinding light exploded from the symbols, illuminating the room with an otherworldly glow. A deafening crack echoed as the basement walls seemed to fold in on themselves, consumed by the light. And then, silence. I woke outside, sprawled on the overgrown lawn, the old house behind me now nothing more than a crumbling ruin. Authorities said the foundation had collapsed, swallowing the basement and much of the structure. No trace of the photographs, the journal, or the wooden box was ever found. I moved far away, leaving behind the house, the memories, and the lingering shadow of Evelyn Calloway. But some nights, when the wind howls just right, I swear I hear her voice, soft, pleading, calling from a place beyond reach. The past may be buried, but it never truly rests. Story 49. The metallic clang of the basement door echoed through the darkness, reverberating off the cold, damp walls. My breath hitched, panic clawing at my chest. I spun around, flashlight trembling in my hand, illuminating nothing but the rust-streaked door now sealed tight behind me. I was trapped. The suffocating silence pressed in, broken only by the faint drip of water somewhere deep within the labyrinthine basement. My mind raced, replaying the distorted voice from the TV. "You were never meant to find this." The image of my lifeless double burned behind my eyes, its blank expression seared into my memory. Was it a threat, a warning, or something far worse? Desperate, I yanked at the basement door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The lock mechanism had clicked back into place, rendering the rusted key useless. Panic surged, tightening my throat. I slammed my fists against the unyielding metal, shouting into the darkness, but my cries were swallowed by the oppressive void. Fighting down rising terror, I forced myself to think. I still had the flashlight, though its beam flickered weakly. casting jagged, restless shadows along the walls. If there was a way in, there had to be a way out. I turned back toward the room where the old TV had flickered its horrifying message. The static had vanished, leaving only an empty black screen reflecting the dim beam of my flashlight. The filing cabinets and shelves loomed like forgotten sentinels, their contents coated in thick layers of dust. I approached one of the cabinets, hesitating before pulling the top drawer open. Inside were worn manila folders, each marked with faded labels written in harsh, angular script. The first one I grabbed was labeled simply, Subject 7, Terminated. My fingers trembled as I opened it. The file was filled with surveillance photos, dozens of them, showing a man I didn't recognize going about his daily life, walking to work, eating in his kitchen, sleeping in his bed. Each photo was time-stamped with chilling precision. The final image showed him bound to the same metal chair I'd seen on the TV, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at the camera. Swallowing hard, I rifled through more folders. Each contained similar records, each ending in the same grim fate. The subjects were ordinary people, men, women, even teenagers, all meticulously watched, studied, and erased. Then I saw it, a folder marked with my name. I hesitated, breath shaky, before yanking it free. The first page was a detailed profile, my full name, birth date, every address I'd ever lived at, but the deeper I read, the worse it became. Behavioral analysis, stable. Surveillance initiated. There were surveillance photos of me, reading in bed, cooking dinner, unlocking my front door. My private moments cataloged and classified like data points. Notes scrawled in the margins listed observations, routine consistent, minimal suspicion. Then, near the bottom of the last page, one chilling phrase stood out, subject ready for extraction. My pulse thundered in my ears as I stuffed the folder into my jacket. I had to get out. Suddenly, a soft, mechanical click echoed behind me, the unmistakable sound of a security camera shifting its focus. My flashlight swung toward the far corner, where a previously hidden camera lens gleamed faintly in the dark. It was watching me. Before I could react, the old TV buzzed back to life with a jarring crackle of static. The distorted voice returned, slow and deliberate. "You've gone too far." The flashlight dimmed again, its flickering beam now barely piercing the thick darkness. I backed toward the filing cabinets, adrenaline surging through my veins. Run. I bolted, sprinting down the narrow corridor outside the filing room, the weak flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I stumbled through the suffocating dark. The maze-like basement twisted and branched in countless directions, each passage identical to the last. Behind me, faint footsteps echoed, measured, deliberate. Someone, or something, was following me. Breathing ragged, I rounded another corner and came face to face with a rusted metal door. Unlike the others, this one had no visible handle or lock, just a faded stenciled word, exit. Frantic, I searched for a way to open it, pounding against the cold steel with both fists. No response. I turned, shining the flickering light back down the corridor, heart pounding in my chest. A shadow moved at the edge of the beam's reach. Suddenly, the flashlight died, plunging me into total darkness. I held my breath, paralyzed by terror. Every nerve screamed for me to run, but where? Then, from the suffocating void, came a whisper. "You shouldn't have come here." A cold hand closed around my wrist. Story 50. I jolted awake, the glow of the phone's screen piercing the darkened room. My breath hitched as I stared at the chilling message, the words searing into my mind. "I'll be seeing you, soon." Every muscle in my body tensed, a surge of cold adrenaline coursing through me. My fingers trembled as I reached for the phone, desperate for some clue, an unknown number, a blocked caller, anything. But the sender's identity was hidden, leaving behind only that menacing promise. The house felt suffocatingly quiet, its familiar creaks now laced with sinister intent. I forced myself to stand, gripping the phone tightly as I double-checked every lock, every window, every door. The old wood groaned beneath my bare feet, each step echoing in the stillness. The rain outside had stopped, leaving behind a chilling mist that clung to the windows like ghostly fingers. I considered calling the police again, but what could I tell them? There was no evidence, no sign of a break-in, just a growing list of terrifying moments that would sound like paranoid delusions. My story had already stretched their patience thin. Suddenly, my phone buzzed again, a new notification. This time, it wasn't a message. It was a video file. Heart pounding, I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the screen. Every instinct screamed at me to delete it, to toss the phone as far away as possible. But I couldn't. I had to know. I tapped the file. The screen flickered and grainy footage filled the display. The angle was low, distorted, as if filmed from a hidden camera. At first, the shot was unfocused, capturing only shadows shifting across an unfamiliar space. Then slowly the image sharpened. It was my living room. The camera panned slowly across the familiar space, pausing briefly at the front door before shifting toward the hallway leading to my bedroom. My stomach twisted as I watched, helpless, knowing what would come next. The screen went dark for several agonizing seconds before another shot appeared, this time much closer. The camera was in my bedroom, pointed directly at my bed, and then I saw myself. I was there, curled under the blankets, fast asleep, completely unaware of the silent observer standing just beyond the camera's lens. The footage abruptly ended, leaving only the blank screen and the reflection of my horrified face staring back at me. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. Whoever had sent the video wasn't just watching, they'd been inside, recently. The phone buzzed again, making me flinch. A new message appeared beneath the video file. "You sleep so peacefully." My knees buckled, and I collapsed against the wall, struggling to breathe. This wasn't just a game anymore. This was a calculated, deliberate invasion. They wanted me to know how easily they could reach me, how powerless I was in my own home. Driven by desperation, I grabbed my keys and bolted out the front door, glancing frantically up and down the dark, misty street. Mr. Calloway's house loomed nearby, but his lights were off. He was likely fast asleep. I couldn't bring myself to wake him, to drag him into this nightmare. Instead, I jumped into my car and locked the doors, heart pounding like a war drum. My fingers fumbled as I dialed Jim, the private investigator I had worked with years ago on another unsolved mystery. He had believed me when no one else did. After a few agonizing rings, he answered, his voice groggy but sharp. "It's late. What's wrong?" I struggled to explain, words spilling out in broken fragments, hidden rooms, the message, the video. His tone shifted instantly from tired to alert. "Get somewhere public," he ordered. "Stay in the car and drive. I'm on my way." I barely managed to nod, choking out a strained thank you before ending the call. With shaking hands, I started the engine and sped down the deserted street, the familiar surroundings now twisted into something menacing. As I drove, my mind spiraled with dark possibilities. Who were they? How long had they been watching me? Why had they chosen me? Suddenly my phone lit up again. Another message appeared, burning like a brand into my mind. Running won't help. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt in the middle of the empty road. My breath hitched as I stared at the glowing screen, paralyzed by the sheer malice behind those words. Before I could react, headlights bloomed in my rearview mirror. A vehicle approaching fast, its engine growling like a predator closing in. The piercing beam swallowed my car, blinding me with its intensity. I floored the accelerator, tires screaming against the wet pavement as I raced forward. The pursuing vehicle roared after me, its engine snarling with relentless intent. My mind raced as fast as the speeding car. I had no plan, no destination, just a single, desperate drive toward survival. Whatever twisted game this was, I wasn't going to be their helpless prey. They thought they could break me, terrorize me into submission. But they were about to find out just how far I was willing to go to end this nightmare, for good. Story 51. The experience with Mr. Thompson left an indelible mark on my mind. reshaping how I viewed the concept of home and safety. No longer was my house just a sanctuary. It had become a place where the walls felt thinner, where private moments felt observed, even when logic insisted they weren't. Months after our unsettling encounter, Mr. Thompson's house remained dark and lifeless. The blinds that once twitched with his watchful gaze stayed shut, and the overgrown yard slowly reclaimed the property. Rumors swirled among the neighbors. Some claimed he had moved to a care facility. Others whispered that he had simply vanished without a trace. Despite his absence, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. I would catch myself glancing toward his empty house, expecting to see his piercing blue eyes behind the dusty window. Night after night, shadows in my backyard seemed to stretch longer, shifting in ways I couldn't explain. One particularly cold winter evening, just as I was beginning to believe the worst was behind us, a knock echoed through the stillness of the house. 3 sharp raps at the front door. My chest tightened as I approached cautiously. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but the empty porch, bathed in the dim amber glow of the street lamp. A deep unease settled over me. I locked the door, double-checking every window and securing the back gate. Alex reassured me it was probably just kids playing pranks, but my instincts screamed otherwise. The following morning I noticed something strange, a small weathered notebook lying at the edge of our porch. Its cracked leather cover was damp from the frost, its pages warped with age. I recognized it instantly. It was Mr. Thompson's notebook. With trembling fingers I picked it up and carried it inside. Despite every instinct telling me to toss it away, I couldn't resist opening it. The first few pages were filled with meticulous, dated observations, ordinary accounts of the neighborhood's daily life. Children playing, cars coming and going, people tending to their gardens. It was unsettling but benign, almost like the diary of a lonely man clinging to a world he could no longer be part of. But as I turned the pages, the tone shifted. The entries grew darker, more erratic, fragmented thoughts scrawled in increasingly shaky handwriting. They don't see it, but I do. It watches when they're not looking. The house across the street, it's not safe. The final pages were the most disturbing of all. They contained detailed sketches of faces, some familiar, some distorted beyond recognition. Among them was a drawing of my family, Alex, our daughter, and me. The resemblance was undeniable. Underneath our portrait, written in jagged letters, was a single line. I tried to warn them. My blood ran cold. Warn us about what? As I flipped back through the notebook, something slipped from between its pages. A faded, yellowed photograph. It showed our backyard, taken from an angle that only someone inside Mr. Thompson's house could have captured. And behind us, just barely visible in the background, was a shadowed figure standing at the tree line, its face obscured by the twisted branches. The photograph wasn't old. It was dated 2 weeks ago. Panicked, I showed Alex the notebook and the photograph. He tried to stay rational, suggesting it could have been staged, a cruel prank by someone who knew about our history with Mr. Thompson. But we both knew better. The following night, after putting our daughter to bed, we installed extra locks and motion-activated cameras around the house. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by the thought of someone or something lurking just beyond our walls. Around 2:57 a.m., the security system's alert chimed, waking us instantly. Motion detected. Backyard. Alex grabbed the baseball bat he kept by the bed while I checked the camera feed on my phone. The screen flickered to life, showing a live view of our backyard shrouded in darkness. For a moment, everything seemed still. Then, from the far corner of the yard, something moved, just outside the camera's range. A tall, thin figure stepped briefly into the dim light before retreating into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The camera feed cut to static. The police arrived within minutes, sweeping the area with flashlights, but found nothing. No footprints in the snow, no signs of forced entry. Before they left, one of the officers, an older man with a weary expression, lingered a moment longer. "You're not the first family to report strange activity near that house," he admitted quietly, glancing toward Mr. Thompson's darkened home. "It has a history." When I pressed him for details, he hesitated before finally saying, "Families that lived near this place, they always felt like they were being watched, and some, they just left. No explanation. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat by the window, staring out at the darkened street, waiting for the faintest hint of movement. Just before dawn, I saw it, a flicker of pale light from within Mr. Thompson's house. His blinds, long closed, shifted slightly, as if someone or something was peering out, watching, waiting. Even now, I still can't be sure what Mr. Thompson truly saw, or what he was trying to protect us from. But some nights, when the wind howls through the empty streets and the shadows stretch just a little too far, I still feel those piercing blue eyes watching from the dark. Story 52. The park across from my apartment had always been a place of comfort, a serene escape from the bustling city beyond its gates. Its winding paths curved gracefully through clusters of towering trees, their leaves shifting gently in the breeze. Every evening, as the day's stresses faded into twilight, I would find myself drawn there, seeking peace among the whispering branches and the soft glow of streetlights reflecting off the small, tranquil pond. It was a sanctuary, a breathing space where time seemed to slow, where the weight of the world could be set aside, if only for a little while. The distant hum of city traffic blended harmoniously with the rustling of leaves, creating a soothing backdrop to my solitary walks. I cherished these quiet moments, letting the rhythmic crunch of gravel beneath my feet lull my restless mind into stillness. It was during one of these evening walks that I first noticed him, a lone, elderly gentleman seated on a weathered wooden bench near the edge of the pond. His posture was straight but relaxed, as if he belonged there, as much a part of the park as the ancient oak trees and the murmuring water. He wore a simple gray coat, its fabric faded but carefully maintained, and a well-worn fedora tilted just enough to cast a shadow over his face. At first I thought little of him. People often came to the park to sit and reflect, to escape their busy lives. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to notice a pattern. He was always there. Same bench, same time, every evening. His presence wasn't overtly threatening, but there was a quiet intensity to his stillness that set him apart. He sat with an air of purpose, his gaze often fixed in the direction of my apartment building, though his face remained partially obscured by the brim of his hat. I told myself it was nothing, just a coincidence. Perhaps he lived nearby and shared my love for the park's calm embrace. But as time went on, his constant presence became impossible to ignore. Even when I couldn't see his eyes, I could feel them, watching, waiting. The park, once my sanctuary, now felt different. The familiar paths seemed darker, the shadows deeper, and the quiet that I once found comforting became something far more unsettling. His stillness felt deliberate, calculated. One particularly crisp autumn evening, with the air sharp and scented with fallen leaves, I decided I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to know why he was always there, why his gaze seemed anchored to me, as though I were the only other soul in the world. As I approached his bench, my heart thudded in my chest, though I kept my steps steady and my expression calm. The wind stirred the brittle leaves at my feet, adding a soft, restless whisper to the quiet night. "Excuse me," I said, my voice steady despite the nervous energy coiling inside me. "I couldn't help but notice. You're here every evening." Slowly, he turned his head toward me, his movements measured and precise. When his eyes met mine, I was struck by their unexpected warmth. There was no malice in his gaze, only a serene stillness, as though he had been expecting this conversation all along. "I'm watching over you," he said simply, his voice soft but firm, carrying the weight of something far deeper than the words themselves. Sometimes people need a guardian, even if they don't realize it. His answer hung in the air, heavy with meaning I couldn't quite grasp. It felt like both a reassurance and a warning, a quiet acknowledgement of something unseen but deeply felt. I wanted to press him further, to demand an explanation, but something about his calm presence rooted me in place. There was no hostility in him, just a strange, quiet certainty that unsettled me more than any overt threat ever could. Murmuring a vague goodbye, I turned and walked away, feeling his gaze lingering on my back long after I left the park. That night, even in the supposed safety of my apartment, the sensation of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it deepened. The following weeks were a blur of heightened awareness and restless nights. The park was no longer a place of comfort, but a source of unease I couldn't shake. I avoided its paths, avoided him, yet still felt his presence pressing against the edges of my awareness, persistent and watchful. In secret, I began making plans to move, careful not to share my reasons with anyone. I feared being dismissed as paranoid, but the feeling of being observed was too strong to ignore. The day of my move came at last. My new apartment was across the city, far from the park and its enigmatic guardian. For the first few nights, I allowed myself to believe that the unsettling chapter was behind me. The stillness of my new home felt refreshing, its walls free of lingering memories. But even in this new space, the sensation never fully left. It was subtler now, less defined, like a distant memory tugging at the edge of consciousness. I found myself double-checking the locks, drawing the curtains tightly, and jumping at the faintest sound. Weeks turned into months. The man from the park faded into a distant, almost dreamlike memory, a strange encounter I might have imagined during a restless night. But the experience left a lasting imprint, reshaping how I understood safety, privacy, and the thin, fragile barrier between protection and intrusion. Sometimes late at night, I still feel that quiet gaze, somewhere beyond the veil of ordinary life, watching, waiting. And though I'll never know who or what he truly was, one thing remains certain. Some guardians come without invitation, leaving behind only unanswered questions and the lingering echo of unseen eyes. Story 53. The air in my new apartment was crisp and sterile, untouched by history. Moving here was supposed to be a fresh start, a way to distance myself from the dark enigma Robert had dragged me into. I kept no keepsakes, no traces of my old life. Everything was clean, new, unconnected, but the shadows never truly left. At first, I convinced myself the unsettling sensations were just residual paranoia. Moving always came with adjustment, new sounds, unfamiliar layouts. Yet the feeling of being watched never faded. It settled in like a familiar ache, a constant pressure at the back of my mind. Weeks passed uneventfully, until one quiet evening when I came home late from work. The apartment was dark, its stillness unnatural, as though holding its breath. As I stepped inside, I noticed something off. A faint, lingering scent of old paper and dust, eerily similar to the air in Robert's abandoned apartment. My chest tightened. I double-checked the locks, reassuring myself that they were still intact. Perhaps I'd left a window open. Or maybe the mind plays tricks in the silence of a lonely home. I turned on every light, chasing away the shadows with artificial brightness. Then I saw it. A small yellowed envelope lay neatly on the kitchen counter, out of place, impossible to ignore. My heart pounded as I approached it, dread coiling tight in my chest. The envelope was unmarked, worn at the edges as though it had traveled a great distance to find me. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was a single piece of aged paper, folded carefully, its edges brittle. Typed in the same precise, elegant font I had come to fear was a simple message: "You can't run from what you are." The words blurred as panic surged through me. My mind raced. Who had found me? How had they tracked me here? I backed away, searching the apartment with wild eyes, but nothing seemed disturbed. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, except for that envelope. Desperate for answers, I dialed the police. The operator's voice was calm, detached, a practice script. I described the envelope, the break-in, the strange occurrences. Her tone shifted slightly when I mentioned the note. "We'll send someone to investigate," she promised. "Please remain in a safe, well-lit area until they arrive." I hung up, pacing frantically, every creak of the old wooden floors sharpening my frayed nerves. Minutes stretched into agonizing hours, but no officer ever came. Unable to stay still, I grabbed the envelope again, examining it with mounting desperation. There was no postmark, no stamp, just that chilling message. Turning it over, I noticed faint impressions beneath the typed text, as if something had been written first and erased with ruthless precision. Driven by a strange compulsion, I held the paper up to the light and saw the faint outline of another message, barely legible through the thin, fragile sheet. "Remember who you were before the forgetting." The words struck me like a physical blow. Forgetting? The phrase clawed at something deep within me, stirring memories half buried beneath a lifetime of ordinary moments. Flickers of strange faces, shadowy places, distant echoes of whispered conversations. Memories I couldn't explain. Memories that felt borrowed, stitched together from someone else's life. Shaken, I sank to the floor, clutching the note like a lifeline. Had Robert been trying to warn me not just about the shadows, but about myself? Was the thing following me something I had forgotten? A sudden knock shattered the suffocating silence. I stumbled to my feet, heart hammering. The knock came again, slow, deliberate, each thud reverberating through the apartment. Against every instinct, I crept toward the door and peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty. My breath hitched. I stepped back, and the lights in the apartment flickered violently before plunging me into absolute darkness. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen remained stubbornly black. No signal, no light, just the deafening stillness of the dark. A sharp click echoed from the other side of the apartment, like a door unlocking from the inside. Panic surged. I stumbled toward the nearest drawer, blindly feeling for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy grip of a rusted screwdriver, something I didn't remember owning. Another sound, soft, rhythmic footsteps approaching, slow and deliberate. A faint light bloomed behind me, casting long, distorted shadows on the wall. My pulse thundered as I turned, screwdriver raised, but the room was empty. Except for one thing. An old, antique clock sat ticking steadily on the windowsill. A familiar, relentless rhythm that shouldn't have been there. It was Robert's clock. Before I could process the impossible, the ticking stopped. And in the dead silence that followed, a voice whispered from the shadows, "You were never supposed to leave." Story 54. The broken shards of the mirror lay scattered around me, glittering like malicious stars in the dim light. My breath came in ragged gasps as I struggled to process what had just happened. The old man's twisted form was gone, consumed by whatever dark force had been bound to the mirror, but the uneasy stillness in the house told me it wasn't over. I reached for the ruined journal, its battered cover damp from the rain-soaked air still seeping through the shattered windows. Despite the damage, its pages remained eerily intact. My trembling fingers traced the ink-stained edges, hesitant but compelled to continue reading. The next entry was written in the same desperate scrawl as before, the ink smeared and uneven. "The mirror is only the beginning. Breaking it shattered the barrier, but also released what was trapped inside. You've bought yourself time, but the debt remains unpaid." My pulse thundered as I read the next line. "Beware the watcher. Its gaze never wavers. It has seen you through the glass, and it knows you now." The scratching sound returned, faint but unmistakable, coming from the hallway beyond the living room. It was the same relentless noise I'd heard before, like claws scraping against wood, drawing ever closer. Clutching the flashlight, I forced myself to stand. The house felt distorted, the familiar layout stretching into an unnatural maze. My steps echoed in the stifling silence as I moved cautiously toward the hallway, the dim beam of light trembling with every breath I took. The scratching intensified. I reached the end of the hall, where a once blank wall now held something impossible. A door. Its ancient, cracked wood pulsed faintly as though it were alive, its brass handle darkened with age. The air around it buzzed with cold, electric malice. I hesitated, but the scratching from behind the door urged me forward, daring me to face what lay beyond. I grasped the cold handle, its chill biting into my palm, and twisted. The door creaked open, revealing an impossibly long, spiraling staircase plunging into utter darkness. The journal's next entry burned in my memory. The path will reveal itself only when you accept the truth. What you seek lies below, but so does everything you fear. With no other choice, I descended. The stairs twisted endlessly, each step groaning underfoot as I descended into the suffocating abyss. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying paper. Faint whispers echoed from below, indistinct like distant memories clawing their way back to the surface. At last, the stairs ended, opening into a cavernous room bathed in dim, flickering light. Ancient shelves lined the walls, stacked with countless leather-bound journals identical to the one I carried. They stretched into infinity, vanishing into the shadows beyond the meager glow of my flashlight. The scratching noise was louder now, coming from somewhere deeper within the labyrinth of forgotten stories. Desperate for answers, I approached the nearest shelf and pulled out a random journal. Its cracked spine groaned as I opened it, and my blood turned to ice. The entries detailed events from my life, childhood memories, teenage struggles, every moment I'd ever lived, and some I hadn't. Memories I didn't recognize, decisions I hadn't made yet. Before I could process the impossibility of it, the scratching noise intensified behind me. I spun around, flashlight slicing through the dark, catching only glimpses of movement, shadows twisting unnaturally, inching closer. My eyes landed on a figure emerging from the darkness, hunched and wrong. Its hollow, eyeless sockets radiated cruel intelligence. Its long, gnarled fingers scraped slowly across the floor, searching, reaching. The Watcher. It moved with deliberate purpose, sensing my presence even without eyes. Desperate, I backed away, knocking over stacks of forgotten journals. Pages scattered like dying leaves, the rustling merging with the creature's steady, menacing advance. Then, I remembered the journal still clutched in my hand. The story isn't over unless you finish it. A plan, a reckless, desperate plan, formed in my mind. With trembling fingers, I flipped to the last blank page of the journal. The Watcher lunged, its twisted form surging forward with unnatural speed. I dropped to my knees, slamming the journal against the cold stone floor, and pressed the pen to the page. The Watcher paused, its twisted form frozen in place as if held by unseen forces. The scratching ceased. Heart pounding, I continued writing. It was trapped once more, banished back into the stories where it belonged, sealed by words never meant to be spoken. The cavern shook violently as the shelves groaned and shifted. The Watcher let out a guttural, distorted scream, its form unraveling like smoke caught in a fierce wind. Darkness consumed it, pulling it back into the depths from which it came. The journals burned with cold, spectral fire, their pages curling into ash as the room itself began to collapse. Summoning every ounce of strength, I scrawled the final words. The door appeared again, offering one last chance at escape. A sudden gust of icy wind blasted through the cavern as a door, familiar, ancient, materialized in the shadows. With a desperate lunge, I bolted toward it, throwing it open, just as the walls crumbled into oblivion. I stumbled into my living room, gasping for air, the echoes of the Watcher's final scream still ringing in my ears. The shattered mirror lay untouched, the eerie stillness replaced by the familiar hum of the world I thought I'd lost. The journal lay closed at my feet, its leather cover burned but intact. I hesitated, then reached down, gripping it tightly. As I turned it over, new words, freshly written, greeted me. The story never ends. It only waits. Story 55. It started innocently enough, the house welcoming me with the quiet charm only an old home could offer. Nestled at the end of a winding, tree-lined road, it stood like a guardian of forgotten stories. The creaking wooden floors and high-beamed ceilings felt less like flaws and more like pieces of history etched into the bones of the house. I was ready for solitude, craving a retreat from the noise of city life, a place where I could finally breathe. The first day was consumed by unpacking and settling in. By nightfall, the house embraced me with its stillness. Wrapped in blankets, I let the soft, flickering glow of a single MP keep the shadows at bay. The distant hoot of an owl and the occasional rustling of wind through the trees were the only sounds. I fell asleep feeling safe, cradled by the old house's quiet strength. But in the deep of night, something stirred. A faint, rhythmic tapping drifted through the stillness, soft, hesitant, like someone testing the floorboards. Groggy and disoriented, I dismissed it as the house settling. The wind outside could make old wood groan, after all. Sleep reclaimed me quickly. The next few nights followed a similar pattern. I would drift off, only to be pulled from sleep by the same quiet, measured tapping. Always faint, always distant. I reassured myself it was nothing, just the old house breathing with the night. But the sound grew bolder. The tapping evolved into steady footsteps, slow and deliberate, tracing a familiar path from the front door through the kitchen, pausing just outside the staircase leading to the bedrooms. Every night, the same route. The steady rhythm became impossible to ignore, its persistence carving an edge into my restless mind. Determined to prove it was nothing, I armed myself with a flashlight one particularly still autumn night. As the house slept around me, I waited, tense and listening. Midnight crept in, stretching time into an unbearable stillness. Then the footsteps began. Measured and precise, they moved through the downstairs hall, soft but unmistakable. My breath hitched, flashlight trembling in my grip. I crept toward the stairs. Each step I took felt deafening against the quiet, but the footsteps below continued, slow, relentless. But when I reached the bottom of the staircase, there was nothing. No intruder, no source for the sound, just an empty, silent house, its darkened corners holding secrets I couldn't see. I installed extra locks on the doors and secured the windows, checking them compulsively each night. But the footsteps continued, always tracing the same path, never deviating, never rushing, as though the unseen figure was locked in a timeless routine. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by long, anxious nights spent waiting for the inevitable. Desperation drove me to place a recorder in the hallway where the steps always paused. If I couldn't see the source, perhaps I could hear it. The next morning, with shaking fingers, I played back the recording. There they were, clear, deliberate footfalls echoing through the quiet. But layered beneath them was something far worse, a faint, strained whisper. The words were indistinct, fractured by static, but the tone was unmistakable, pleading, searching. Seeking answers, I contacted a team of paranormal investigators. They arrived armed with cameras, sensors, and an air of practiced confidence. They combed through every inch of the house, documenting every creak, every shift in the air. I watched, half hopeful, half terrified. By dawn, their conclusion was disheartening. Old houses make strange noises, they said. There's nothing here. Their skeptical smiles felt hollow against the memory of those haunting whispers. Then came the night the footsteps reached my bedroom door. I woke with a start, heart hammering in my chest. The sound of slow, half-measured pacing echoed just outside, the floorboards groaning under deliberate weight. The steps paused directly in front of my door, hovering in dreadful silence. Summoning what little courage remained, I rose and flung the door open, flashlight slicing through the darkness. The hallway yawned back at me, empty and still. Yet the oppressive weight of presence lingered, an unseen gaze I couldn't shake. Days later, while organizing old boxes in the attic, I stumbled upon a dusty leather-bound journal tucked beneath a forgotten stack of linens. Its brittle pages crackled under my touch, the ink faded but legible. The journal belonged to a previous owner of the house, its pages filled with entries chronicling nights haunted by footsteps and sleepless vigils. One entry stood out, chilling in its finality. The echoes of the past never leave. After discovering the journal, the footsteps gradually faded, retreating into the house's depths. The air grew lighter, though the house never felt truly free of its spectral inhabitant. Its story had been unearthed, its restless search acknowledged. Even now, on the stillest of nights, when the wind is quiet and the shadows stretch long, I sometimes hear them again, soft, distant, tracing familiar paths through the old wooden halls. A gentle reminder that some echoes are never meant to fade. Story 56. The nights are the worst. Long after the police stopped returning my calls and my friends stopped asking if there were any updates, I still feel the weight of unanswered questions pressing against my chest. Dave's disappearance became just another unsolved mystery, a file collecting dust in some forgotten drawer. But for me, it never ended. I moved out of the apartment a few months after the investigation was closed. Living there felt like living inside a breathing thing, its silence heavy and malicious. Every creak in the floorboards, every distant sound from the hallway, felt like a whisper meant just for me. The notes still haunt me, those cryptic, taunting words etched into my memory. Trust is a fragile thing, always watching, always waiting, your turn to uncover the truth. I never understood what they meant. And maybe that was the point. I tried rebuilding my life, a new apartment, a new job, a fresh start. But even in the safety of my new home, the feeling persists. That sense of being observed, of some unfinished story playing out just beyond my understanding. It started subtly, like before. A misplaced item, a door left slightly open when I knew I'd closed it. At first, I dismissed it all as paranoia, a lingering after effect of everything I'd been through. But then one night, I woke to the soft click of a lock turning. Bolting upright, I reached for my phone, but it was gone from the nightstand. My breath hitched as I scanned the darkened room, heart pounding. Shadows twisted in the dim light, and for a moment, I could swear I saw movement near the closet. I fumbled for the bedside lamp, but before I could reach it, something rustled near the window. A faint, deliberate sound, like someone shifting their weight. My fingers finally found the lamp's switch, flooding the room with warm, yellow light. It was empty. The window was still locked from the inside. The closet door stood ajar, just as I'd left it. My phone lay face down on the floor near the foot of the bed, as if it had simply fallen during the night. I forced myself to breathe, chalking it up to exhaustion or a lingering nightmare. But deep down, I knew better. The following morning, I found a folded piece of paper resting neatly on the kitchen counter. My legs almost buckled when I recognized the familiar, rushed handwriting. "Did you miss me?" My mind reeled. It couldn't be real. It had to be some cruel joke, some twisted figment of my imagination. But the ink was fresh, the message unmistakable. From that day forward, the notes resumed. They appeared in strange places, tucked into coat pockets, taped beneath my desk at work, slipped inside library books I hadn't touched in years. Each new message was more personal, more invasive. "I remember how you like your coffee. You shouldn't leave your keys out. Still searching?" The photographs came next. One morning, I found an envelope resting just inside my apartment door. No stamp, no return address, just there. Inside were pictures of me, recent ones, taken through my apartment windows, outside my workplace, even while I shopped for groceries. The last photo showed me asleep in my bed, my face serene, completely unaware. Scrawled across the back was a familiar message: "Your turn to uncover the truth." Panic overtook me. I called the police, demanding they reopen the case, but there was no evidence, no fingerprints, nothing to suggest anyone had been inside my apartment. They treated me like a traumatized victim chasing ghosts, their sympathy thin and fleeting. But I wasn't imagining it. I began researching on my own, retracing every step Dave and I had taken during the time we lived together. I combed through old emails, social media accounts, anything that might explain his disappearance. Every search led nowhere, until one sleepless night, driven by desperation, I revisited the only place I'd sworn never to return, our old apartment building. The new tenants had no idea who I was. They let me in after I explained I'd left something important behind. A lie, but a necessary one. The apartment looked different, brighter, cleaner, but beneath the fresh coat of paint, I could still feel the same suffocating presence. My gaze drifted toward the kitchen, where the first note had been pinned to the fridge. I hesitated, then opened the pantry door. Tucked into the dark recess of the lowest shelf was an old, dust-covered box I recognized instantly. It had been Dave's. I yanked it out, my fingers trembling as I lifted the lid. Inside were more photographs, dozens of them. Pictures of me, taken long before Dave and I became roommates. Years of surveillance, meticulously cataloged and marked with cryptic symbols I couldn't decipher. Some of the dates went back years, long before we'd even met. Beneath the photos was a single folded note, the ink faded but still clear. It was never about him. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Dave hadn't been watching me. He'd been trying to protect me. From them, from whoever or whatever had been watching all along. The police won't listen anymore. My friends think I'm losing my mind. But I know the truth now. The notes haven't stopped. They've only become more personal, more insistent. And somewhere out there, Dave is still missing. Or worse, still watching, trapped in a game neither of us ever understood. Late at night, when the apartment grows too quiet, I swear I can hear faint scratching at the edges of the walls. Like someone trying to get in. Or maybe trying to get out. Story 57. Months passed, and life slowly returned to a fragile semblance of normal. The autumn leaves that had blanketed my yard when the package first arrived were now long gone, replaced by the frost of winter. The police investigation had stalled, leaving me with no answers, only lingering unease. Yet with time, even fear became routine, a quiet companion lurking in the background, never fully gone, but easier to ignore. I adapted. I installed a state-of-the-art security system with motion-activated cameras covering every inch of my property. Bright floodlights lined the perimeter, chasing away shadows as soon as they stirred. I kept my phone on me at all times, its emergency call feature just a touch away. The measures helped, but only so much. One particularly cold night, I was jolted awake by a loud thud outside. The sound echoed through the stillness of the house, sharp and deliberate, not the random creak of settling wood. My breath hitched as I grabbed the flashlight I now kept by my bed and crept to the window. The yard lay still and empty, the frost-covered grass glittering under the pale glow of the porch light. I strained to see beyond the reach of the light's edge, where darkness pooled thick and impenetrable. After a tense moment, I convinced myself it was just a branch falling, or maybe a stray animal scavenging for food. But as I turned away, something caught my eye. A small rectangular object rested against the front porch railing. Another package. My stomach twisted into a cold, hard knot. For a moment, I couldn't move, frozen by the flood of memories the sight triggered. Slowly, I forced myself to breathe, grabbing my phone and dialing 911 as I moved cautiously toward the front door. The operator answered, her calm voice grounding me just enough to explain the situation. Officers were dispatched immediately, but they were at least 10 minutes away. 10 minutes that felt like an eternity. Keeping the line open, I approached the package, flashlight trembling in my grip. Like the first one, it was wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with twine. This time, however, a stark difference stood out. A single red handprint smeared across the paper, the impression unmistakably human. I recoiled, nausea roiling in my stomach. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a warning? A twisted message? Or something far worse? Before I could react further, the front porch light flickered once, twice, before plunging me into darkness. My phone buzzed violently in my hand, an incoming message flashing across the screen. You should have left. The familiar dread constricted my chest, but panic gave way to something sharper, determination. Whoever this was, they wanted me paralyzed by fear. Not this time. Backing away from the porch, I bolted the front door and retreated into the house, locking every window and door I passed. The house felt like a labyrinth now, its once familiar walls closing in, the dark corners suddenly threatening. The phone buzzed again. Another message. You can't hide. The sound of shattering glass erupted from the back of the house, followed by the hollow creak of slow, deliberate footsteps. My fingers fumbled over the keypad as I shouted to the 911 operator that someone was inside. Stay on the line. Officers are 3 minutes away, she urged. Heart pounding, I grabbed the metal fireplace poker from the hearth and pressed myself into the narrow space between the kitchen counter and the pantry. Every breath felt deafening, every second stretching into an unbearable eternity. The footsteps continued, steady and methodical, moving from room to room, each sound like a taunt. They were searching for me. Suddenly, the heavy slam of the front door echoed through the house, followed by the barked commands of police officers storming inside. Flashlights cut through the darkness like blades, illuminating every corner. I stumbled out of my hiding spot, breath ragged, shouting for help. Within moments, officers surrounded me, their radios crackling with urgent updates. The intruder was gone. The officers found the shattered back window, broken from the outside, but no other signs of forced entry. The house was empty, eerily, impossibly empty. The only trace left behind was the package on the porch, still tied with twine, still marked by that crimson handprint. This time, the note inside was chillingly direct. Next time, I won't miss. The police launched a full investigation, bringing in forensic teams and surveillance experts. Cameras were installed throughout the house, monitored 24/7 by law enforcement. Patrol cars circled the neighborhood, a constant presence meant to offer reassurance. But even with every precaution in place, I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd be back. I left the house within a week, relocating to a distant city under a new name. My life became a careful balance of anonymity and hyper-awareness, every step calculated to avoid being found. Still, some nights when sleep evades me and the wind brushes against my windows just right, I think about the package, the photographs, the handprint, the whispered threat that still echoes in my mind. The unknown sender had invaded my life with precise, calculated malice, leaving behind a scar deeper than any visible wound. They may never be caught, never face justice, but I'm still here. I survived. But sometimes, in the stillness of the night, I wonder, are they still watching? Story 58. The experience with the dossier consumed every aspect of my life, reshaping how I viewed privacy, safety, and trust. Days turned into restless weeks as I waited for any updates from the police, but none came. The case remained cold, a grim reminder that someone out there had dismantled my life, piece by piece, and disappeared without a trace. Determined not to be a passive victim, I took matters into my own hands. I hired a cybersecurity specialist named Eric, a former intelligence analyst with a reputation for tracking digital threats. If the person behind the dossier had used any online methods, Eric promised to find them. He began by conducting a comprehensive digital sweep of my devices, searching for signs of hacking or spyware. I watched anxiously as he worked, his fingers flying across the key Y board. After hours of scanning, he frowned. "Your devices are clean," he said, his tone both reassuring and troubling. "Whoever did this, they were careful. No digital footprint." This only deepened the mystery. If there was no digital trail, how had they gathered such precise, up-to-date information? Eric suggested expanding the investigation beyond my devices. Together, we mapped out every place I had visited in the past 6 months, noting times when I might have been vulnerable. Public Wi-Fi networks, travel stops, even seemingly mundane errands. Each possibility felt like another door into my life that someone could have opened. Late one night, after hours of fruitless searching, I found myself revisiting the day the dossier appeared. I retraced my steps, remembering every detail. The locked front door, the untouched windows. My home security system hadn't recorded any unusual activity, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the delivery of the envelope had been deliberate, personal. Desperate for answers, I reviewed the footage from the day in question again. At first, there was nothing but the usual mundane activity, delivery trucks passing by, joggers on the sidewalk. But then, just after 2 p.m., something unusual caught my eye. A dark sedan idled at the far end of the street for several minutes, just out of camera range. Moments later, a figure emerged, tall, dressed in a gray hoodie, their face obscured. They moved with practiced ease, blending into the suburban setting as though they belonged there. I watched, heart pounding, as the figure approached my front porch. They paused, seemingly aware of the camera's blind spots, and placed the envelope carefully before slipping away, vanishing down the street in seconds. I sent the footage to Eric, who enhanced the grainy video, but the figure's features remained hidden. The license plate on the car was obscured, and no identifying details could be extracted. But something about the way they moved felt familiar, as though this wasn't the first time they had been near my home. Then came the second letter. It arrived exactly 1 month after the first, tucked under my front door, silent and intrusive. This time the envelope was smaller, marked only with my initials in the same sharp, mechanical handwriting. Inside was a single typed message. "You're looking in the wrong places." No signature, no explanation. Eric's face darkened when he saw the message. "They know you're investigating," he said grimly. "This isn't just surveillance, it's a game." I couldn't help but wonder, was I the target of some elaborate scheme, or was there a deeper, more personal reason behind the invasion? Every theory spiraled into darker possibilities, feeding the growing paranoia that someone was always watching, always one step ahead. Then, one sleepless night, the pieces finally connected. I remembered a former colleague, Daniel Foster, a brilliant but unstable analyst I'd worked with years ago. He had been terminated after a heated career-ending dispute involving unauthorized data collection. His obsession with surveillance and control had been the reason for his downfall, and I had played a role in his dismissal. It seemed impossible, until I searched his name online. Daniel's digital footprint was faint, almost erased, but I found traces. A dormant blog filled with cryptic messages about betrayal, observation, and a quest for ultimate awareness. His words dripped with resentment, blending paranoia and brilliance into something chillingly calculated. Eric traced the blog's server to a remote location in another state, an abandoned property registered under a false identity. It was a dead end, or so we thought. 2 nights later, my home security system triggered an alert. A camera near the backyard fence captured a flicker of movement, a tall figure lingering in the shadows. I barely had time to react before the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. My phone buzzed. A new message appeared on the screen. "We're not done." With trembling hands, I called the police, who arrived within minutes. They swept the property but found no one. No footprints, no evidence, just absence. The investigation intensified after that. With Eric's help, the police traced the blog's server again and discovered a hidden online storage hub, filled with detailed surveillance logs, encrypted messages, and video recordings spanning years. The final file was labeled simply, "Closure." Inside was a video clip of Daniel Foster, older, more weathered, but unmistakably him. His gaze was cold, his expression unreadable. "I told you," "I see everything," he said, his voice hollow but resolute. "And now, so do you." The video ended abruptly. Though the police issued a warrant, Daniel was never found. The house connected to the server was abandoned, stripped clean of evidence except for a single camera left on the floor, its lens shattered. Months have passed since that night, but I still live in the shadow of Daniel's obsessive legacy. No further letters have arrived, and my surveillance system has remained silent, but I know better than to feel safe. Somewhere out there, he's still watching, and no matter how much time passes, I'll never stop looking over my shoulder, because the game was never really about being found. It was about never being forgotten. Story 59. It was a crisp autumn morning when I found the first letter. As usual, I poured myself a cup of coffee and walked outside to check the mailbox. Most days it held the usual: bills, advertisements, maybe a stray catalog. But that morning, something felt different. Amid the usual stack of envelopes was one that stood out, a single yellowed envelope, worn and creased at the edges. There was no stamp, no return address. Just my name, written in bold, precise letters across the front. I hesitated, glancing up and down the quiet street. No one was there. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, leaves scattering across the pavement. Curiosity tugged at me. I brought the envelope inside, closed the door, and carefully opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its edges slightly brittle. The message was typed in neat, sharp lines. "I hope you enjoyed your day. Morning jog through the park, coffee at the corner cafe, nice chat with the barista. You looked happy." My breath caught in my throat. Every detail was correct. I had gone for a jog in the park that morning. I had stopped at the cafe, and I had chatted briefly with the barista, a polite, forgettable conversation. I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't posted about it. The letter ended with one chilling line: "I'll be seeing you." I read the letter again, searching for something, anything, that might explain it. Was it a prank? A strange coincidence? The work of someone with too much time on their hands? I folded the letter and tucked it into a drawer, convincing myself it was nothing, an isolated incident, something weird but harmless. 3 days later, another letter appeared. It described how I'd spent the previous evening, sitting on the front porch, wrapped in a blanket, reading my favorite book with a cup of tea by my side. "You looked cozy out there." My hands shook as I read the words. This wasn't a passing observation. Someone had watched me, seen me in one of my most private, quiet moments. I felt exposed, as though the walls of my home had turned to glass. I checked the front yard, the street, the surrounding woods. Nothing, just the empty quiet of my neighborhood. When the third letter arrived, I couldn't deny it any longer. Someone was tracking me. This one described a brief conversation I'd had with a delivery driver, word for word. Every detail, from the package I'd received to the exact phrases exchanged, was captured perfectly. I went straight to the police, clutching the letters like damning evidence. They listened carefully, their faces shifting from polite concern to something darker as I described the situation. But there was little they could do. The letters weren't threatening, not explicitly. Without postage, return addresses, or fingerprints, there was nothing to trace. "We'll increase patrols in he area," they promised. But their words felt hollow, meant more to comfort than to solve. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the darkened living room, every creak of the house amplified in the suffocating silence. I stared out the window, waiting for what I didn't know. Days passed. The letters didn't stop. One morning, I found an envelope heavier than the others. My stomach twisted as I ripped it open. Inside was a detailed sketch of my house. Every window, every door perfectly rendered. The perspective was unmistakable. It was drawn from across the street. I installed security cameras around the house that same day. Extra locks, motion-activated lights. My home became a fortress, but it didn't feel any safer. Then came the final letter. It arrived on a rainy afternoon. The envelope was damp, its edges curling from the moisture. Inside was a short typed note. "I know what you said to your friend last night. She believed you, but you still have doubts, don't you?" My blood ran cold. The conversation it referenced had taken place inside my house, late at night, on the phone, with the windows shut and the blinds drawn. There was no way anyone could have overheard us. Unless there was something inside. I tore through the house, searching desperately for hidden cameras, microphones, anything out of place. Every blinking light, every unfamiliar object became a potential threat. But I found nothing. The police returned, examined my home, reviewed the security footage, but the cameras showed no one. No one approaching the house, no one near the mailbox, no one ever there. The letters stopped after that. Their sudden silence was almost worse than their arrival. Why had they stopped? Had the person moved on, or were they waiting for something? Months passed, and though the fear faded, it never disappeared. My home, once my sanctuary, still felt tainted, its walls holding memories of unseen eyes. Even now, long after the letters ceased, I still catch myself glancing at the mailbox each morning, half expecting to see another envelope. I still lock the doors twice before bed. I still check the cameras, replaying the footage just in case. The police called the case unsolved. I call it unfinished, because sometimes the most terrifying things never really end. Story 60. Months after leaving the city, I had convinced myself the worst was behind me. The relentless surveillance, the invasive messages, all of it felt like a dark, distant nightmare. My new apartment was small but secure, with reinforced locks and a monitored alarm system. I lived off the grid, no social media, no digital footprint. I was determined to be unreachable, but the unease never truly left. At night, the old anxiety crept back, the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes tracking my every move. The faint glow of the security cameras in my apartment became a twisted comfort, proof that I was still in control, still safe, at least on the surface. Then one cold autumn evening, it happened again. I was sitting at my kitchen table, sorting through the day's mail, when I noticed a plain white envelope with no return address. My name was typed neatly on the front. Heart pounding, I carefully opened it, half expecting a new nightmare to spill out. Inside was a single photograph. It showed me sitting at that very kitchen table, taken from outside the window moments earlier. My breath hitched. I shot a panicked glance toward the window, but the street beyond was empty, bathed in the dim orange glow of the streetlights. My trembling fingers turned the photo over, revealing a familiar message scrawled in ink. "Did you miss me? Jessica." Every ounce of safety I'd built shattered in an instant. She had found me. After all this time, she was still watching. I immediately called the police, breathless with panic, forcing out every detail I could remember. Officers arrived within minutes, searching the perimeter, questioning neighbors, and reviewing the building's surveillance footage. But just like before, there was nothing. No sign of forced entry, no trace of anyone near my apartment. "Whoever it is knows what they're doing," one officer admitted grimly. "Stay somewhere safe tonight." I packed a bag and left, spending the night in a nearby motel with all the lights on, sleep an impossible luxury. By morning I resolved to fight back. I hired another private investigator, this time someone specialized in digital forensics and stalking cases. His name was Ethan, a quiet, meticulous professional with a reputation for tracking even the most elusive threats. Together, we mapped out everything. The messages, the photos, the timeline of her appearances. Weeks passed with no new contact. For a brief moment, I dared to believe the nightmare might finally be over. But then Ethan called late one night, urgency crackling in his voice. "I found something," he said. "It's worse than we thought." He explained that while tracing Jessica's deleted accounts, he uncovered hidden backups stored on obscure cloud servers. They contained more than just messages and photos. They held surveillance logs, detailed notes about my life, my routines, even personal conversations I'd had in the privacy of my home. She had been keeping a dossier on me for years. The most chilling discovery came at the end of the file, a folder labeled Phase 2. Inside was a document outlining plans for direct contact, including multiple dates that had already passed. Jessica had been escalating, preparing for something more dangerous. The last file was a simple text document, updated just days before. It read, "She's ready." I felt the ground shift beneath me. Jessica wasn't just watching. She had been planning something far more sinister all along. The police reopened the investigation with this new evidence, launching a full-scale search for her. For weeks, they combed through digital leads, cross-referencing her online activity and old burner phone records. But Jessica remained a ghost. Then, one freezing December night, I woke to the sound of my phone vibrating on the nightstand. Groggy and disoriented, I grabbed it, expecting another update from the police or Ethan. But it wasn't them. It was a text from an unknown number. "Look outside." Every muscle in my body seized with terror, but I couldn't stop myself. Slowly, I crept to the window, heart pounding in my chest. The street below was dark and empty, silent, lifeless. Just as I exhaled a shaky breath, my phone buzzed again. Not there, the back. I spun around, adrenaline surging. My apartment's back entrance faced an alley rarely used by anyone. Grabbing the nearest heavy object, a metal lamp, I approached the back window, hands trembling. The alley was empty, but taped to the outside of the window was a single photograph. It was a picture of me, sleeping in my bed the night before. The police arrived within minutes, but as always, Jessica was gone, leaving behind only the photo and the suffocating realization that she could reach me whenever she wanted. That was the last message I ever received from her. The investigation eventually faded into cold case status, and though Ethan never stopped searching, he found nothing. Jessica vanished as completely as she had appeared. Years later, I still don't know why she chose me, or how she always stayed one step ahead. I live in a new city now, under a new identity, surrounded by layers of security that would make any professional stalker think twice. But deep down, I know it might not matter, because sometimes, late at night, when the world falls into uneasy stillness, I swear I can still feel her watching, waiting. Story 61. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when I found the first puzzle piece tucked among the usual stack of bills and junk mail. I almost missed it, but the edge of a plain, unmarked envelope peeked out from behind a glossy catalog. My name was written on the front in neat, elegant handwriting, with no return address. Inside was a single puzzle piece depicting a weather-beaten house, partially obscured by tangled vines and leafless trees. Something about the house felt unsettlingly familiar, though, as serious but composed. "There's no one inside," one of them confirmed. "The house is empty, but the lock was definitely forced. We'll collect evidence and investigate further." Relieved but still uneasy, I nodded, thanking them quietly. As they continued their work, I hesitated at the threshold before finally stepping inside. The familiar warmth of home felt different. The air inside seemed colder, heavier, as though the house itself remembered the intrusion. Slowly, I walked through each room, taking in the quiet disarray left behind. Small personal items, trinkets on the shelves, framed photos on the walls, were out of place. Some of the pictures were crooked, others missing entirely. In the bedroom, my jewelry box lay open, its contents scattered haphazardly across the dresser. Pieces I treasured were gone, stolen without a trace. The kitchen, usually a space of comfort and warmth, was left in disarray. Utensils were out of place, drawers half open, pantry shelves rifled through. Even the cozy living room, my favorite retreat, had been disturbed. Books pulled from shelves, blankets tossed aside, small electronics missing. It felt as though someone had examined every part of my life, touching things that were deeply personal, leaving behind an invisible residue of violation. The officers returned with instructions. make a list of what was missing, check for any security footage, and call if I noticed anything unusual. I nodded numbly, their words distant, drowned out by the dull ache of realization. Alone once more, I moved through the house slowly, cataloging the losses with quiet determination. Each missing item felt like a piece of my world stolen, a memory taken without permission. In the days that followed, I did everything I could to restore a sense of safety. I repaired the broken lock, installed a new security system, and double-checked every door and window, sometimes more than once. But no matter how many precautions I took, the feeling of vulnerability remained. At night, the house felt larger, emptier, as though its walls no longer provided the comfort they once did. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind outside seemed amplified, feeding my restless thoughts. The investigation yielded no clear answers, leaving the mystery unsolved. Life gradually resumed its usual rhythm, but something fundamental had shifted. My home, once a sanctuary, now held the memory of a silent invasion, a reminder that even the safest places can be touched by the unexpected. Time softened the sharp edges of the experience, but its imprint remained, a quiet echo in the corners of a place I had always called home. Story 66. Weeks passed, but the memory of the figure never faded. I stopped using the security cameras altogether, convinced that seeing it again would push me past the edge of reason. Yet, the house itself seemed to remember, its darkened corners stretching longer at night, its shadows shifting just out of sight. Despite replacing the entire system, the feeling of being watched persisted. Every night, as the wind howled outside and the house settled with groaning creaks, I could swear I heard something else, soft, measured footsteps echoing faintly down the hall, always stopping just before reaching my bedroom door. I told myself it was paranoia, my mind twisting harmless noises into something sinister. But deep down, I knew better. One stormy night, I woke suddenly, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was silent, wrapped in oppressive stillness. Something felt wrong. The air was colder than usual, sharp with the metallic scent of impending rain. Against my better judgment, I reached for my phone. My fingers hovered over the security app. I hadn't checked the feed in weeks, but something compelled me to look, like a distant, insistent whisper daring me to see what waited on the other side. With trembling hands, I opened the app. The cameras came to life, showing empty, still rooms bathed in dim moonlight. The living room was undisturbed, the kitchen dark and quiet. Relief washed over me, until I noticed the camera feed from the upstairs hallway. The light in the hallway was flickering. The screen glitched, static crackling at the edges like something was trying to push through. And then, movement. The figure emerged from the dark. It stepped into view slowly, its distorted form twisting like a broken reflection. Its head tilted at that familiar, unnatural angle. Its limbs moved in jerky, inhuman motions, as though it struggled to remain tethered to reality. I couldn't breathe. My thumb hovered over the emergency call button, but I couldn't look away. The figure advanced down the hall, closer and closer, until it stopped directly in front of the camera. Its head twisted sharply, as if it knew I was watching. And then, for the first time, it moved with chilling precision. Slowly, deliberately, it raised one hand and waved. The screen cut to static. I dropped the phone, backing away from my bed, as though the thing might crawl through the screen itself. My mind raced with desperate thoughts. Was it already inside the house? Was it coming for me now? I bolted from my room, adrenaline surging, and grabbed the nearest weapon, a heavy metal flashlight from the hall closet. My breath came in ragged gasps as I checked each room, each shadow, each closet. Nothing. Just silence. Just darkness. But as I returned to my bedroom, I froze. Scrawled across the far wall, scratched deep into the paint, were 4 chilling words. I see you too. My knees buckled, and I stumbled back, flashlight trembling in my grasp. The message was fresh, ragged edges still flaking from the gouged wall. Suddenly, my phone buzzed violently on the floor where I dropped it. Against every instinct, I picked it up. A new notification from the security app flashed on the screen. Motion detected, inside bedroom. The live feed automatically loaded. The screen showed me, standing frozen in the middle of my room, flashlight in hand, staring at the wall. And behind me, emerging from the shadows just out of frame, was the figure. Its head tilted, its distorted grin stretching impossibly wide. The feed cut out. I never had the chance to scream. Story 67. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative was an unexpected twist of fate. The sprawling Victorian mansion stood proudly on the edge of a quiet town, its weathered facade framed by ancient oaks and tangled ivy. It had been in the family for generations, though I had never visited before. When my great-uncle passed away, the house became mine. A chance, I thought, to escape the constant grind of city life. Maybe I could even restore the old place, breathe life back into its tired walls. It felt like the perfect retreat, a chance for solitude and purpose. The first time I saw the house in person, I was struck by its eerie beauty. Its grand but faded exterior exuded both elegance and melancholy, as if time itself had settled into its bones. Tall windows stared blankly at the overgrown gardens, and the front porch sagged under the weight of countless forgotten seasons. Inside, the air smelled of aged wood and distant memories. Dust blanketed the ornate furniture, and the wooden floors creaked with every step, groaning like an old storyteller reluctant to share its secrets. The house felt expectant, as though waiting for someone to remember it. Days passed as I explored its winding hallways and cavernous rooms. Each space seemed suspended in time. Photographs in tarnished frames, books yellowed with age, faded curtains still clinging stubbornly to their rods. There was a strange comfort in the house's forgotten grandeur. One afternoon, while organizing the upstairs rooms, I discovered the attic door tucked at the end of a narrow hallway. Dusty and unassuming, it seemed just another relic of the house's past. Curious, I climbed the steep wooden steps, my footsteps echoing in the confined stairwell. The attic was everything I expected, dim, cluttered, and steeped in shadow. Old trunks lay scattered like forgotten treasures, and thick cobwebs hung like fragile lace. Dust motes swirled in thin beams of light, sneaking through cracked wooden slats. As I wandered through the maze of relics, something caught my eye. A door half hidden behind a stack of old crates. Unlike the other doors in the house, this one was strange. Its heavy oak surface was reinforced with thick iron bolts on the inside. Why would anyone bolt a door from the inside? I ran my fingers over the cold metal, feeling the rough texture of rusted bolts and worn wood. The handle was smooth, untouched by time. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a storage room, a hidden vault, or something more secretive? Determined to find out, I pushed and pulled, but the door held fast. I searched the attic for tools, an old crowbar, a rusted hammer, but even with their help, the bolts wouldn't budge. It was as if the door itself resisted me, guarding whatever lay beyond. Frustrated but intrigued, I called a locksmith the next morning. He arrived with a weathered toolbox and a skeptical expression. When I led him up to the attic and showed him the door, his eyebrows furrowed. "Strange design," he muttered, inspecting the heavy bolts. "Haven't seen anything like this in years." For nearly an hour, he worked in determined silence, his tools clinking rhythmically as he muttered about old locks and outdated craftsmanship. I stood nearby, anticipation crackling in the dusty air. My imagination ran wild, hidden family secrets, forgotten heirlooms, or even a sealed-off room untouched by time. At last, with a final echoing click, the lock gave way. The locksmith stepped back, wiping his hands on a rag. "All right," he said, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Let's see what you've got." I gripped the handle and slowly turned it. The door creaked open, revealing nothing. The room beyond was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, not even a speck of dust. Its walls were bare, their pristine surfaces stark against the age-worn surroundings of the attic. The polished wooden floor gleamed faintly, untouched by time or neglect. The locksmith frowned, shaking his head. "It's like no one's ever been in here." I could only nod, an uncomfortable weight settling in my chest. The emptiness was wrong. Not just empty, but void. The air felt heavy, suffocating in its silence. After the locksmith left, I lingered by the open doorway, staring into the lifeless room. A faint, icy draft brushed past me, raising goosebumps along my arms. I told myself it was just the attic's open windows, but deep down, I knew better. Days passed, and the room consumed my thoughts. I searched the house for answers, rifling through old drawers, digging through dusty trunks, searching for letters, journals, anything that might explain the room's purpose. I found nothing. At night, the house seemed more alive than ever. I lay in bed, listening to the creaks and groans of shifting wood. Footsteps echoed faintly from above, slow, deliberate steps that stopped whenever I got up to check. Desperate for answers, I turned to the town's historical society. They were hesitant at first, but after some persistent questioning, they shared old town records and whispered stories, tales of strange happenings, disappearances, and warnings about avoiding the attic after dark. The mansion, it seemed, carried a dark history, one the town preferred to forget. One evening, drawn by restless curiosity, I returned to the attic. As I paced near the empty room, something caught my eye. The floorboards near the doorway. They looked disturbed. Heart pounding, I pried up the loose boards, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside were old leather-bound journals, yellowed papers, and worn photographs. The documents hinted at forgotten disputes, vanished tenants, and something sealed away. Though I never found clear answers, the meaning was unmistakable. The room had been closed for a reason. In the end, I left the house, its secrets intact. I bolted the door once more, leaving it exactly as I'd found it. Some mysteries, I realized, are meant to stay buried. As I walked away for the last time, I couldn't resist one final glance toward the attic window. For the briefest moment, I thought I saw something move, a flicker of shadow, a shape, watching. And then it was gone. Story 68. The idea of escaping to a remote cabin was meant to be a fresh start, a way to reclaim my fractured sense of self after months of torment. Identity theft, cryptic messages, and the chilling discovery of a grave tied to my past had unraveled my life piece by piece. At my therapist's suggestion, I booked the secluded retreat deep in the mountains, far from prying eyes and unanswered questions. The drive was long and winding, the narrow road swallowed by towering pines that formed a protective canopy overhead. When I finally arrived, the cabin stood solitary and serene, its weathered wooden exterior exuding rustic charm. A tranquil lake glimmered nearby, reflecting the soft amber glow of the setting sun. It seemed like the perfect place to heal. For the first few days, peace found me. I hiked along serene trails, breathed in the crisp mountain air, and let the stillness soothe my restless mind. The quiet felt like a balm, wrapping me in a comforting embrace as I watched the water ripple gently in the breeze. But peace, I would soon learn, was an illusion. On the fourth day, while organizing a cluttered closet, I stumbled upon something unexpected. A small, dusty wooden box tucked behind a stack of old blankets. The box's lock had long since rusted, and with a hesitant tug, I pried it open. Inside were personal belongings, a cracked leather journal, faded photographs, and a worn jacket stained with dark, rusty splotches. My fingers trembled as I unfolded the journal's brittle pages, their contents written in frantic, uneven handwriting. Each entry dripped with paranoia, chronicling sleepless nights and persistent fear. "They're watching me. I feel them in the shadows," one entry read. "I can't escape. They always find me." The photographs were worse. They showed the cabin from different angles, its front porch, the nearby lake, the surrounding woods. In the blurred backgrounds, distorted figures stood half hidden among the trees, their features smudged and indiscernible. like ghosts captured mid-step. My mind raced, desperately seeking a rational explanation. Perhaps the previous occupant had been unwell, a reclusive writer with a vivid imagination. But the lingering dread gnawed at me, refusing to be dismissed. Determined to uncover the truth, I explored the basement, its air thick with mildew and stale memories. In a hollow behind a loose wooden panel, I found a hidden compartment containing more items. Lock-picking tools, hand-drawn maps of the forest, and a stack of surveillance notes. The notes were detailed, chillingly so. They described the routines of past visitors, their daily habits, physical descriptions, and emotional states. Some entries even contained crude sketches, faces twisted by frantic pencil strokes. The final page read, "They know I'm here. They'll come soon." A heavy silence pressed against my chest as I realized this was more than paranoia. Someone had been watching, perhaps still was. The cabin's rustic charm now felt like a carefully crafted facade, hiding something far darker. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old wooden floor, every rustling leaf outside set my nerves ablaze. I lay motionless in bed, straining to hear past the pounding of my heartbeat. The darkened windows seemed to pulse with unseen presence. Morning couldn't come fast enough. Desperate for answers, I called the rental agency. The agent's voice trembled with practiced calm, dismissing my concerns with vague reassurances. "Old cabins come with stories," they said. "It's nothing to worry about." Their evasiveness only deepened my unease. I hung up and contacted local authorities. The sheriff's department was polite but ultimately unhelpful. There were no official reports of crimes or missing persons linked to the cabin, just whispered rumors about tenants leaving unexpectedly, never bothering to claim refunds. By the end of the week, fear overshadowed every attempt at logic. I could no longer ignore the suffocating sense of being watched. I packed hurriedly, tossing my belongings into the car with trembling hands, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against me. As I secured the last bag, I paused, overcome by an urge to look back one final time. My gaze swept across the darkened tree line, searching for something, anything that might confirm my worst fears. The forest stood still, its secrets buried beneath thick shadows. Then, just as I reached for the car door, something caught my eye, a fleeting figure, partially obscured by the trees. It was there, and then it wasn't. I drove away, the winding road twisting like a coiled serpent behind me, swallowing the cabin and its secrets. But the sense of pursuit never faded. Every darkened corner, every silent stretch of road felt alive with unseen presence. I had escaped the cabin, but not what haunted it. The whispers of the past followed, settling into my mind like a persistent shadow. Even now, in the safety of my home, I can still feel it, that oppressive stillness, that creeping awareness that something or someone is still watching. Story 69. The journey through betrayal is a labyrinth of emotions: grief, anger, confusion, and finally, acceptance. Eleanor's deception left a scar that reshaped my understanding of trust, but it also forced me to confront what I valued most: integrity, resilience, and the ability to heal. In the months after her sentencing, I lived in a haze of disbelief. Every memory of our shared past became suspect. Conversations, shared secrets, even mundane family gatherings took on new, sinister meanings. I questioned everything. Had she ever truly cared, or had it all been manipulation from the start? The isolation was the worst part. Friends and family offered support, but their words felt hollow. How could they understand the complexity of mourning someone who was still alive but irreversibly altered in my eyes? Betrayal doesn't just sever a relationship. It creates a void where trust and love once lived. I threw myself into rebuilding my life. Therapy helped untangle the web of guilt and shame I felt for being deceived. My therapist's words stuck with me. "You're not responsible for her actions. Trust is given, not taken." It was a painful truth, but a necessary one. I took steps to secure my financial and emotional future. determined to learn from the experience without being defined by it. I studied legal protections, built stronger personal boundaries, and cultivated relationships rooted in mutual respect and transparency. Despite this progress, Eleanor remained a shadow in my mind. I couldn't erase the memories of who I thought she was, the cousin who shared childhood adventures, offered comfort in dark times, and seemed inseparable from my happiest memories. Then, years later, her letter arrived, a handwritten plea soaked in remorse. She spoke of regret, loneliness, and the consequences of her actions. She asked for forgiveness, not absolution. For days I couldn't decide whether to respond or burn the letter, torn between unresolved anger and reluctant empathy. In the end, I chose forgiveness, not as an absolution for her, but as a release for myself. Carrying the weight of resentment felt like letting her betrayal define my future. Forgiving her meant reclaiming my narrative, not as a victim, but as someone who had survived, learned, and grown stronger. I never wrote back. Some bridges, once burned, cannot be rebuilt. But letting go of the past meant freeing myself from its grip. Today, I live a life no longer tethered to Eleanor's actions. Trust, once shattered, has slowly been restored, carefully, cautiously, but genuinely. Her betrayal taught me that even in the face of deep wounds, healing is possible. She may have broken my trust, but she couldn't break my spirit. In choosing forgiveness, I reclaimed my life and found a strength I never knew I had. Story 70. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when an unexpected knock shattered the calm of my routine. I opened the door to find two uniformed officers standing on my doorstep, their expressions grim. They informed me that I was being charged with theft, a crime I knew I hadn't committed. Disbelief washed over me. I'd lived a quiet, law-abiding life, far removed from anything criminal. As they handed me the summons, I noticed the details of the alleged crime, a break-in at a local electronics store, with evidence pointing directly to me. My shock turned to confusion as I reviewed the charges. The evidence was damning. Fingerprints at the scene, surveillance footage showing someone resembling me, and a witness who claimed to have seen me near the crime scene. The more I examined the accusations, the clearer it became that this wasn't a simple misunderstanding. Someone had gone to great lengths to frame me. Desperate for help, I hired Sarah, an experienced defense attorney known for her sharp intellect and tenacity. She assured me we would uncover the truth. Our first step was to scrutinize the evidence. The fingerprints troubled me the most. They matched mine too perfectly, raising Sarah's suspicions. She requested the original surveillance footage, determined to analyze the timestamps and image quality. When the footage arrived, we examined it frame by frame. It showed a person of similar build wearing dark clothing, their face partially obscured. Sarah's sharp eyes caught subtle inconsistencies. The lighting didn't match the reported time of the crime, and the shadows seemed oddly distorted. Someone had tampered with the video. Determined to gather more clues, we visited the electronics store where the break-in had occurred. It was a small, cluttered shop with a shattered rear window, a clear point of entry. While inspecting the alley behind the building, I noticed something peculiar, a set of footprints leading away from the window. They seemed too deliberate, almost staged. We spoke to neighboring shopkeepers, hoping for witnesses. One clerk who had initially identified me admitted under questioning that he wasn't entirely certain about what he'd seen. He'd been dealing with worsening vision and had misidentified people before. His unreliable testimony further unraveled the case against me. Then came a breakthrough. Sarah uncovered a disturbing connection between the electronics store owner and a known local criminal, a manipulative figure notorious for orchestrating elaborate scams. Rumor had it he specialized in framing others to cover his tracks. Digging deeper, we discovered the store owner was drowning in debt. The break-in seemed less like a robbery and more like an insurance scam. Pinned on a random, unsuspecting person, Me. It was the perfect cover for his financial mismanagement. Armed with this new information, we returned to the authorities. At first, the police were skeptical, but Sarah presented compelling evidence: forged records, tampered surveillance footage, and the dubious connection between the store owner and the criminal mastermind. To our relief, additional witnesses from the criminal's inner circle came forward, corroborating our story. The legal process was grueling. Court hearings dragged on, each one a painful reminder of the nightmare I'd been thrust into. But slowly, the fabricated accusations crumbled. The store owner and his accomplice were arrested, their intricate scheme laid bare for all to see. Though my name was finally cleared, the ordeal left deep scars. The sheer vulnerability I felt, knowing how easily someone could manipulate evidence and upend my life, haunted me. Justice had prevailed, but the emotional toll lingered long after the case was closed. The experience taught me hard lessons about trust, resilience, and the fragility of personal security. I learned to value the truth above all else and to approach life with caution, tempered by determination. The people who framed me were brought to justice, but their betrayal left a lasting mark, a dark reminder that even the most ordinary lives can be shattered by deception. Yet in facing that darkness, I found a fierce resolve, stronger and more unyielding than ever before.